Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 18. Selected excerpts by John William Draper, 1811 to 1882. The subject of this sketch was born at St. Helens, near Liverpool, England, on the 5th of May, 1811. His earliest education was obtained at a Wesleyan Methodist school, but after a time he came under private teachers, with whose help he made rapid progress in the physical sciences, thus showing in his boyhood the natural bent of his mind and the real strength of his intellect. He afterwards studied for a time at the University of London, but in 1833 came to the United States, and 3 years later graduated at the University of Pennsylvania with the degree of M.D. In 1839, he was elected to the chair of chemistry in the University of New York, a position which he held until his death in 1882. Draper's contributions to science were of a high order. He discovered some of the facts that lie at the basis of spectrum analysis. He was one of the first successful experimenters in the art of photography, and he made researches in radiant energy and other scientific phenomena. He published in 1858 a treatise on human physiology, which is a highly esteemed and widely used textbook. He died on the 4th of January, 1882. Draper's chief contributions to literature are 3 works: History of the Intellectual Development of Europe, 1863, A History of the American Civil War, 1867 to 1870, and The History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science, which appeared in the International Scientific Series in 1873. Of these works, the one on the intellectual development of Europe is the ablest and takes a place beside the works of Lecky and Buckle as a contribution to the history of civilization. The History of the Civil War was written too soon after the events described to have permanent historical value. The History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science is a judicial presentation of the perennial controversy from the standpoint of the scientist. Draper's claims to attention as a philosophic historian rest mainly on his theory of the influence of climate on human character and development. He maintains that, for every climate, and indeed for every geographical locality, there is an answering type of humanity, and in his History of the American Civil War, as well as in his work on the intellectual development of Europe, he endeavored to prove that doctrine. Another theory, which is prominent in his principal work, is that the intellectual development of every people passes through 5 stages, namely 1, the age of credulity, 2, the age of inquiry, 3, the age of faith, 4, the age of reason, 5, the age of decrepitude. Ancient Greece, he thinks, passed through all those stages, the age of reason beginning with the advent of physical science. Europe as a whole has now also entered the age of reason, which, as before, he identifies with the age of physical science, so that everywhere in his historical works, physical influences and the scientific knowledge of physical phenomena are credited with most of the progress that mankind has made. Draper has left a distinct mark upon the scientific thought of his generation, and made a distinct and valuable contribution to the literature of his adopted country. The Vedas and Their Theology, from History of the Intellectual Development of Europe, copyright 1876 by Harper and Brothers. The Vedas, which are the Hindu scriptures, and of which there are 4, the Rig, Yagust, Saman, and Atharvan, are asserted to have been revealed by Brahma. The 4th is, however, rejected by some authorities, and bears internal evidence of a later composition, at a time when hierarchical power had become greatly consolidated. These works are written in an obsolete Sanskrit, the parent of the more recent idiom. They constitute the basis of an extensive literature, of the Vedas, Angas, etc., of connected works and commentaries. For the most part, they consist of hymns suitable for public and private occasions, prayers, precepts, legends, and dogmas. The Rig, which is the oldest, is composed chiefly of hymns, the other 3 of liturgical formulas. They are of different periods and of various authorship, internal evidence seeming to indicate that if the later were composed by priests, the earlier were the production of military chieftains. They answer to a state of society advanced from the nomad to the municipal condition. They are based upon an acknowledgement of a universal spirit, pervading all things. Of this God, they therefore necessarily acknowledge the unity. There is truth but one deity, the Supreme Spirit, the Lord of the universe, whose work is the universe, the God above all gods, who created the earth, the heavens, and waters. The world, thus considered as an emanation of God, is therefore a part of him. It is kept in a visible state by his energy, and would instantly disappear if that energy were for a moment withdrawn. Even as it is undergoing unceasing transformations, everything being in a transitory condition. The moment a given phrase is reached, it is departed from, or ceases. In these perpetual movements, the present can scarcely be said to have any existence, for as the past is ending, the future has begun. In such a never-ceasing career, all material things are urged, their forms continually changing, and returning as if it were through revolving cycles to similar states. For this reason, it is that we may regard our earth and the various celestial bodies as having had a moment of birth, as having a time of continuance, in which they are passing onward to an inevitable destruction, and that, after the lapse of countless ages, similar progresses will be made, and similar series of events will occur again and again. But in this doctrine of universal transformation, there is something more than appears at first. The theology of India is underlaid with pantheism. God is one because he is all. The Vedas, in speaking of the relation of nature to God, made use of the expression that he is the material as well as the cause of the universe, the clay as well as the potter. They convey the idea that while there is a pervading spirit existing everywhere, of the same nature as the soul of man, though differing from it infinitely in degree, visible nature is essentially and inseparably connected therewith. That as in man the body is perpetually undergoing changes, perpetually decaying and being renewed, or, as in the case of the whole human species, nations come into existence and pass away. Yet still there continues to exist what may be termed the universal human mind. So forever associated and forever connected are the material and the spiritual. And under this aspect, we must contemplate the Supreme Being, not merely as a presiding intellect, but as illustrated by the parallel case of man, whose mental principle shows no tokens except through its connection with the body. So matter, or nature, or the visible universe, is to be looked upon as the corporeal manifestation of God. Primitive Beliefs Dismissed by Scientific Knowledge. From History of the Intellectual Development of Europe, copyright 1876 by Harper and Brothers. As man advances in knowledge, he discovers that of his primitive conclusions, some are doubtless erroneous, and many require better evidence to establish their truth uncontestably. A more prolonged and attentive examination gives him reason, in some of the most important particulars, to change his mind. He finds that the earth on which he lives is not a floor covered over with a starry dome, as he once supposed, but a globe self-balanced in space. The crystalline vault or sky is recognized to be an optical deception. It rests upon the earth nowhere and is no boundary at all. There is no kingdom of happiness above it, but a limitless space adorned with planets and suns. Instead of a realm of darkness and woe in the depths of the other side of the earth, men like ourselves are found there, pursuing, in Australia and New Zealand, the innocent pleasures and encountering the ordinary labors of life. By the aid of such lights as knowledge gradually supplies, he comes at last to discover that this our terrestrial habitation, instead of being a chosen, a sacred place, is only one of similar myriads, more numerous than the sands of the sea, and prodigally scattered through space. Never, perhaps, was a more important truth discovered. All the visible evidence was in direct opposition to it. The earth, which had hitherto seemed to be the very emblem of immobility, was demonstrated to be carried with a double motion, with prodigious velocity, through the heavens. The rising and setting of the stars were proved to be an illusion, and as respects the size of the globe, it was shown to be altogether insignificant when compared with multitudes of other neighboring ones, insignificant doubly by reason of its actual dimensions, and by the countless numbers of others like it in form, and doubtless like it the abodes of many orders of life. And so it turns out that our Earth is a globe of about 25,000 miles in circumference. The voyager who circumnavigates it spends no inconsiderable portion of his life in accomplishing his task. It moves round the sun in a year, but at so great a distance from that luminary that if seen from him, it would look like a little spark traversing the sky. It is thus recognized as one of the members of the solar system. Other similar bodies, some of which are of larger, some of smaller dimensions, perform similar revolutions round the sun in appropriate periods of time. If the magnitude of the earth be too great for us to attach to it any definite conception, what shall we say of the compass of the solar system? There is a defect in the human intellect, which incapacitates us for comprehending distances and periods that are either too colossal or too minute. We gain no clearer insight into the matter when we are told that a comet which does not pass beyond the bounds of the system may perhaps be absent on its journey for more than 1,000 years. Distances and periods such as these are beyond our grasp. They prove to us how far human reason excels imagination, the one measuring and comparing things of which the other can form no conception, but in the attempt is utterly bewildered and lost. But as there are other globes like our Earth, so too there are other worlds like our solar system. There are self-luminous suns, exceeding in number all computation. The dimensions of this earth pass into nothingness in comparison with the dimensions of the solar system, and that system, in its turn, is only an invisible point if placed in relation with the countless hosts of other systems, which form with it clusters of stars. Our solar system, far from being alone in the universe, is only one of an extensive brotherhood, bound by common laws and subject to like influences. Even on the very verge of creation, where imagination might lie, the beginning of the realms of chaos. We see unbounded proofs of order, a regularity in the arrangement of inanimate things, suggesting to us that there are other intellectual creatures like us, the tenants of those islands in the abysses of space. Though it may take a beam of light 1,000,000 years to bring to our view those distant worlds, the end is not yet. Far away in the depths of space we catch the faint gleams of other groups of stars like our own. The finger of a man can hide them in their remoteness. Their vast distances from one another have dwindled into nothing. They and their movements have lost all individuality. The innumerable suns of which they are composed blend all their collected light into one pale milky glow, thus extending our view from the Earth to the solar system, from the solar system to the expanse of the group of stars to which we belong. We behold a series of gigantic nebula creations rising up one after another, and forming greater and greater colonies of worlds. No numbers can express them, for they make the firmament a haze of stars. Uniformity, even though it be the uniformity of magnificence, tires at last, and we abandon the survey, for our eyes can only behold a boundless prospect, and conscience tells us of our own unspeakable insignificance. But what has become of the time-honored doctrine of the human destiny of the universe? That doctrine for the sake of which the controversy I have described in this chapter was raised. It has disappeared. In vain was Bruno burnt and Galileo imprisoned. The truth forced its way, in spite of all opposition, at last. The end of the conflict was a total rejection of authority and tradition, and the adoption of scientific truth. The Koran. From History of the Intellectual Development of Europe. Copyright 1876 by Harper and Brothers. Arabian influence, thus imposing itself on Africa and Asia by military successes and threatening even Constantinople, rested essentially on an intellectual basis, the value of which it is needful for us to consider. The Koran, which is that basis, has exercised a great control over the destinies of mankind, and still serves as a rule of life to a very large portion of our race. Considering the asserted origin of this book, indirectly from God himself, we might justly expect that it would bear to be tried by any standard that man can apply, and vindicate its truth and excellence in the ordeal of human criticism. In our estimate of it, we must constantly bear in mind that it does not profess to be successive revelations made at intervals of ages and on various occasions, but a complete production delivered to one man. We ought, therefore, to look for universality, completeness, perfection. We might expect that it would present us with just views of the nature and position of this world in which we live, and that whether dealing with the spiritual or the material, it would put to shame the most celebrated productions of human genius, as the magnificent mechanism of the heavens and the beautiful living forms of the earth are superior to the vain contrivances of man, far in advance of all that has been written by the sages of India or the philosophers of Greece, on points connected with the origin, nature, and destiny of the universe. Its dignity of conception and excellence of expression should be in harmony with the greatness of the subject with which it is concerned. African Arabic Manuscript, 13th century, National Library, Paris. Reduced facsimile of part of a page of an Arabic Koran, in the African character, captured at Tunis by Charles V. The scribes of the East are distinguished by their efforts to acquire a perfect style of execution, and their success merits the greater praise, since they generally stand while writing, resting only on the left arm, and notwithstanding the inferiority of the reed to the modern pen, the Arabs have succeeded in producing the most excellent specimens of calligraphy. We might expect that it should propound with authority and definitely settle those all-important problems which have exercised the mental powers of the ablest men of Asia and Europe for so many centuries, and which are at the foundation of all faith and all philosophy, that it should distinctly tell us in unmistakable language what is God, what is the world, what is the soul, and whether man has any criterion of truth, that it should explain to us how evil can exist in a world the maker of which is omnipotent and altogether good, that it should reveal to us in what the affairs of men are fixed by destiny, in what by free will, that it should teach us whence we came, what is the object of our continuing here, what is to become of us hereafter, and since a written work claiming a divine origin must necessarily accredit itself, even to those most reluctant to receive it, its internal evidences become stronger and not weaker with the strictness of the examination to which they are submitted. It ought to deal with those things that may be demonstrated by the increasing knowledge and genius of man, anticipating therein his conclusions. Such a work, noble as may be its origin, must not refuse but court the test of natural philosophy, regarding it not as an antagonist, but as its best support. As years pass on, and human science becomes more exact and more comprehensive, its conclusions must be found in unison therewith. When occasion arises, it should furnish us at least the foreshadowings of the great truths discovered by astronomy and geology, not offering for them the wild fictions of earlier ages, inventions of the infancy of man. It should tell us how suns and worlds are distributed in infinite space, and how in their successions they come forth in limitless time. It should say how far the dominion of God is carried out by law, and what is the point at which it is his pleasure to resort to his own good providence or his arbitrary will. How grand the description of this magnificent universe, written by the omnipotent hand. Of man it should set forth his relations to other living beings, his place among them, his privileges and responsibilities. It should not leave him to grope his way through the vestiges of Greek philosophy, and to miss the truth at last. But it should teach him wherein true knowledge consists, anticipating the physical science, physical power, and physical well-being of our own times, nay, even unfolding for our benefit things that we are still ignorant of. The discussion of subjects so many and so high is not outside the scope of a work of such pretensions. Its manner of dealing with them is the only criterion it can offer of its authenticity to succeeding times. Tried by such a standard, the Koran altogether fails. In its philosophy, it is incomparably inferior to the writings of Shakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism. In its science, it is absolutely worthless. On speculative or doubtful things, it is copious enough. But in the exact, where a test can be applied to it, it totally fails. Its astronomy, cosmogony, physiology are so puerile as to invite our mirth, if the occasion did not forbid. They belong to the old times of the world, the morning of human knowledge. The earth is firmly balanced in its seat by the weight of the mountains. The sky is supported over it like a dome, and we are instructed in the wisdom and power of God by being told to find a crack in it if we can. Ranged in stories, 7 in number, are the heavens, the highest being the habitation of God, whose throne, for the Koran does not reject Assyrian ideas, is sustained by winged animal forms. The shooting stars are pieces of red-hot stone, thrown by angels at impure spirits when they approach too closely. Of God, the Koran is full of praise, setting forth, often in not unworthy imagery, his majesty, though it bitterly denounces those who give him any equals and assures them that their sin will never be forgiven, that in the judgment day they must answer the fearful question, "Where are my companions about whom ye disputed?" Though it inculcates an absolute dependence on the mercy of God, and denounces as criminals all those who make a merchandise of religion. Its ideas of the deity are altogether anthropomorphic. He is only a gigantic man living in a paradise. In this respect, though exceptional passages might be cited, the reader rises from a perusal of the 114 chapters of the Koran with a final impression that they have given him low and unworthy thoughts. Nor is it surprising that one of the Mohammedan sects reads it in such a way as to find no difficulty in asserting that, from the crown of the head to the breast, God is hollow, and from the breast downward he is solid, that he has curled black hair and roars like a lion at every watch of the sky. The unity asserted by Mohammed is a unity in special contradistinction to the Trinity of the Christians and the doctrine of a divine generation. Our Savior is never called the Son of God, but always the Son of Mary. Throughout, there is a perpetual acceptance of the delusion of the human destiny of the universe. As to man, Mohammed is diffuse enough respecting a future state, speaking with clearness of a resurrection, the judgment day, paradise, the torment of hell, the worm that never dies, the pains that never end. But with all this precise description of the future, there are many errors as to the past. If modesty did not render it unsuitable to speak of such topics here, it might be shown how feeble is his physiology when he has occasion to allude to the origin or generation of man. He is hardly advanced beyond the ideas of Thales, one who is so untrustworthy a guide as to things that are past cannot be very trustworthy as to events that are to come. Of the literary execution of his work, it is perhaps scarcely possible to judge fairly from a translation. It is said to be the oldest prose composition among the Arabs, by whom Muhammad's boast of the unapproachable excellence of his work is almost universally sustained, but it must not be concealed that there have been among them very learned men who have held it in light esteem. Its most celebrated passages, as those on the nature of God in chapters 2, 24, will bear no comparison with parallel ones in the Psalms and Book of Job. In the narrative style, the story of Joseph in chapter 12, compared with the same incidents related in Genesis, shows a like inferiority. Muhammad also adulterates his work with many Christian legends, derived probably from the apocryphal Gospel of St. Barnabas. He mixes with many of his own inventions the scripture account of the temptation of Adam, the deluge, Jonah and the whale, enriching the whole with stories like the later night entertainments of his country, the seven sleepers, Gog and Magog, and all the wonders of genii, sorcery, and charms. An impartial reader of the Koran may doubtless be surprised that so feeble a production should serve its purpose so well. But the theory of religion is one thing, the practice another. The Koran abounds in excellent moral suggestions and precepts. Its composition is so fragmentary that we cannot turn to a single page without finding maxims of which all men must approve. This fragmentary construction yields texts and mottos and rules complete in themselves, suitable for common men in any of the incidents of life. there is a perpetual insisting on the necessity of prayer, an inculcation of mercy, almsgiving, justice, fasting, pilgrimage, and other good works, institutions respecting conduct, both social and domestic, debts, witnesses, marriage, children, wine, and the like. Above all, a constant stimulation to do battle with the infidel and blasphemer. For life as it passes in Asia, there is hardly a condition in which passages from the Koran cannot be recalled suitable for instruction, admonition, consolation, encouragement. To the Asiatic and to the African, such devotional fragments are of far more use than any sustained theological doctrine. The mental constitution of Mohammed did not enable him to handle important philosophical questions with the well-balanced ability of the great Greek and Indian writers, but he has never been surpassed in adaptation to the spiritual wants of humble life, making even his fearful fatalism administered thereto. A pitiless destiny is awaiting us, yet the prophet is uncertain what it may be. Unto every nation a fixed time is decreed. Death will overtake us even in lofty towers, but God only knoweth the place in which a man shall die. After many an admonition of the resurrection and the judgment day, many a promise of paradise and threat of hell, he plaintively confesses, I do not know what will be done with you or me hereafter. The Koran thus betrays a human and not a very noble intellectual origin. It does not, however, follow that its author was, as is so often asserted, a mere impostor. He reiterates again and again, I am nothing more than a public preacher. He defends, not always without acerbity, his work from those who even in his own life stigmatized it as a confused heap of dreams, or what is worse, a forgery. He is not the only man who has supposed himself to be the subject of supernatural and divine communications, for this is a condition of disease to which anyone, by fasting and mental anxiety, may be reduced. In what I have thus said respecting a work held by so many millions of men as a revelation from God, I have endeavored to speak with respect and yet with freedom, constantly bearing in mind how deeply to this book Asia and Africa are indebted for daily guidance, how deeply Europe and America for the light of science. As might be expected, the doctrines of the Koran have received many fictitious editions and sectarian interpretations in the course of ages. In the popular superstition, angels and genii largely figure. The latter, being of a grosser fabric, eat, drink, propagate their kind, are of two sorts, good and bad, and existed long before men, having occupied the earth before Adam. Immediately after death, two greenish livid angels, Monkir and Nekar, examine every corpse as to its faith in God and Mohammed. But the soul, having been separated from the body by the angel of death, enters upon an intermediate state, awaiting the resurrection. There is, however, much diversity of opinion as to its precise disposal before the judgment day. Some think that it hovers near the grave, some that it sinks into the well Zenzem, some that it retires into the trumpet of the angel of the resurrection. The difficulty apparently being that any final disposal before the day of judgment would be anticipatory of that great event, if indeed it would not render it needless. As to the resurrection, some believe it to be merely spiritual, others corporeal, the latter asserting that the os coccygus, or last bone of the spinal column, will serve as if it were as a germ, and that, vivified by a reign of 40 days, the body will sprout from it. Among the signs of the approaching resurrection will be the rising of the sun in the west. It will be ushered in by 3 blasts of a trumpet. The first, known as the blast of consternation, will shake the earth to its center and extinguish the sun and stars. The second, the blast of extermination, will annihilate all material things except paradise, hell, and the throne of God. 40 years subsequently, the angel Israfil will sound the blast of resurrection. From his trumpet there will be blown forth the countless myriads of souls who have taken refuge therein, or lain concealed. The day of judgment has now come. The Quran contradicts itself as to the length of this day, in one place making it 1,000, in another 50,000 years. Most Mohammedans incline to adopt the longer period, since angels, genii, men, and animals have to be tried. As to men, they will rise in their natural state, but naked, white-winged camels with saddles of gold awaiting the saved. When the partition is made, the wicked will be oppressed with an intolerable heat caused by the sun, which, having been called into existence again, will approach within a mile, provoking a sweat to issue from them, and this, according to their demerits, will immerse them from the ankles to the mouth. But the righteous will be screened by the shadow of the throne of God. The judge will be seated in the clouds, the books open before him, and everything in its turn called on to account for its deeds. For greater dispatch, the angel Gabriel will hold forth his balance, one scale of which hangs over paradise and one over hell. In these all works are weighed. As soon as the sentence is delivered, the assembly, in a long file, will pass over the bridge al-Sirat. It is as sharp as the edge of a sword, and laid over the mouth of hell. Mohammed and his followers will successfully pass the perilous ordeal, but the sinners, giddy with terror, will drop into the place of torment. The blessed will receive their first taste of happiness at a pond which is supplied by silver pipes from the river Al-Kawthar. The soil of paradise is of musk. Its rivers tranquilly flow over pebbles of rubies and emeralds. From tents of hollow pearls, the houris, or girls of paradise, will come forth, attended by troops of beautiful boys. Each saint will have 80,000 servants and 72 girls. To these, some of the more merciful Mussulmans add the wives they have had upon earth. But the grimly orthodox assert that hell is already nearly filled with women. How can it be otherwise, since they are not permitted to pray in a mosque upon earth? I have not space to describe the silk brocades, the green clothing, the soft carpets, the banquets, the perpetual music and songs. From the glorified body all impurities will escape, not as they did during life, but in a fragrant perspiration of camphor and musk. No one will complain, I am weary. No one will say, I am sick. From the contradictions, pluralities, and impossibilities indicated in the preceding paragraphs, it may be anticipated that the faith of Mohammed has been broken into many sects. Of such it is said that not less than 73 may be numbered. Some, as the Sonnites, are guided by traditions. Some occupy themselves with philosophical difficulties. The existence of evil in the world, the attributes of God, absolute predestination and eternal damnation, the invisibility and non-corporality of God, his capability of local motion. But the great Mohammedan philosophers, simply accepting the doctrine of the oneness of God as the only thing of which man can be certain, look upon all the rest as idle fables, having, however, this political use, that they furnish contention and therefore occupation to disputatious sectarians, and consolation to illiterate minds. End of section 18.
Section 19, of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 19, Selected Poems by Michael Drayton, 1563 to 1631. While London still crowded to the new theatre in Shoreditch, the first built in England, while Ben Jonson was still soldiering in the Low Countries, while Marlowe was working out the tragedy that was to revolutionize all stage traditions, and Shakespeare was yet but a looker-on at greatness, there came up from Warwickshire a young man of good family who had served as page in a noble house, who had studied possibly at Oxford, and who, in the first flush of manhood, aspired to a place among those prodigies who made the later Elizabethan period immortal. This was Michael Drayton, whose gentle birth and breeding, education and talents, knowledge of the world and of men, together with a most sweet and lovable disposition, made him at once welcome in the literary bohemia of the day. He became the dear and bosom friend of Beaumont and Fletcher, and his work received unquestioned honor from his illustrious contemporaries. As a child, he had demanded of his elders to know what kind of beings poets were, and spent many hours in writing childishly fantastic verses, and had begged of his tutor to make a poet of him. And although he seems to have been poor and to have lived by the gifts of wealthy patrons, he cast in his lot with literature, and cherished no other ambition than that of writing well. His first book, a volume of spiritual poems, or metrical renderings of the Bible, was published in 1590 under the title The Harmony of the Church. It is difficult to see why this commonplace and orthodox performance should have given such umbrage that the Archbishop of Canterbury condemned the entire edition to destruction. Yet this was its fate, with the exception of 40 copies, which Archbishop Whitgift ordered to be reserved for the ecclesiastical library at Lambeth Palace. Undiscouraged, the poet next produced a cycle of 64 sonnets and a collection of pastorals entitled Idea, the Shepherd's Garland, in which, under the name Roland, he celebrated an early love. It is strange that the intrinsic merit of these verses and their undoubted popularity should not have urged Drayton to continue in the same vein. Instead, however, he set about the composition of a series of historical poems which extended over the next 24 years, and to which he gave the best energies of his life. Beginning with the epic Matilda, studied from English history, the series was continued by a poem on the Wars of the Roses, afterward enlarged into the Barons' Wars. This was followed by the epic Robert, Duke of Normandy, destitute of imagination, prolix and tedious. These verses were yet so popular in Drayton's day that in 1612 he began the publication of a poem in 30 books, meant to include the entire chronology and topography of Great Britain from the earliest times. This was the famous Polly Albion, in which, in spite of the inspiring work of his contemporaries, Drayton harked back in spirit to the dreary monotony of the Saxon Chronicle. The detail is so minute, the matter so unimportant, and the absence of discrimination so apparent that, notwithstanding many noticeable beauties of thought and style, it is hard to realize that this poem was a favorite with that brilliant group which had known Shakespeare, and still delighted in Ben Jonson. After issuing 18 books of Polly Albion, his publishers with whom he was always quarreling, and whom he declared that he despised and kicked at, refused to undertake the remaining 12 books of the second part. His friends, however, loyal in their love and praise of him, secured a more complacent tradesman to bring out the rest of the already famous poem. Fortunately for his fame, Drayton had in the meantime produced 2 other volumes of verse, which displayed the real grace and fancifulness of his charming muse. The first of these, poems lyrical and pastoral, included the satire The Man in the Moon, while in the second were printed the Ballad of Agincourt, the most spirited of English martial lyrics, and that delightful fantasy, Nymphidia, or the Court of Fairy, in which the touch is so light, the fancy so dainty, and the conceit so delicate, that the poem remains immortally fresh and young. Because everybody wrote plays, Drayton turned playwright, and is said to have collaborated with Massinger and Ford. Of his long works, the heroical episodes is perhaps the most readable. His last effort was the Muses' Elysium, published in 1630. A year later he died and was buried in Westminster, where a monument was erected to him by the Countess of Dorset. Drayton's place in English literature is with that considerable and not unimportant band who have done somewhat, but whose repute is much more for what they were in their friends' eyes than for what they did. In an age of great intellectual achievement, he yet managed, in spite of the stimulus of kindred minds and his own undoubted gift, to produce little that has sustained the reputation accorded him by his acquaintances. Most of his work lives chiefly to afford pleasing studies for the literary antiquary, to whom the tide of time brings nothing uninteresting. Yet in the art of living, in the unselfish devotion of his powers to his chosen calling, in the graces of affection and the offices of noble friendship, he was so excellent and exemplary that he won and kept the undying regard of the most able men of the most brilliant period of English literature, men who felt a personal and unrequitable loss when he passed away, and who spoke of him always with admiring tenderness. In person he seems to have been small and dark. He describes himself as of swart and melancholy face. Yet his talk was most delightful, and a strong proof of his wide popularity appears in the fact that he is quoted not less than 150 times in England's Parnassus, published as early as 1600. The tributes of his friends are innumerable, from the Good Roland of Barnfield to the Golden-mouthed Drayton musical of Fitzgeoffrey. The man of virtuous disposition, honest conversation, and well-preserved carriage of Meres, or the tender lines of his friend Ben Jonson. Do pious marble let thy readers know what they and what their children owe to Drayton's name, whose sacred dust we recommend unto thy trust. Protect his memory and preserve his story, remain a lasting monument of his glory, and when thy ruins shall disclaim to be the treasurer of his name that cannot die shall be an everlasting monument to thee. Sonnet. Since there's no help, come let us kiss and part. Nay, I have done, you get no more of me. And I am glad, yea glad with all my heart, that thus so clearly I myself can free. Shake hands forever, cancel all our vows, and when we meet at any time again, be it not seen in either of our brows that we one jot of former love retain. Now, at the last gasp of love's latest breath, when, his pulse failing, passion speechless lies, when faith is kneeling by his bed of death, and innocence is closing up his eyes, now if thou wouldst, when all have given him over, from death to life, thou mightst him yet recover. The Ballad of Agincourt. Fair stood the wind for France, when we our sails advance, nor now to prove our chance longer will tarry, but putting to the main at Cove, the mouth of Seine, with all his martial train, landed King Harry, and taking many a fort, furnished in warlike sort, marched towards Agincourt in happy hour, skirmishing day by day with those that stopped his way, where the French general lay with all his power. Which in his height of pride, King Henry to deride, his ransom to provide, to the king sending, which he neglects a while, as from a nation vile, yet with an angry smile, their fall portending. And turning to his men, quoth our brave Henry then, though they to one be 10, be not amazed, yet have we well begun, battles so bravely won, have ever to the sun by fame been raised. And for myself, quoth he, this my full rest shall be, England ne'er mourn for me, nor more esteem me. Victor I will remain, or on this earth lie slain, never shall she sustain loss to redeem me. Portiers and Cressy tell, when most their pride did swell, under our swords they fell, no less our skill is, than when our grandsire great, claiming the regal seat, by many a warlike feat, lopped the French lilies. The Duke of York so dread, the eager Valward led, with the main Henry sped amongst his henchmen. Exeter had the rear, a braver man not there. O Lord, how hot they were on the false Frenchmen. They now to fight are gone, armour on armour shone, drum now to drum did groan, to hear was wonder, that with the cries they make, the very earth did shake, trumpet to trumpet spake, thunder to thunder. Well it thine age became, O noble Erpingham, which did the signal aim to our hid forces, when from a meadow by, like a storm suddenly, the English archery struck the French horses. With Spanish yew so strong, arrows a cloth yard long, that like the serpents stung, piercing the weather. None from his fellow starts, but playing manly parts, and like true English hearts, stuck close together. When down their bows they threw, and forth their bilboes drew, and on the French they flew, not one was tardy. Arms were from shoulders sent, scalps to the teeth were rent, down the French peasants went, our men were hardy. This while our noble king, his broadsword brandishing, down the French host did ding, as to o'erwhelm it, and many a deep wound lent, his arm with blood besprent, and many a cruel dent bruised his helmet. Gloucester, that duke so good, next of the royal blood, for famous England stood, with his brave brother. Clarence, in steel so bright, though but a maiden knight, yet in that furious fight, scarce such another. Warwick in blood did wade, Oxford the foe invade, and cruel slaughter made, still as they ran up. Suffolk his axe did ply, Beaumont and Willoughby, bear them right doughtily, Ferrers and Fanhope. Upon St. Crispin's day, fought was this noble fray, which fame did not delay to England to carry. O when shall Englishmen with such acts fill a pen, or England breed again such a King Harry? Queen Mabe's excursion from Nymphidia, the court of Faery. Her chariot ready straight is made, each thing therein is fitting laid, that she by nothing might be stayed, for naught must be her letting. 4 nimble gnats the horses were, the harnesses of gossamer, Fly Cranion, her charioteer, upon the coach-box getting. Her chariot of a snail's fine shell, which for the colours did excel the fair Queen Maid becoming well, so lively was the limning. The seat, the soft wool of the bee, the cover gallantly to see, the wing of a pied butterfly, I trow 'twas simple trimming. The wheels composed of cricket bones, and daintily made for the nonce, for fear of rattling on the stones, with thistledown they shod it. For all her maidens much did fear, if Oberon had chanced to hear that Maid his queen should have been there, he would not have abode it. She mounts her chariot with a trice, nor would she stay for no advice, until her maids that were so nice to wait on her were fitted, but ran away herself alone, which when they heard there was not one but hasted after to be gone, as she had been diswitted. Hop and mop and drap so clear, pip and trip and skip that were to Maid their sovereign dear, her special maids of honor, Fib and Tib and Pink and Pin, Tick and Quick and Jill and Jen, Tit and Knit and Wap and Win, the train that wait upon her. Upon a grasshopper they got, and what with amble and with trot, for hedge nor ditch they spared not, but after her they hie them. A cobweb over them they throw, to shield the wind if it should blow. Themselves they wisely could bestow, lest any should espy them. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 20. Gustave Droz, 1832 to 1895. Gustave Droz enjoyed for a time the distinction of being the most popular writer of light literature in France, and his fame extended throughout Europe and to America, several of his books having been translated into English. Essentially a Parisian of the day, gay, droll, adroit, he not only caught and reflected the humor of his countrymen, but with a new, fresh touch reached below the surface of their volatile emotions. Occasionally striking the note of deeper feeling, he avoided, as a rule, the more serious sides of life, as well as the sensational tendencies of most of his contemporaries. His friends claimed for him a distinctive genre, and on that account presented him as a candidate for the Academy, but he failed of election. The son of a well-known sculptor, he was born in Paris and followed the traditions of his family in entering the École des Beaux-Arts, where he developed some aptitude with his brush. But a preference for writing beguiled him from the studio, and an acquaintance with Marcellin, the illustrator, founder of La Vie Parisienne, led him to follow literature. At first he was timid, dreading the test of publication, but presently he gave himself up unreservedly to his pen. Within a year he was established as a favorite of the people, and his friend's journal was on the highway to success. For this he wrote a series of sketches of everyday life that were subsequently collected and published in book form under the titles Monsieur, Madame et Bébé, Entre nous, and La Carrière Bleue de Mademoiselle Cibot. Within 2 years these books had reached their 20th edition, and of the first, nearly 150 editions have been demanded since it was issued. He has written several novels, the best known of which are Babylone, Les Étangs, The Ponds, and Autour d'une Source, Around a Spring, but they did not fully sustain the reputation gained by his short sketches, a fact which induced him in 1884 to return to his earlier form in Tristesse et Sourire, Sorrows and Smiles, a volume of light dissertations on things grave and gay that at once revived his popularity. The peculiarity of the work of Gustave Droz is its delicacy both in humor and pathos. He surprised the French by making them all laugh without making any of them wince. The sharp wits of his day were forgotten in the unalloyed enjoyment of his simple quaintness, in which there was neither affectation nor sarcasm. Yet, as has been said, he was a Parisian of the Parisians, quick to perceive the ludicrous, ready to weep with the afflicted, and to laugh again with the happy. His studies of children are among his best, on account of their extreme naturalness, and are never uninteresting, despite the simplicity of the incidents and observations on which they are founded. In Le Quartier Bleu de Mademoiselle Cibot, he has used striking colors to paint the petty afflictions that beset most lives, but lest these pictures should leave an unpleasant impression, they are set off by others of a happier sort, making a collection that constitutes a most effective lesson in practical philosophy. Selection: How the Baby Was Saved, from The Seamstress's Story, by Gustave Droz. "Yes, Mademoiselle Adele," said the seamstress, "the real happiness of this world is not so unevenly distributed after all." Louise, as she said this, took from the reserve in the bosom of her dress a lot of pins, and applied them deftly to the trimming of a skirt which I was holding for her. "A sufficiently comfortable doctrine," I answered, "but it does seem to me as if some people were born to live and to die unhappy. It is only folks who never find anybody to love enough, and I think it's nobody's fault but their own. But, my good Louise, wouldn't you have suffered much less last year, when you came so near losing your boy, if you hadn't cared so much for him?" I was only drawing her on, you see. Louise's chat was the greatest resource to me at that time. "Why, Mademoiselle Adele, you are surely joking. You'd as well tell me to cut off my feet to save my shoes. You'll know one of these days, and not so far off neither, maybe, how mighty easy and sensible it would be not to love your children. They are a worry, too, but oh, the delight of 'em! I'd like to have had anybody tell me not to love my darling, because it might grieve me, when he lay there in his mother's lap, with blue lips, gasping for his breath, and well nigh dead, his face blackish, and his hands like this piece of wax. You could see that everything was going against him, and with his great big eyes he was staring in my face, until I felt as if the child was tugging at my very heartstrings. I kept smiling at him, though, through the tears that blinded me, hard as I tried to hide them. Oh, such tears are bitter salt indeed, mademoiselle. And there was my poor husband on his knees, making paper figures to amuse him, and singing a funny song he used to laugh at. Now and then the corners of his mouth would pucker, and his cheeks would wrinkle a little bit under the eyes. You could tell he was still amused, but in such a dreamy way. Oh, our child seemed no longer with us, but behind a veil like. Wait a minute. You must excuse me, for I can't help crying when I think of it." And the poor creature drew out her handkerchief and fairly sobbed aloud. In the midst of it, however, she smiled and said, "Well, that's over now. 'Twas nothing, and I'm too silly. And, mademoiselle, here I've gone and cried upon your mother's dress, and that's a pretty business." I took her hand in mine and pressed it. "Aren't you afraid you'll stick yourself, mademoiselle? I've got my needle in that hand," she said playfully. "But you did not mean what you said just now, did you?" "What did I say?" that it would be better not to love your children with all your heart on account of the great anxiety. Don't you know such things are wicked? When they come into your head, your mind wants purifying. But I'm sure I beg your pardon for saying so." "You are entirely right, Louise," I returned. "Ah, so I thought. And now let me see. Let's fix this ruche. Pull it to the left a little, please. But about the sick boy, tell me about his recovery." "That was a miracle. I ought to say 2 miracles. It was a miracle that God restored him to us, and a miracle to find anybody with so much knowledge and feeling, such talent, such a tender heart, and so much I'm speaking of the doctor. A famous one he was too, you must know, for it was no less than Dr. Ferron. Heaven knows how he is run after, and how rich and celebrated he is. Aren't you surprised to hear that it was he who attended our little boy? Indeed, the wonders begin with that. You may imagine my husband was at his wits' end when he saw how it was with the child. And all of a sudden I saw him jump up, get out his best coat and hat, and put them on. 'Where are you going?' I asked. 'To bring Dr. Ferron.' Why, if he had said to bring the Prime Minister, it would have seemed as likely. Don't you believe Dr. Ferron is going to trouble himself about such as we? They will turn you out of doors. But 'twas no use talking, my dear. He was already on the stairs, and I heard him running away as if the house was on fire. Fire indeed! Worse, far worse than any fire. And there I was, left alone with the child upon my knees. He wouldn't stay in bed, and was quieter so, wrapped up in his little blanket. Here will he die, I thought. Soon will his eyes close, and then it will be all over. And I held my own breath to listen to his feeble and oppressed pantings. About an hour had passed, when I heard a rapid step upon the stairs. We are poor and live in attic rooms. The door opened, and my husband came in, wet with perspiration and out of breath. If I live a century, I'll not forget his look when he said, 'Well?' I answered, 'No worse, but the doctor? He's coming.' Oh, those blessed words! It actually seemed as if my child were saved already. If you but knew how folks love their little ones! I kissed the darling, I kissed his father, I laughed, I cried, and I no longer felt the faintest doubt. It is by God's mercy that such gleams of hope are sent to strengthen us in our trials. It was very foolish, too, for something might easily have prevented the doctor's coming after all." "You found him at home, then?" I asked my husband. Then he told me in an undertone what he had done, stopping every now and then to wipe his face and gather breath. "My husband had scarcely uttered these words," continued Louise, "when I heard a step on the stairs. It was he. It was that blessed angel of a doctor, come to help us in our sore distress. And what do you think he said in his deep voice when he got into the room? 'God bless you, my friends, but I nearly broke my neck on those stairs. Where's that child?' 'Here he is, my dear darling doctor.' I knew no better way to speak to him, with his dress cravat showing over his greatcoat, and his decorations dangling like a little bunch of keys at his buttonhole. He took off his wrappings, stooped over the child, turned him over, more gently even than his mother could have done, and laid his own head first against his back, then against his breast. How I tried to read his eyes, but they know how to hide their thoughts. 'We must perform an operation here,' says he, 'and it is high time.' Just at this moment the hospital doctor came in, and whispered to him, 'I'm afraid you didn't want to be disturbed, sir.' 'Oh, never mind. I am sorry it wasn't sooner, though. Get everything ready now.' 'But, Mademoiselle Adele, why should I tell you all this? I'd better mind my work.' 'Oh, go on, Louise, go on.' Well, then, mademoiselle, if you believe me, those two doctors, neither of 'em kin, or even friends till then, went to work and made all the preparations, while my husband went off to borrow lights. The biggest one tied a mattress on the table, and the assistant spread out the bright little knives. You, who have not been through it all, mademoiselle, can't know what it is to have your own little one in your lap, to know that those things are to be used upon him, to pierce his tender flesh, and if the hand that guides them be not sure, that they may kill him. When all was ready, Dr. Faron took off his cravat, then lifted my child from my arms, and laid him on the mattress, in the midst of the lamps, and said to my poor man, "You will hold his head, and your wife his feet. Joseph will pass me the instruments. You've brought a breathing tube with you, my son?" "Yes, sir." My husband was as white as a sheet by this, and when I saw him about to take his place, with his hands shaking so much, it scared me, so I said, "Doctor, please let me hold his head." "But, my poor woman, if you should tremble—" "Please let me do it, doctor." "Be it so, then," and then added with a bright look at me, and a cheering smile, "We shall save him for you, my dear. You are a brave little woman, and you deserve it." Yes, and save him he did. God bless him. Saved him as truly as if he had snatched him from the depths of the river. And you didn't tremble, Louise? You may depend on that. If I had, it would have been the last of my child. How in the world did you keep yourself steady? The Lord knows, but I was like a rock. When you must, I suppose. And you had to behold every detail of that operation? Yes, indeed, and often have I dreamed it over since. His poor little neck laid open, and the veins, which the doctor pushed aside with his fingers, and the little silver tube which he inserted, and all that. And then the face of the child, changing as the air passed into his lungs. You've seen a lamp almost out when you pour in oil? It was like that. They had laid him there but half alive, with his eyes all but set, and they gave him back to me, pale and with bloodless lips, it is true, but with life in his looks, and breathing the free, fresh air. "Kiss him, mother," says the doctor, "and put him to bed. Cover the place with some light thing or other, and Joseph must stay with you tonight, won't you, Joseph? Ah, well, that's all arranged." He put on his things and wrapped himself up to go. He was shaking hands with my husband when I seized one hand and kissed it, like a fool as I was, but I didn't stop to think. He laughed heartily and said to my husband, "Are you not jealous, friend? Your wife is making great advances to me. But I must be off now. Good night, good people." And from that night he always talks so friendly and familiarly to us, not a bit contemptuously either, but as if he liked us and was glad to be of service to us. Selection: A Family New Year's from Monsieur, Madame, and Baby by Gustave Droz. It is barely 7 o'clock. A pale ray of wan light filters through the double curtains, and someone is already at the door. In the next room I hear the stifled laughs and silvery voice of my little child, who trembles with impatience and begs to come. "But, father dear," he cries, "it's baby, it's your own little boy, to wish you Happy New Year." "Come in, darling, come quick, and give me a kiss," I cry. The door opens, and my boy, with shining eyes and his arms in the air, rushes toward the bed. Long curls, escaping from the nightcap which imprisons his blond head, fall over his forehead. His loose nightshirt, embarrassing his little feet, adds to his impatience, and makes him trip at every step. He has crossed the room at last, and stretching his hands towards mine, "Baby wishes you a Happy New Year," he says earnestly. Poor darling, with his bare feet! Come, dear, come and get warm under the covers. Come and hide in the quilt. I draw him to me, but at this movement my wife wakes up suddenly. "How you frightened me! I was dreaming that there was a fire, and these voices in the midst of it. You are indiscreet with your cries." "Our cries. So you forget, dear mamma, that this is New Year's Day. Baby is waiting for you to wake up, and so am I." I wrap up my little man in the soft quilt. I bury him in the eiderdown, and warm his frozen feet with my hands. "Mother dear, this is New Year!" he cries. He draws our two heads together with his arms and kisses us anywhere at random with his fresh lips. I feel his dimpled hand wandering about my neck. His little fingers are entangled in my beard. My mustache pricks the end of his nose. He bursts out laughing and throws his head back. His mother, who has recovered from her fright, draws him into her arms. She pulls the bell. "The year begins well, my dears," she says, "but we need a little light." "Tell me, mamma, do naughty children have presents at New Year's?" says the young dissembler, with an eye on the mountain of boxes and packages visible in the corner, in spite of the gloom. The curtains are drawn apart, the blinds are opened, there is a flood of daylight. The fire crackles gaily on the hearth, and two large packages, carefully wrapped up, are placed on the bed. One is for my wife, the other for the boy. What is it? What will it be? I have heaped up knots and tripled the wrappings, and I watch with delight their nervous fingers, lost in the strings. My wife gets impatient, smiles, is vexed, kisses me, and asks for scissors. Baby on his side bites his lips, pulls with all his might, and at last asks me to help him. He longs to see through the paper. Desire and expectation are painted on his face. The convulsive movement of his hand in the folds of the quilt rustles the silk, and he makes a sound with his lips as though a savory fruit were approaching them. The last paper is off. Finally the cover is lifted. There is an outcry of joy. "My tippet! My menagerie! Like my muff, my dear husband! With a real shepherd on wheels! Dear papa, how I love you!" They hug me. 4 arms at once wind round and press me close. I am stirred. A tear comes to my eyes. 2 come to those of my wife, and baby, who loses his head, utters a sob as he kisses my hand. How absurd, you will say. I don't know whether it is absurd or not, but it is charming, I promise you. After all, does not sorrow wring tears enough from us to make up for the solitary one which joy may call forth? Life is less happy when one chances it alone, and when the heart is empty the way seems long. It is so good to feel oneself loved, to hear the regular steps of one's fellow travelers beside one, and to think, "They are there, our 3 hearts beat together." And once a year, when the great clock strikes the 1st of January, to sit down beside the way with hands clasped together, and eyes fixed upon the dusty, unknown road stretching on to the horizon, and to embrace and say, "We will always love each other, my dear ones. You depend upon me, and I on you. Let us trust and keep straight on." And that is how I explain that we weep a little in looking at a tippet and opening a menagerie. Translated by Jane G. Cook for A Library of the World's Best Literature. Selection: Their Last Excursion, from Making an Omelette, by Gustave Droz, from Lippincott's Magazine, 1871, copyrighted. In this strange, rude interior, how refined and delicate Louise looked, with all her dainty appointments of long undressed kid gloves, jaunty boots, and looped-up petticoat. While I talked to the woodcutters, she shielded her face from the fire with her hands, and kept her eye on the butter beginning to sing in the pan. Suddenly she rose, and taking the pan handle from the old woman, said, "Let me help you make the omelette, will you?" The good woman let go with a smile, and Louise found herself alone, in the attitude of a fisherman who has just had a nibble. She stood in the full light of the fire, her eyes fixed on the melted butter, her arms tense with effort. She was biting her lips, probably in order to increase her strength. "It's rather hard on Madame's little hands," said the old man. "I bet it's the first time you ever made an omelette in a woodcutter's hut. Isn't it, my young lady?" Louise nodded yes, without turning her eyes from the omelette. "The eggs! The eggs!" she suddenly exclaimed, with such a look of uneasiness that we all burst out laughing. "Hurry with the eggs! The butter is all puffing up! Be quick, or I can't answer for the consequences!" The old woman beat the eggs energetically. "The herbs!" cried the old man. "The lard and salt!" cried the young ones. And they all set to work chopping, cutting, piling up, while Louise, stamping with excitement, called out, "Make haste! Make haste!" Then there was a tremendous bubbling in the pan, and the great work began. We were all round the fire, gazing with an anxious interest inspired by our all having had a finger in the pie. The old woman, on her knees beside a large dish, slipped a knife under the edge of the omelette, which was turning a fine brown. "Now, madame, you've only got to turn it over," she said. "Just one little quick blow," suggested the old man. "Mustn't be violent," counseled the young one. "All at once. Tip with it, dear," I said. "If you all talk at once—" "Make haste, madame!" "If you all talk at once I never shall manage it. It is too awfully heavy." "One quick little blow." "But I can't. It's going over. Oh, gracious!" In the heat of action her hood had fallen off. Her cheeks were like a peach, her eyes shone, and though she lamented her fate, she burst into peals of laughter. At last, by a supreme effort, the pan moved, and the omelette rolled over, somewhat heavily, I confess, into the large dish which the old woman was holding. Never did an omelette look better. "I am sure the young lady's arms must be tired," said the old man, as he began cutting a round loaf into enormous slices. "Oh, no, not so very," my wife answered with a merry laugh. "Only I am crazy to taste our omelette." We had seated ourselves round the table. When we had eaten and drunk with the good souls, we rose and made ready to go home. The sun had set, and the whole family came out of the cabin to see us off and say good night. "Don't you want my son to go with you?" the old woman called after us. It was growing dark and chilly under the trees, and we gradually quickened our pace. "Those are happy people," said Louise. "We will come some morning and breakfast with them, shan't we? We can put the baby in one of the donkey panniers, and in the other a large pasty and a bottle of wine. You are not afraid of losing your way, George?" "No, dear, no fear of that." "A pasty and a bottle of wine. What is that?" "Nothing. The stump of a tree." "The stump of a tree, the stump of a tree," she muttered. "Don't you hear something behind us?" "It is only the wind in the leaves, or the breaking of a dead branch." He is fortunate who at night, in the heart of a forest, feels as calm as at his own fireside. You do not tremble, but you feel the silence. Involuntarily you look for eyes peering out of the darkness, and you try to define the confused forms appearing and changing every minute. Something breaks and sounds beneath your tread, and if you stop, you hear the distant melancholy howl of your watchdog, the scream of an owl, and other noises, far and near, not so easily explained. A sense of strangeness surrounds you and weighs you down. If you are alone, you walk faster. If there are two of you, you draw close to your companion. My wife clung to my arm. "Let us turn woodcutters. We could build a pretty little hut, simple but nice enough. I would have curtains to the windows and a carpet, and put my piano in one corner." She spoke very low, and occasionally I felt my hand tremble on her arm. "You would soon get enough of that, dearest." "It isn't fair to say so." And in another minute she went on, "You think I don't love you? You and our boy? Oh, yes, dear, I love you. Yes, yes, yes. The happiness that comes every day can't be expressed. We live on it, so we don't think of it. Like our daily bread. Who thinks of that? But when you are thinking of yourself, when you put your head down and really think, then you say, 'I am ungrateful, for I am happy and I give no thanks for it.' Or when we are alone together, and walking arm in arm now, at this very moment, not that I mean only this moment, I love you, I love you." She put her head down on my arm and pressed it earnestly. "Oh," she said, "if I were to lose you!" She spoke very low, as if afraid. What had frightened her? The darkness and the forest, or her own words? She went on. "I have often and often dreamed that I was saying good-bye to you. You both cried, and I pressed you so close to my heart that there was only one of us. It was a nightmare, you know, but I don't mind it, for it showed me that my life was in your lives, dear. What is that cracking noise? Didn't you see something just in front of us?" I answered her by taking her in my arms and folding her to my heart. We walked on, but it was impossible to go on talking. Every now and then she would stop and say, "Hush! Hark! No, it is nothing." At last we saw ahead of us a little light, now visible, now hidden by a tree. It was the lamp set for us in our parlor window. We crossed the stile and were at home. It was high time, for we were wet through. I brought a huge log, and when the fire had blazed up, we sat down in the great chimney place. The poor girl was shivering. I took off her boots and held her feet to the fire, screening them with my hands. "Thanks, dear George, thanks," she said, leaning on my shoulder and looking at me so tenderly that I felt almost ready to cry. "What were you saying to me in that horrid wood, my darling?" I asked her when she was better. "You were thinking about that? I was frightened, that is all. And when you are frightened you see ghosts. We shall be woodcutters, shan't we?" And kissing me with a laugh, she replied, "It is bedtime, Jean of the woods." I well remember that walk, for it was our last. Often and often since, at sunset on a dark day, I have been over the same ground. Often and often I have stopped where she stood, and stooped and pulled aside the fern, seeking to find, poor fool that I am, the traces of her vanished footsteps. And I have often halted in the clearing under the birches which rained down on us, and there, in the shadow, I have fancied I caught the flutter of her dress. I have thought I heard her startled note of fright. And on my way home at night, at every step, I have found a recollection of her in the distant barking and the breaking branches, as in the trembling of her hand on my arm, and the kiss which I gave her. Once I went into the wood hut. I saw it all as before, the family, the smoky interior, the little bench on which we sat, and I asked for something to drink, that I might see the glass her lips had touched. "The little lady who makes such good omelettes, she isn't sick for sure?" asked the old woman. Probably she saw the tears in my eyes, for she said no more, and I came away. And so it is that except in my heart where she lives and is, all that was my darling grows faint and dark and dim. It is the law of life, but it is a cruel law. Even my poor child is learning to forget. And when I say to him most unwillingly, "Baby dear, do you remember how your mother did this or that?" he answers, "Yes," but I see, alas, that he too is ceasing to remember. Translation of Agnes Irwin. End of section 20. Gustave Droz.
Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recording by Avai in May 2021. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 21. Selected Excerpts from Tropical Africa by Henry Drummond, born 1851. One of the most widely read of modern essayists, Henry Drummond, was born at Stirling, Scotland in 1851. Educated for the ministry, he passed through the universities of Edinburgh and Tübingen and the Free Church Divinity Hall, and after ordination was appointed to a mission chapel at Malta. The beauty and the historic interest of the famous island roused in him a desire for travel, and in the intervals of his professional work, he has made semi-scientific pilgrimages to the Rocky Mountains and to South Africa, as well as lecturing tours to Canada, Australia, and the United States, where his addresses on scientific, religious, and sociological subjects have attracted large audiences. A man of indefatigable industry, he has published many books, the most widely read of these being Natural Law in the Spiritual World, a study of psychological conditions from the point of view of the evolutionist. This work has passed through a large number of editions and been translated into French, German, Dutch, and Norwegian. Scarcely less popular were The Greatest Thing in the World, Love, and Pax Vobiscum. In 1894 he published a volume called The Ascent of Man, in which he insists that certain altruistic factors modify the process of natural selection. This doctrine elicited much critical commentary from the stricter sects of the scientists, but the new view commended itself at once to the general reader. The citations here given are selected from Mr. Drummond's book of travels, Tropical Africa, a book whose simplicity and vividness enable the reader to see the dark continent exactly as it is. The Country and Its People, from Tropical Africa. Nothing could more wildly misrepresent the reality than the idea of one's school days that the heart of Africa is a desert. Africa rises from its 3 environing oceans in 3 great tiers, and the general physical geography of these has been already sketched. First, a coastline, low and deadly. Farther in, a plateau the height of the Scottish Grampians. Farther in still, a higher plateau, covering the country for thousands of miles with mountain and valley. Now fill in this sketch, and you have Africa before you. Cover the coast belt with rank yellow grass, dot here and there a palm, scatter through it a few demoralized villages, and stock it with the leopard, the hyena, the crocodile, and the hippopotamus. Close the mountainous plateau next, both of them, with endless forests, not grand umbrageous forest like the forests of South America, nor matted jungle like the forests of India, but with thin, rather weak forest, with forest of low trees, whose half-grown trunks and scanty leaves offer no shade from the tropical sun. Nor is there anything in these trees to the casual eye to remind you that you are in the tropics. Here and there one comes upon a borassus or fan palm, a candelabra-like euphorbia, a mimosa aflame with color, or a sepulchral baobab. A close inspection also will discover curious creepers and climbers, and among the branches strange orchids hide their eccentric flowers. But the outward type of tree is the same as we have at home, trees resembling the ash, the beech, and the elm, only seldom so large, except by the streams, and never so beautiful. Day after day you may wander through these forests, with nothing except the climate to remind you where you are. The beasts, to be sure, are different, but unless you watch for them, you will seldom see any. The birds are different, but you rarely hear them, and as for the rocks, they are our own familiar gneisses and granites, with honest basalt dikes boring through them, and leopard skin lichens staining their weathered sides. Thousands and thousands of miles, then, of vast, thin forest, shadeless, trackless, voiceless, forest in mountain and forest in plain. This is East Central Africa. The indiscriminate praise formerly lavished on tropical vegetation has received many shocks from recent travelers. In Kaffir Land, South Africa, I have seen one or two forests fine enough to justify the enthusiasm of armchair word painters of the tropics, but so far as the Central Plateau is concerned, the careful judgment of Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace respecting the equatorial belt in general, a judgment which has at once sobered all modern descriptions of tropical lands and made imaginative people more content to stay at home, applies almost to this whole area. The fairy labyrinth of ferns and palms, the festoons of climbing plants blocking the paths and scenting the forests with their resplendent flowers, the gorgeous clouds of insects, the gaily plumaged birds, the paroquets, the monkey swimming from his trapeze in the shaded bowers, these are unknown to Africa. Once a week you will see a palm. Once in 3 months the monkey will cross your path. The flowers on the whole are few, the trees are poor, and to be honest, though the endless forest-clad mountains have a sublimity of their own, and though there are tropical bits along some of the mountain streams of exquisite beauty, nowhere is there anything in grace and sweetness and strength to compare with a highland glen. For the most part of the year these forests are jaded and sun-stricken, carpeted with no moss or alchemilla or scented woodruff, the bare trunks frescoed with few lichens, their motionless and unrefreshed leaves drooping sullenly from their sapless boughs. Flowers are there, small and great in endless variety, but there is no display of flowers, no gorgeous show of blossom in the mass, as when the blazing gorse and heather bloom at home. The dazzling glare of the sun in the torrid zone has perhaps something to do with this want of color effect in tropical nature, for there is always about 10 minutes just after sunset when the whole tone of the landscape changes like magic, and a singular beauty steals over the scene. This is the sweetest moment of the African day, and night hides only too swiftly the home-like softness and repose so strangely grateful to the overstimulated eye. Hidden away in these endless forests like birds' nests in a wood, in terror of one another and of their common foe the slaver, are small native villages. And here, in his virgin simplicity, dwells primeval man, without clothes, without civilization, without learning, without religion, the genuine child of nature, thoughtless, careless, and contented. This man is apparently quite happy, he has practically no wants. 1 stick, pointed, makes him a spear, 2 sticks rubbed together make him a fire, 50 sticks tied together make him a house. The bark he peels from them makes his clothes, the fruits which hang on them form his food. It is perfectly astonishing, when one thinks of it, what nature can do for the animal man, to see with what small capital, after all, a human being can get through the world. I once saw an African buried. According to the custom of his tribe, his entire earthly possessions, and he was an average commoner, were buried with him. Into the grave, after the body, were lowered the dead man's pipe, then a rough knife, then a mud bowl, and last his bow and arrows, the bowstring cut through the middle, a touching symbol that its work was done. This was all. 4 items, as an auctioneer would say, were the whole belongings for half a century of this human being. No man knows what a man is till he has seen what a man can be without, and be withal a man. That is to say, no man knows how great man is till he has seen how small he has been once. The African is often blamed for being lazy, but it is a misuse of words. He does not need to work. With so bountiful a nature round him, it would be gratuitous to work. And his indolence, therefore, as it is called, is just as much a part of himself as his flat nose, and as little blameworthy as slowness in a tortoise. The fact is, Africa is a nation of the unemployed. The East African Lake Country. From Tropical Africa. Somewhere in the Chiré Highlands, in 1859, Livingstone saw a large lake, Lake Shirwa, which is still almost unknown. It lies away to the east, and is bounded by a range of mountains whose lofty summits are visible from the hills round Blantyre. Thinking it might be a useful initiation to African travel if I devoted a short time to its exploration, I set off one morning, accompanied by 2 members of the Blantyre staff and a small retinue of natives. Steering across country in the direction in which it lay, we found, 2 days before seeing the actual water, that we were already on the ancient bed of the lake. Though now clothed with forest, the whole district has obviously been under water at a comparatively recent period, and the shores of Lake Shirwa probably reached at one time to within a few miles of Blantyre itself. On reaching the lake, a very aged female chief came to see us, and told us how, long, long ago, a white man came to her village and gave her a present of cloth. Of the white man, who must have been Livingstone, she spoke very kindly, and indeed, wherever David Livingstone's footsteps are crossed in Africa, the fragrance of his memory seems to remain. The waters of Shirwa are brackish to the taste and undrinkable, but the saltness must have a peculiar charm for game, for nowhere else in Africa did I see such splendid herds of the larger animals as here. The zebra was especially abundant, and so unaccustomed to be disturbed are these creatures that with a little care one could watch their movements safely within a very few yards. It may seem unorthodox to say so, but I do not know if among the larger animals there is anything handsomer in creation than the zebra. At close quarters, his striped coat is all but as fine as the tiger's, while the form and movement of his body are in every way nobler. The gait, certainly, is not to be compared for gracefulness with that of the many species of antelope and deer who nibble the grass beside him, and one can never quite forget that scientifically he is an ass, but taking him all in all, this fleet and beautiful animal ought to have a higher place in the regard of man than he has yet received. We were much surprised, considering that this region is almost uninhabited, to discover near the lake shore a native path so beaten, and so recently beaten by multitudes of human feet, that it could only represent some trunk route through the continent. Following it for a few miles, we soon discovered its function. It was one of the great slave routes through Africa. Signs of the horrid traffic became visible on every side, and from symmetrical arrangements of small piles of stones and freshly cut twigs, planted semaphore-wise upon the path, our native guides made out that a slave caravan was actually passing at the time. We were in fact between 2 portions of it, the stones and twigs being telegraphic signals between front and rear. Our natives seemed much alarmed at this discovery, and refused to proceed unless we promised not to interfere, a proceeding which, had we attempted it, would simply have meant murder for ourselves and slavery for them. Next day, from a hilltop, we saw the slave encampment far below, and the ghastly procession marshalling for its march to the distant coast, which many of the hundreds who composed it would never reach alive. Talking of native footpaths leads me to turn aside for a moment to explain to the uninitiated the true mode of African travel. In spite of all the books that have been lavished upon us by our great explorers, few people seem to have any accurate understanding of this most simple process. Some have the impression that everything is done in bullock wagons, an idea borrowed from the Cape, but hopelessly inapplicable to Central Africa, where a wheel at present would be as great a novelty as a polar bear. Others, at the opposite extreme, suppose that the explorer works along solely by compass, making a bee-line for his destination and steering his caravan through the trackless wilderness like a ship at sea. Now, it may be a surprise to the unenlightened to learn that probably no explorer enforcing his passage through Africa has ever, for more than a few days at a time, been off some beaten track. Probably no country in the world, civilized or uncivilized, is better supplied with paths than this unmapped continent. Every village is connected with some other village, every tribe with the next tribe, every state with its neighbor, and therefore with all the rest. The explorer's business is simply to select from this network of tracks, keep a general direction, and hold on his way. Let him begin at Zanzibar, plant his foot on a native footpath, and set his face towards Tanganyika. In 8 months he will be there. He has simply to persevere. From village to village he will be handed on, zigzagging it may be, sometimes, to avoid the impassable barriers of nature or the rarer perils of hostile tribes, but never taking to the woods, never guided solely by the stars, never in fact leaving a beaten track, till hundreds and hundreds of miles are between him and the sea, and his interminable footpath ends with a canoe on the shores of Tanganyika. Crossing the lake, landing near some native village, he picks up the thread once more. Again he plods on and on, now on foot, now by canoe, but always keeping his line of villages, until one day, suddenly, he sniffs the sea breeze again, and his faithful foot-wide guide lands him on the Atlantic seaboard. Nor is there any art in finding out these successive villages with their intercommunicating links. He must find them out. A whole army of guides, servants, carriers, soldiers, and camp followers accompany him in his march, and this nondescript regiment must be fed. Indian corn, cassava, mawir, beans, and bananas, these do not grow wild even in Africa. Every meal has to be bought and paid for in cloth and beads, and scarcely 3 days can pass without a call having to be made at some village where the necessary supplies can be obtained. A caravan, as a rule, must live from hand to mouth, and its march becomes simply a regulated procession through a chain of markets. Not, however, that there are any real markets. There are neither bazaars nor stores in native Africa. Thousands of the villages through which the traveler eats his way may never have victualled a caravan before. But with the chief's consent, which is usually easily purchased for a showy present, the villagers unlock their larders, the women flock to the grinding stones, and basketfuls of food are swiftly exchanged for unknown equivalents in beads and calico. The native tracks which I have just described are the same in character all over Africa. They are veritable footpaths, never over a foot in breadth, beaten as hard as adamant, and rutted beneath the level of the forest bed by centuries of native traffic. As a rule, these footpaths are marvelously direct. Like the roads of the old Romans, they run straight on through everything, ridge and mountain and valley, never shying at obstacles, nor anywhere turning aside to breathe. Yet within this general straightforwardness there is a singular eccentricity and indirectness in detail. Although the African footpath is on the whole a bee-line, no 50 yards of it are ever straight. And the reason is not far to seek. If a stone is encountered, no native will ever think of removing it. Why should he? It is easier to walk around it. The next man who comes that way will do the same. He knows that 100 men are following him. He looks at the stone. A moment and it might be unearthed and tossed aside, but no, he also holds on his way. It is not that he resents the trouble, it is the idea that is wanting. It would no more occur to him that that stone was a displaceable object, and that for the general weal he might displace it, than that its feldspar was of the orthoclase variety. Generations and generations of men have passed that stone, and it still waits for a man with an altruistic idea. But it would be a very stony country indeed, and Africa is far from stony, that would wholly account for the aggravating obliqueness and indecision of the African footpath. Probably each 4 miles, on an average path, is spun out, by an infinite series of minor sinuosities, to 5 or 6. Now, these deflections are not meaningless. Each has some history, a history dating back perhaps 1,000 years, but to which all clue has centuries ago been lost. The leading cause probably is fallen trees. When a tree falls across a path, no man ever removes it. As in the case of the stone, the native goes round it. It is too green to burn in his hut. Before it is dry and the white ants have eaten it, the new detour has become part and parcel of the path. The smaller irregularities, on the other hand, represent the trees and stumps of the primeval forest where the track was made at first. But whatever the cause, it is certain that for persistent straightforwardness in the general and utter vacillation and irresolution in the particular, the African roads are unique in engineering. Though one of the smaller African lakes, Gervais is probably larger than all the lakes of Great Britain put together. With the splendid environment of mountains on 3 of its sides, softened and distanced by perpetual summer haze, it reminds one somewhat of the great Salt Lake simmering in the July sun. We pitched our tent for a day or 2 on its western shore, among a harmless and surprised people who had never gazed on the pallid countenances of Englishmen before. Owing to the ravages of the slaver, the people of Gervais are few, scattered and poor, and live in abiding terror. The densest population is to be found on the small island, heavily timbered with baobabs, which forms a picturesque feature of the northern end. These Wa-Nyassa, or people of the lake, as they call themselves, have been driven away by fear, and they rarely leave their lake dwelling unless under cover of night. Even then they are liable to capture by any man of a stronger tribe who happens to meet them, and numbers who have been kidnapped in this way are to be found in the villages of neighboring chiefs. This is an amenity of existence in Africa that strikes one as very terrible. It is impossible for those at home to understand how literally savage man is a chattel, and how much his life is spent in the mere safeguarding of his main asset, that is, himself. There are actually districts in Africa where 3 natives cannot be sent on a message, in case 2 should combine and sell the 3rd before they return. White ants, from tropical Africa. The termite or white ant is a small insect with a bloated yellowish-white body and a somewhat large thorax, oblong-shaped and colored a disagreeable oily brown. The flabby, tallow-like body makes this insect sufficiently repulsive, but it is for quite another reason that the white ant is the most abused of all living vermin in warm countries. The termite lives almost exclusively upon wood, and the moment a tree is cut or a log sawn for any economical purpose, this insect is upon its track. One may never see the insect, possibly in the flesh, for it lives underground, but its ravages confront one at every turn. You build your house, perhaps, and for a few months fancy you have pitched upon the one solitary site in the country where there are no white ants. But one day suddenly the doorpost totters, and lintel and rafters come down together with a crash. You look at a section of the wrecked timbers, and discover that the whole inside is eaten clean away. The apparently solid logs of which the rest of the house is built are now mere cylinders of bark, and through the thickest of them you could push your little finger. Furniture, tables, chairs, chests of drawers, everything made of wood is inevitably attacked, and in a single night a strong trunk is often riddled through and turned into matchwood. There is no limit, in fact, to the depredation by these insects, and they will eat books or leather or cloth or anything, and in many parts of Africa I believe if a man lay down to sleep with a wooden leg, it would be a heap of sawdust in the morning. So much feared is this insect now that no one in certain parts of India and Africa ever attempts to travel with such a thing as a wooden trunk. On the Tanganyika plateau I have camped on ground which was as hard as adamant, and as innocent of white ants apparently as the pavement of St. Paul's, and wakened next morning to find a stout wooden box almost gnawed to pieces. Leather portmanteaus share the same fate, and the only substances which seem to defy the marauders are iron and tin. But what has this to do with earth or with agriculture? The most important point in the work of the white ant remains to be noted. I have already said that the white ant is never seen. Why he should have such a repugnance to being looked at is at first sight a mystery, seeing that he himself is stone blind. But his coyness is really due to the desire for self-protection, for the moment his juicy body shows itself above ground, there are a dozen enemies waiting to devour it. And yet the white ant can never procure any food until it comes above ground. Nor will it meet the case for the insect to come to the surface under the shadow of night. Night in the tropics, so far as animal life is concerned, is as the day. It is the great feeding time, the great fighting time, the carnival of the carnivores, and of all beasts, birds, and insects of prey, from the least to the greatest. It is clear then that darkness is no protection to the white ant, and yet without coming out of the ground it cannot live. How does it solve the difficulty? It takes the ground out along with it. I have seen white ants working on the top of a high tree, and yet they were underground. They took up some of the ground with them to the tree top, just as the Eskimo heap up snow, building it into the low tunnel huts in which they live, so the white ants collect earth, only in this case not from the surface, but from some depth underneath the ground, and plaster it into tunneled ways. Occasionally these run along the ground, but more often mount in endless ramifications to the top of trees, meandering along every branch and twig, and here and there debouching into large covered chambers which occupy half the girth of the trunk. Millions of trees in some districts are thus fantastically plastered over with tubes, galleries, and chambers of earth, and many pounds weight of subsoil must be brought up for the mining of even a single tree. The building material is conveyed by the insects up a central pipe with which all the galleries communicate, and which at the downward end connects with a series of subterranean passages leading deep into the earth. The method of building the tunnels and covered ways is as follows. At the foot of a tree the tiniest hole cautiously opens in the ground close to the bark. A small head appears, with a grain of earth clasped in its jaws. Against the tree trunk this earth grain is deposited, and the head is withdrawn. Presently it reappears with another grain of earth. This is laid beside the first, rammed tight against it, and again the builder descends underground for more. The third grain is not placed against the tree, but against the former grain. A fourth, a fifth, and a sixth follow, and the plan of the foundation begins to suggest itself as soon as these are in position. The stones, or grains, or pellets of earth are arranged in a semicircular wall, the termite, now assisted by 3 or 4 others, standing in the middle between the sheltering wall and the tree, and working briskly with head and mandible to strengthen the position. The wall, in fact, forms a small moon rampart, and as it grows higher and higher, it soon becomes evident that it is going to grow from a low battlement into a long perpendicular tunnel running up the side of the tree. The workers, safely ensconced inside, are now carrying up the structure with great rapidity, disappearing in turn as soon as they have laid their stone, and rushing off to bring up another. The way in which the building is done is extremely cautious, and one could watch the movement of these wonderful little masons by the hour. Each stone as it is brought to the top is first of all covered with mortar. Of course, without this the whole tunnel would crumble into dust before reaching the height of half an inch, but the termite pours over the stone a moist, sticky secretion, turning the grain round and round with its mandibles until the whole is covered with slime. Then it places the stone with great care upon the top of the wall, works it about vigorously for a moment or two until it is well jammed into its place, and then starts off instantly for another load. Peering over the growing wall, one soon discovers 1, 2, or more termites of a somewhat larger build, considerably longer, and with a very different arrangement of the parts of the head, and especially of the mandibles. These important-looking individuals saunter about the rampart in the most leisurely way, but yet with a certain air of business, as if perhaps the one was the master of works and the other the architect. But closer observation suggests that they are in no wise superintending operations, nor in any immediate way contributing to the structure, for they take not the slightest notice either of the workers or the works. They are posted there in fact as sentries, and there they stand or promenade about at the mouth of every tunnel, like Sister Anne, to see if anybody is coming. Sometimes somebody does come, in the shape of another ant, the real ant this time, not a defenseless Neuropteron, but some valiant and belted knight from the warlike Formicidae. Singly or in troops, this rapacious little insect, fearless in its chitinous coat of mail, charges down the tree trunk, its antennae waving defiance to the enemy and its cruel mandibles thirsting for termite blood. The worker white ant is a poor defenseless creature, and blind and unarmed would fall an immediate prey to these well-drilled banditti, who forage about in every tropical forest in unnumbered legion. But at the critical moment, like Goliath from the Philistines, the soldier termite advances to the fight. With a few sweeps of its scythe-like jaws it clears the ground, and while the attacking party is carrying off its dead, the builders, unconscious of the fray, quietly continue their work. To every 100 workers in a white ant colony, which numbers many thousands of individuals, there are perhaps 2 of these fighting men. The division of labor here is very wonderful, and the fact that besides these 2 specialized forms there are in every nest 2 other kinds of the same insect, the kings and queens, shows the remarkable height to which civilization in these communities has attained. But where is this tunnel going to, and what object have the insects in view in ascending this lofty tree? 30 feet from the ground, across innumerable forks, at the end of a long branch, are a few feet of dead wood. How the ants know it is there, how they know its sap has dried up, and that it is now fit for the termites' food, is a mystery. Possibly they do not know, and are only prospecting on the chance. The fact that they sometimes make straight for the decaying limb argues in these instances a kind of definite instinct, but on the other hand the fact that in most cases the whole tree, in every branch and limb, is covered with termite tunnels, would show perhaps that they work most commonly on speculation, while the number of abandoned tunnels, ending on a sound branch in a cul-de-sac, proves how often they must suffer the usual disappointments of all such adventurers. The extent to which these insects carry on their tunneling is quite incredible, until one has seen it in nature with his own eyes. The tunnels are perhaps about the thickness of a small-sized gas pipe, but there are junctions here and there of large dimensions, and occasionally patches of earthwork are found embracing nearly the whole trunk for some feet. The outside of these tunnels, which are never quite straight, but wander irregularly along stem and branch, resembles in texture a coarse sandpaper, and the color, although this naturally varies with the soil, is usually a reddish brown. The quantity of earth and mud plastered over a single tree is often enormous, and when one thinks that it is not only an isolated specimen here and there that is frescoed in this way, but often all the trees of a forest, some idea will be formed of the magnitude of the operations of these insects, and the extent of their influence upon the soil which they are thus ceaselessly transporting from underneath the ground. In traveling through the great forests of the Rocky Mountains or of the Western States, the broken branches and fallen trunks, strewing the ground breast high with all sorts of decaying litter, frequently make locomotion impossible. To attempt to ride through these western forests with their meshwork of interlocked branches and decaying trunks is often out of the question, and one has to dismount and drag his horse after him as if he were clambering through a woodyard. But in an African forest not a fallen branch is seen. One is struck at first at a certain clean look about the great forests of the interior, a novel and unaccountable cleanness, as if the forest bed was carefully swept and dusted daily by unseen elves. And so indeed it is. Scavengers of 100 kinds remove decaying animal matter, from the carcass of a fallen elephant to the broken wing of a gnat, eating it or carrying out of sight and burying it in the deodorizing earth. And these countless millions of termites perform a similar function for the vegetable world, making away with all plants and trees, all stems, twigs, and tissues, the moment the finger of decay strikes the signal. Constantly in these woods one comes across what appear to be sticks and branches and bundles of faggots, but when closely examined they are seen to be mere casts in mud. From these hollow tubes, which preserve the original form of the branch down to the minutest knot or fork, the ligneous tissue is often entirely removed, while others are met with in all stages of demolition. There is the section of an actual specimen which is not yet completely destroyed, and from which the mode of attack may be easily seen. The insects start apparently from two centers. One company attacks the inner bark, which is the favorite morsel, leaving the coarse outer bark untouched, or more usually replacing it with grains of earth, atom by atom, as they eat it away. The inner bark is gnawed off likewise as they go along, but the woody tissue beneath is allowed to remain, to form a protective sheath for the second company, who begin work at the center. This second contingent eats its way outward and onward, leaving a thin tube of the outer wood to the last, as props to the mine, till they have finished the main excavation. When a fallen trunk lying upon the ground is the object of attack, the outer cylinder is frequently left quite intact, and it is only when one tries to drag it off to his campfire that he finds to his disgust that he is dealing with a mere hollow tube, a few lines in thickness, filled up with mud. But the works above ground represent only a part of the labors of these slow-moving but most industrious of creatures. The arboreal tubes are only the prolongation of a much more elaborate system of subterranean tunnels, which extend over large areas and mine the earth sometimes to a depth of many feet or even yards. The material excavated from these underground galleries and from the succession of domed chambers, used as nurseries or granaries, to which they lead, has to be thrown out upon the surface. And it is from these materials that the huge ant-hills are reared, which form so distinctive a feature of the African landscape. These heaps and mounds are so conspicuous that they may be seen for miles, and so numerous are they, and so useful as cover to the sportsman, that without them in certain districts hunting would be impossible. The first things indeed to strike the traveller in entering the interior are the mounds of the white ant, now dotting the plain in groups like a small cemetery, now rising into mounds, singly or in clusters, each 30 or 40 feet in diameter and 10 or 15 in height, or again standing out against the sky like obelisks, their bare sides carved and fluted into all sorts of fantastic shapes. In India these ant heaps seldom attain a height of more than a couple of feet, but in Central Africa they form veritable hills and contain many tons of earth. The brick houses of the Scotch mission station on Lake Nyassa have all been built out of a single ant's nest, and the quarry from which the material has been derived forms a pit beside the settlement some dozen feet in depth. A supply of bricks as large again could probably still be taken from this convenient depot, and onwards to Victoria Nyanza have been similarly indebted to the labours of the termites. In South Africa the Zulus and Kafirs pave all their huts with white ant earth, and during the Boer War our troops in Pretoria, by scooping out the interior from the smaller beehive-shaped ant heaps and covering the top with clay, constantly used them as ovens. These ant heaps may be said to abound over the whole interior of Africa, and there are several distinct species. The most peculiar, as well as the most ornate, is a small variety from 1 to 2 feet in height, which occurs in myriads along the shores of Lake Tanganyika. It is built in symmetrical tiers, and resembles a pile of small rounded hats, one above another, the rims depending like eaves and sheltering the body of the hill from rain. To estimate the amount of earth per acre raised from the waterline of the subsoil by white ants would not in some districts be an impossible task, and it would be found, probably, that the quantity at least equaled that manipulated annually in temperate regions by the earthworm. These mounds, however, are more than mere waste heaps. Like the corresponding region underground, they are built into a meshwork of tunnels, galleries, and chambers, where the social interests of the community are attended to. The most spacious of these chambers, usually far underground, is very properly allocated to the head of the society, the queen. The queen termite is a very rare insect, and as there are seldom more than 1 or at most 2 to a colony, and as the royal apartments are hidden far in the earth, few persons have ever seen a queen, and indeed most, if they did happen to come across it, from its very singular appearance would refuse to believe that it had any connection with white ants. It possesses indeed the true termite head, but there the resemblance to the other members of the family stops, for the size of the head bears about the same proportion to the rest of the body as does the tuft on his Glengarry bonnet to a 6-foot Highlander. The phenomenal corpulence of the royal body in the case of the queen termite is possibly due in part to want of exercise, for once seated upon her throne she never stirs to the end of her days. She lies there, a large, loathsome, cylindrical package, 2 or 3 inches long, in shape like a sausage, and as white as a bolster. Her one duty in life is to lay eggs, and it must be confessed she discharges her function with complete success, for in a single day her progeny often amounts to many thousands, and for months this enormous fecundity never slackens. The body increases slowly in size, and through the transparent skin the long folded ovary may be seen, with the eggs, impelled by a peristaltic motion, passing onward for delivery to the workers, who are waiting to carry them to the nurseries, where they are hatched. Assiduous attention meantime is paid to the queen by other workers, who feed her diligently, with much self-denial stuffing her with morsel after morsel from their own jaws. A guard of honor in the shape of a few of the larger soldier ants is also in attendance, as a last and almost unnecessary precaution. In addition finally to the soldiers, workers, and queen, the royal chamber has also one other inmate, the king. He is a very ordinary-looking insect, about the same size as the soldiers, but the arrangement of the parts of the head and body is widely different, and like the queen, he is furnished with eyes. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 22. William Drummond of Hawthornden, 1585 to 1649. It seems to be the mission of many writers to illuminate contemporary literature and so to light the way for future students, rather than to make any vital contribution to the achievement of their time. Such writers reflect the culture of their own day and represent its ideals, and although their creative work may be slight, their loss to literature would be serious. Among these lesser men stands that sincere poet, Drummond of Hawthornden. In Scotland under the Stuarts, when the vital energy of the land was concentrated upon politics and theology, native literature was reduced to a mere reflection of the pre-Spenserian classicism of England. Into this waste of correct mediocrity entered the poetry of William Drummond, an avowed and enthusiastic follower of the Elizabethan school, a finished scholar, one of the typical Scottish gentlemen who were then making Scottish history. Courtier and trifler though he was, however, he showed himself so true a poet of nature that his felicities of phrase seemed to anticipate the sensuous realism of Keats and his successors. William Drummond, born in 1585, was a cadet of the historic house which in 1357 gave in marriage to King Robert III the beautiful Annabella Drummond, who was destined to become the ancestress of the royal Stuarts of Scotland and England. In his own day, the family, whose head was the Earl of Perth, was powerful in Scottish affairs, and the history of the clan Drummond would be largely a history of the events which led to the Protectorate. Throughout the storm and stress that preceded the Civil War, Drummond was a loyalist, though at one time he appeared to be identified with the Covenanters. His literary influence, which was considerable, was always thrown on the side of the king, while the term Drummondism was a popular synonym for the conservative policy. Throughout the struggle, however, Drummond seems to have been forced into activity by circumstances rather than by choice. He had the instincts of a recluse and a scholar. He delighted in the society of literary men, and he was much engrossed in philosophical speculations. In spite of the difficulties of distance, he managed to keep abreast of the thought of literary London, the London of Drayton and Webster, of Beaumont, Fletcher, Massinger, and Ford. His chief satisfaction was to know that his own work was not unacceptable to this brilliant group, and one of the great pleasures of his life was a visit from Ben Jonson, who, making a walking tour to Scotland, found at Hawthornden that congenial hospitality in which his soul delighted. Of this famous visit, as of other important events, Drummond kept a record in which he set down his guests' behavior, opinions, and confidential sayings. Warmly as he admired Jonson's genius, he found his personality oppressive and entrusted his criticisms to his diary. When this was published, more than a century later, the gentle Scot was accused of bad taste, breach of confidence, and disloyalty to friendship. But his defense lies in the fact that the book was meant for no eyes but his own, and that the intimacy and candor of its revelations were intended to preserve his recollections of a memorable experience. If this environment was not entirely favorable to literary excellences, it is yet very likely that Drummond developed the full measure of his gift. He expressed the spirit of the more imaginative generation which succeeded a hard and fettered predecessor, and it is for this that literature owes him its peculiar debt. His career began in his 29th year with the publication of an elegy on the death of Henry, Prince of Wales, eldest son of James I. This poem, under the title Tears on the Death of Miltiades, appeared in 1613 and reached a third edition within a 12-month. Its 200 lines show the finished versification of the scholar, with much poetic grace. It was a product of the Spenserian school, and emphasized the fact that the representative literature of the land had abandoned the Scottish dialect for English forms. Drummond's second volume of poems commemorated the death of his wife and his love of her. It is in this work that the ultimate mood of the poet appears. Much beauty of form, a delightful sensitiveness to nature, a luxuriance of color, and a finely tempered thoughtfulness pervade the poems. His next production, celebrating the visit of James I to his native land, was entitled Fourth Feasting, and represented the Forth and all its borders as rejoicing in the presence of their king. To the reader of today, the panegyric sounds fulsome and the poetry stilted, and the once famous book has now merely an archaic interest. Drummond's reputation is based upon the poems and upon the Jeremy Taylor-like Cypress Grove, published in 1623 in connection with the religious verses called Flowers of Sion. Cypress Grove is an essay on death, akin in spirit to the religious temper of the Middle Ages, and in philosophic breadth to the diviner mood of Plato. Only a mind of a high order would have conceived so beautiful and lofty a meditation on the final mystery. This brief essay marks the utmost reach of Drummond's mind, and shows the strength of that serene spirituality which could thus hold its way undisturbed by the sectarian bitterness that fixed a great gulf between England and Scotland. The history of the five Jameses, which Drummond was 10 years in compiling, and which was not published until 6 years after his death, added nothing to his reputation. It lacked alike the diligent minuteness of the chronicler and the broader view of the historian. Many minor papers on the state of religion and politics, chief of which is the political tract Irene, showed Drummond's aggressive interest in contemporary affairs. It is not generally known that this gentle scholar was also an inventor of military engines. In 1626, Charles I engaged him to produce 16 machines and not a few inventions besides. The biographers have remained curiously ignorant of this phase of his activity, but the state papers show that the king named him, quote, "our faithful subject, William Drummond of Hawthornden," end quote. He died in 1649, his death being hastened, it was said, by his passion of grief over the martyrdom of King Charles. Sextain. The heaven doth not contain so many stars, so many leaves not prostrate lie in woods, when autumn's old and boreas sounds its wars, so many waves have not the ocean floods, as my rent mind hath torments all the night, and heart spins sighs when Phoebus brings the light. Why should I have been partner of the light, who, crossed in birth by bad aspect of stars, have never since had happy day or night? Why was not I a liver in the woods, or citizen of Thetis' crystal floods, than made a man for love and fortune's wars? I look each day when death should end the wars, uncivil wars, twixt sense and reason's light. My pains I count to mountains, meads, and floods, and of my sorrow partners make the stars. All desolate I haunt the fearful woods, when I should give myself to rest at night. With watchful eyes I ne'er behold the night, mother of peace, but, to me, of wars, and Cynthia, queen-like, shining through the woods, when straight those lamps come in my thought, whose light my judgment dazzled, passing brightest stars, and then mine eyes enile themselves with floods. Turn to their springs again, first shall the floods. Clear shall the sun the sad and gloomy night. To dance about the pole cease shall the stars. The elements renew their ancient wars, shall first, and be deprived of place and light, ere I find rest in city, fields, or woods. End these my days, indwellers of the woods. Take this my life, ye deep and raging floods. Sun, never rise to clear me with thy light. Horror and darkness, keep a lasting night. Consume me, care, with thy intestine wars, and stay your influence o'er me, bright stars. In vain the stars, indwellers of the woods, care, horror, wars, I call, and raging floods, for all have sworn no night shall dim my sight. Madrigal. This world a hunting is, the prey poor man. The Nimrod fierce is death. His speedy greyhounds are lust, sickness, envy, care, strife that never falls amiss, with all those ills which haunt us while we breathe. Now if by chance we fly of these the eager chase, old age and stealing pace cast up his nets, and there we panting die. Reason and feeling. I know that all beneath the moon decays, and what by mortals in this world is brought in time's great periods shall return to naught, that fairest states have fatal nights and days. I know that all the muses' heavenly lays, with toil of spirit, which are so dearly bought, as idle sounds, of few or none are sought, that there is nothing lighter than vain praise. I know frail beauty, like the purple flower, to which one morn oft birth and death affords, that love a jarring is of mind's accords, where sense and will in vassal reason's power. Know what I list, all this cannot me move, but that, alas, I both must write and love. Degeneracy of the world. What hapless hap had I for to be born in these unhappy times and dying days of this now doting world, when good decays, love's quite extinct, and virtues held a scorn, when such are only prized by wretched ways, who with a golden fleece them can adorn, when avarice and lust are counted praise, and bravest minds live orphan-like forlorn. Why was not I born in that golden age, when gold was not yet known, and those black arts by which base worldlings vilely play their parts, with horrid acts staining earth's stately stage? To have been then, O heaven, 'thad been my bliss. But bless me now, and take me soon from this. The briefness of life. Look how the flower which lingeringly doth fade, the morning's darling late, the summer's queen, spoiled of that juice which kept it fresh and green, as high as it did raise, bows low the head. Right so, my life, contentment being dead, or in their contraries but only seen, with swifter speed declines than erst it spread, and blasted scarce now shows what it hath been. As doth the pilgrim, therefore, whom the night by darkness should imprison on his way, think on thy home, my soul, and think aright of what's yet left thee of life's wasting day. Thy sun posts westward, past is thy morn, and twice it is not given thee to be born. The Universe. Of this fair volume, which we world do name, if we the leaves and sheets could turn with care, of him who it corrects and did its frame, we clear might read the art and wisdom rare, find out his power, which wildest powers doth tame, his providence extending everywhere, his justice, which proud rebels doth not spare, in every page and period of the same. But silly we, like foolish children, rest well pleased with colored vellum, leaves of gold, fair dangling ribands, leaving what is best. On the great writer's sense ne'er taking hold, or if by chance we stay our minds on aught, it is some picture on the margin wrought. On Death, from Cypress Grove. Death is a piece of the order of this all, a part of the life of this world. For while the world is the world, some creatures must die and others take life. Eternal things are raised far above this orb of generation and corruption, where the first matter, like a still flowing and ebbing sea, with diverse waves, but the same water, keepeth a restless and never tiring current. What is below in the universality of its kind doth not in itself abide. If thou dost complain, there shall be a time in which thou shalt not be. Why dost thou not too grieve that there was a time in which thou wast not, and so that thou art not as old as the enlivening planet of time? The excellent fabric of the universe itself shall one day suffer ruin, or change like ruin, and poor earthlings, thus to be handled, complain. End of section 22. Recording by Bill Moseley.
Section 23 of The World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 23. John Dryden, 1631 to 1700. By Thomas R. Lounsbury. John Dryden, the foremost man of letters of the period following the Restoration, was born at Aldwinkle, a village of Northamptonshire, on August 9, 1631. He died May 1st, 1700. His life was therefore coeval with the closing period of the fierce controversies which culminated in the Civil War and the triumph of the parliamentary party, that in turn to be followed successively by the iron rule of Cromwell, by the restoration of the exiled Stuarts, and the reactionary tendencies in politics that accompanied that event, and finally, with the effectual exclusion from the throne of this same family by the Revolution of 1688, leaving behind, however, to their successors, a smoldering Jacobite hostility that perpetually plotted the overthrow of the new government and later broke out twice into open revolt. All these changes of fortune, with their changes of opinion, are faithfully reflected in the productions of Dryden. To understand him thoroughly requires therefore an intimate familiarity with the civil and religious movements which characterize the whole period. Equally also do his writings, both creative and critical, represent the revolution of literary taste that took place in the latter half of the 17th century. It was while he was in the midst of his intellectual activity that French canons of criticism became largely the accepted rules by which the value of English productions was tested. This was especially true of the drama. The study of Dryden is accordingly a study of the political and literary history of his times, to an extent that is correspondingly true of no other English author before or since. His family, both on the father's and the mother's side, was in full sympathy with the party opposed to the court. The son was educated at Westminster, there under the mastership of Richard Busby, whose relentless use of the rod has made his name famous in that long line of flagellants who have been at the head of the great English public schools. From Westminster he went to Trinity College, Cambridge. There he received the degree of A.B. in January 1654. Later in that same decade, the precise date is not known, he took up his residence in London, and in London the rest of his life was almost entirely spent. Dryden's first published literary effort appeared in a little volume made up of 33 elegies, by various authors, on the death of a youth of great promise who had been educated at Westminster. This was Lord Hastings, the eldest son of the Earl of Huntingdon. He had died of the smallpox. Dryden's contribution was written in 1649, and consisted of but little over 100 lines. No one expects great verse from a boy of 18, but the most extravagant anticipations of sorry performance will fail to come up to the reality of the wretchedness which was here attained. It was in words like these that the future laureate bewailed the death of the young nobleman, and depicted the disease of which he died. Was there no milder way but the smallpox, the very filthiness of Pandora's box? So many spots, like Neves, are of Venus' soil. One jewel set off with so many a foil. Blisters with pride swelled, which through his flesh did sprout like rosebuds, stuck in the lily skin about. Each little pimple had a tear in it, to wail the fault its rising did commit, which rebel-like, with its own lord at strife, thus made an insurrection 'gainst his life. Or were these gems set to adorn his skin, the cabinet of a richer soul within, no comet need foretell his change drew on, whose core might seem a constellation. Criticism cannot be rendered sufficiently vituperative to characterize properly such a passage. It is fuller of conceits than ever Cowley crowded into the same space, and lines more crabbed and inharmonious Donne never succeeded in perpetrating. Its production upsets all principles of prophecy. The wretchedest of poetasters can take courage when he contemplates the profundity of the depth out of which uprose the greatest poet of his time. Dryden is, in fact, an example of that somewhat rare class of writers who steadily improve with advancing years. Most poets write their best verse before middle life. Many of them, after that time, go through a period of decline, and sometimes of rapid decline. And if they live to reach old age, they add to the quantity of their production without sensibly increasing its value. This general truth is conspicuously untrue of Dryden. His first work gave no promise of his future excellence, and it was by very slow degrees that he attained to the mastery of his art. But the older he grew, the better he wrote, and the volume published a few months before his death, and largely composed almost under its shadow, so far from showing the slightest sign of failing power, contains a great deal of the best poetry he ever produced. As Dryden's relatives were Puritans, and some of them held place under the government, it was natural that upon coming to London he should attach himself to that party. Accordingly, it is no surprise to find him duly mourning the death of the great Protector in certain heroic stanzas consecrated to the memory of Oliver Cromwell. The first edition bears the date of 1659, and, so far as we know, the production was Dryden's second venture in poetry. It was written in the measure of Davenant's Gondibert, and is by no means a poor piece of work, though it has been sometimes so styled. It certainly pays not simply a high but discerning tribute to the genius of Cromwell. Before 2 years had gone by, we find its author greeting the return of Charles with effusive loyalty, and with predictions of prosperity and honor to attend his reign, which events were soon woefully to belie. The poet has been severely censured for this change of attitude. It is a censure which might be bestowed, with as much propriety, upon the whole population of England. The joyful expectations to which he gave utterance were almost universal, and no other charge can well be brought against him than that he had the ability and took the occasion to express sentiments which were felt by nearly the entire nation. From this time on, Dryden appears more and more in the public eye, and slowly but steadily forged his way to the front as the representative man of letters of his time. In 1670 he was appointed to the two distinct offices of Poet Laureate and Historiographer Royal. Thenceforward his relations with the court became close, and so they did not cease to be until the expulsion of James II. In 1683 he received a further mark of royal favor in being made Collector of Customs of the Port of London. In the political controversies which subsequently arose, Dryden's writings faithfully represented the sentiments of the side he had chosen, and expressed their prejudices and aversions, not merely with force, but also with virulence. His first literary activity, however, was on neutral ground. After 18 years of compulsory closing, the Restoration opened wide once more the doors of the theatre. Dryden, like everyone else possessed of literary ability, began to write for the stage. His first play, a comedy entitled The Wild Gallant, was brought out in February 1663, and for the 18 years following, it was compositions of such nature that occupied the main portion of his literary life. During that time he produced wholly, or in part, 22 comedies and tragedies. His pieces must from the offset have met with a fair degree of success, otherwise the King's Company would not have entered into a contract with him, as it did in 1667, to furnish for them each year a fixed number of plays, in consideration of his receiving a certain share of the profits of the theatre. Yet it cannot be said that Dryden was, in any respect, a dramatist of a high order. As a writer of comedy, he was not only inferior to contemporaries and immediate successors like Wycherley, Congreve, Vanbrugh, and Farquhar, but in certain ways he was surpassed by Shadwell, the very man whom he himself has consigned to a disagreeable immortality as the hero of the Macflecknoe. His comedies are not merely full of obscenity, which seems to have been a necessary ingredient to suit them to the taste of the age, but they are full of a peculiarly disagreeable obscenity. One of his worst offenses in this direction, altogether his most impudent one, was his adaptation for the stage of Shakespeare's Tempest. The two plays are worth reading together for the sake of seeing how easily a pure and perfect creation of genius can be vulgarized in language and spirit almost beyond the possibility of recognition. In his tragedies, however, Dryden was much more successful. Yet even these, in spite of the excellence of occasional passages, do not attain to a high rank. Indeed, thought and expression are at times extravagant, not to say stilted, to an extent which afterward led him himself to make them the subject of ridicule. It was in them, however, during these years that he perfected by degrees his mastery of heroic verse, of which later he was to display the capabilities in a way that had never previously been seen and has never since been surpassed. A controversy in regard to the proper method of composing plays brought forward Dryden at an early period in his literary career as a writer of prose. In this he had once attained unusual eminence. In him appear for the first time united the two characters of poet and of critic. Ben Jonson had in a measure preceded him in this respect, but Jonson's criticism was not so much devoted to the examination of general principle as to the exposure of the hopeless, helpless obtusiveness of the men who had a different opinion of his works from what he himself entertained. The questions discussed by Dryden were of a more general nature. With the Stuarts had come in French literary tastes and French literary methods. The age was supposed to be too refined to be pleased with what had satisfied the coarse palates of preceding generations. In stage writing in particular, the doctrine of the unities, almost uniformly violated by Shakespeare and most of the Elizabethans, was now held up as the only correct method of composition that could be employed by any writer who sought to conform to the true principles of art. Along with this came the substitution in the drama of rhyme for blank verse. Upon the comparative merits of these two as employed in tragedy arose the first controversy in which Dryden was engaged. This one was with his brother-in-law, Sir Robert Howard, for in 1663 Dryden had become the husband of the daughter of the Earl of Berkshire, thus marrying, as Pope expressed it, misery in a noble wife. Dryden was an advocate of rhyme, and the controversy on this point began with the publication in 1668 of his Essay of Dramatic Poesy. It was afterward carried on by both parties in prefaces to the plays they successively published. The prefaces to these productions regularly became later the place where Dryden laid down his critical doctrines on all points that engaged his attention, and whether we agree with his views or not, we are always sure to be charmed with the manner in which they are expressed. In 1667, Dryden published a long poem entitled Annus Mirabilis. It was in the same measure as the stanzas on Oliver Cromwell. It gave him a good deal of reputation at the time, but though it is far from being a despicable performance, few there are now who read it, and still fewer who reread it. Far different has been the fate of his next work. It was not until 1681, when England was beginning to emerge slowly from the excitement and agitation growing out of the alleged Popish plot, that he brought out his Absalom and Achitophel. Without question, the greatest combined poetical and political satire to be found in our tongue. Here it was that for the first time he fully displayed his mastery over heroic verse, the notion once so widely prevalent, for the vogue of which indeed Dryden himself is mainly responsible. That Waller and Denham brought this verse to perfection, it now requires both extensive and special ignorance of our earlier authors to entertain. But on the other hand, there is no question that he himself imparted to the line a variety, vigor, and sustained majesty of movement such as the verse in its modern form has never previously received. There is therefore a fairly full measure of truth in the lines in which he was characterized by Pope. Waller was smooth, but Dryden taught to join the varying verse, the full resounding line, the long majestic march, and energy divine. These lines of Pope, it may be added, exemplify purposely two peculiarities of Dryden's versification: the occasional use of the triplet instead of the regular couplet, and of the Alexandrine, or line of 6 feet, in place of the usual line of 5. The poem is largely an attack upon the Earl of Shaftesbury, who in it bears the title of Achitophel. The portrayal of this statesman, which is given in this volume, is ample evidence of that skill of the poet in characterization which has made the pictures he drew immortal. Perhaps even more effective was the description of the Duke of Buckingham, under the designation of Zimri. For attacking that nobleman, Dryden had both political and personal reasons. Buckingham had now joined the opponents of the court. 10 years previously, the poet himself had been brought by him on the stage, with the aid of others, in the play called The Rehearsal. His usual actions had been mimicked, his usual expressions had been put into the mouth of the character created to represent him, who was styled Bays. This title had been given him because Dryden figuratively wore the bays, or laurel, as poet laureate. The name henceforth stuck. Dryden's turn had now come, and it was in these following lines that he drew the unfaded and fadeless picture of this nobleman, whose reputation even then was notorious rather than famous, and whose intellect was motley-minded rather than versatile. Some of the chiefs were princes of the land. In the front rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome. Stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts and nothing long. But in the course of one revolving moon, was chymist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon. Then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. Blessed madman who could every hour employ with something new to wish or to enjoy. Railing and praising were his usual themes, and both to show his judgment in extremes. So over-violent or over-civil, that every man with him was god or devil. In squandering wealth was his peculiar art, nothing went unrewarded but desert. Beggared by fools, whom still he found too late, he had his jest and they had his estate. As an example of the loftier, more majestic style occasionally found in this poem is the powerful appeal of Achitophel to Absalom. The latter, it is to be said, stands for the Duke of Monmouth, the eldest of the illegitimate sons of Charles II. Him many of the so-called country party, now beginning to be styled Whigs, were endeavoring to have recognized as the next successor to the throne, in place of the Roman Catholic brother of the king, James, Duke of York. As a favorite son of the monarch, he, though then in opposition, is treated tenderly by Dryden throughout, and this feeling is plainly visible in the opening of the address to him put in the mouth of Achitophel in these words: Auspicious prince, at whose nativity some royal planet ruled the southern sky, thy darling and desire, their cloudy pillar and their guardian fire, their second Moses, whose extended wand divides the seas and shows the promised land, whose dawning day in every distant age has exercised the sacred prophet's rage, the people's prayer, the glad diviner's theme, the young men's vision and the old men's dream. Thee, Savior, thee the nation's vows confess, and never satisfied with seeing, bless. Dryden followed up the attack upon Shaftesbury with a poem entitled The Medal. This satire, which appeared in March 1682, was called forth by the action of the partisans of the Whig leader in having a medal struck commemorating his release from the Tower, after the grand jury had thrown out the charge of treason which had been brought against him. Both of these pieces were followed by a host of replies. Some of them did not refrain from personal attack, which indeed had a certain justification in the poet's own violence of denunciation. The most abusive of these was a poem by Thomas Shadwell, entitled The Medal of John Bayes. Such persons as fancied Dryden's subsequent punishment of that dramatist unwarranted in its severity should in justice read this ferociously scurrilous diatribe in which every charge against the poet that malice or envy had concocted and rumor had set afloat was here industriously raked together, and to the muck-heap thus collected the intimacy of previous acquaintance was doubtless enabled to contribute its due quota of malignant assertion and more malignant insinuation. Shadwell was soon supplied, however, with ample reason to regret his action. Dryden's first and best-known rejoinder is Macflecknoe, or a satire on the true blue Protestant poet T.S. This production has always had the reputation in literature of being the severest personal satire in the language, but it requires now for its appreciation an intimate acquaintance with Shadwell's plays, which very few possess. It is further disfigured in places by a coarseness from which, indeed, none of the poet's writings were certain to be free. Its general spirit can be indicated by a brief extract from its opening paragraph. Flecknoe, it is to be said, was a feeble poet, who died a few years before. He is here represented as having long reigned over the kingdom of dullness, but knowing that his end was close at hand, determines to settle the succession to the state. Accordingly, he fixes upon his son Shadwell as the one best fitted to take his place in ruling over the realm of nonsense, and in continuing the war with wit and sense. The announcement of his intention he begins in the following words: "'Tis resolved, for nature pleads that he shall only rule who most resembles me. Shadwell alone my perfect image bears, mature in dullness from his tender years. Shadwell alone, of all my sons, is he who stands confirmed in full stupidity. The rest to some faint meaning make pretense, but Shadwell never deviates into sense." Far more bitter, however, was the renewed attack which a month later Dryden inserted in the 200 lines he contributed to the continuation of Absalom and Achitophel that was written by Nahum Tate. In this second part, which came out in November 1682, he devoted himself in particular to two of his opponents, Settle and Shadwell, under the names respectively of Doeg and Og. "Two fools," he says, in his energetic way, "that crutch their feeble sense on verse, who by my muse to all succeeding times shall live in spite of their own doggerel rhymes. Of Settle, whose poetry was possessed of much smoothness but little sense, he spoke in a tone of contemptuous good nature, though the object of the attack must certainly have deemed the tender mercies of Dryden to be cruel. It was in this way he was described, to quote a few lines. Spiteful he is not, though he wrote a satire. For still there goes some thinking to ill nature. Let him be gallows free, by my consent, and nothing suffer, since he nothing meant. Hanging supposes human soul and reason, this animal's below committing treason. Shall he be hanged who never could rebel? That's a preferment for Achitophel. Let him rail on, let his invective muse have 24 letters to abuse, which if he jumbles to one line of sense, indict him of a capital offence. But it was not till he came to the portraiture of Shadwell that he gave full vent to the ferocity of his satire. He taunted him with the unwieldiness of his bulk, the grossness of his habits, of his want of wealth, and finally closed up with some lines into which he concentrated all the venom of his previous attacks. But though heaven made him poor, with reverence speaking, he never was a poet of God's making. The midwife laid her hand on his thick skull with this prophetic blessing, Be thou dull. Drink, swear, and roar, forbear no lewd delight, fit for thy bulk, do anything but right. Thou art of lasting make, like thoughtless men, a strong nativity, but for the pen. Eat opium, mingle arsenic in thy drink, still thou mayest live, avoiding pen and ink. I see, 'tis counsel given in vain, for treason botched in rhyme will be thy bane. Rhyme is the rock on which thou art to wreck, 'tis fatal to thy fame and to thy neck. A double noose thou on thy neck dost pull, for writing treason and for writing dull. To die for faction is a common evil, but to be hanged for nonsense is the devil. Hadst thou the glories of thy king expressed, thy praises had been satires at the best. But thou in clumsy verse unlicked, unpointed, hast shamelessly defied the Lord's anointed. I will not rake the dunghill of thy crimes, for who would read thy life that reads thy rhymes? But of King David's foes be this the doom. May all be like the young man Absalom, for his foes may this their blessing be, to talk like Doeg, and to write like thee. Refinement of tone is not the distinguishing characteristic of satire of this sort. It does not attack its object by delicate insinuation or remote suggestion. It operates by heavy downright blows which crush by the mere weight and power of the stroke. There was, in truth, in those days a certain brutality, not only permitted but expected in the way men spoke of each other, and Dryden conformed in this, as in other respects, to the manners and methods of his age. But of its kind the attack is perfect. The blows of a bludgeon, which make of the victim a shapeless mass, kill as effectively as the steel or poison which leaves every feature undisturbed. And to the common apprehension it serves to render the killing more manifest. At any rate, so long as a person has been done to death, it makes comparatively little difference how the death was brought about, and the object in this instance of Dryden's attack, though a man of no mean abilities, has never recovered from the demolition which his reputation then underwent. In 1685 Charles II died, and his brother James ascended the throne. In the following year Dryden went over to the Roman Catholic Church. No act of his life has met with severer censure, nor can there be any doubt that the time he took to change his religion afforded ground for distrusting the sincerity of his motives. A king was on the throne who was straining every nerve to bring the Church of England once more under the sway of the Church of Rome. Obviously, the adoption of the latter faith would recommend the poet to the favor of the bigoted monarch and tend to advance his personal interests. There is no wonder, therefore, that he should at that time have been accused of being actuated by the unworthiest of reasons, and that the charge should continue to be repeated to our day. Yet a close study of Dryden's life and writings indicates that the step he took was a natural, if not an inevitable, outcome of the processes through which his opinions had been passing. He had been early trained in the strict tenets of the Puritan party. From these he had been carried over to the loose beliefs and looser life that followed everywhere hard upon the Restoration. By the sentiments then prevailing he was profoundly affected, Nothing in the writings of the first half of his literary life is more marked, not even his flings at matrimony, than the scoffing way in which he usually spoke of the clergy. His tone towards them is almost always contemptuous, where it is not positively vituperative. His famous political satire began with this line: "In pious times ere priestcraft did begin." And a little later in the course of the same poem he observed that fraud was used, the sacrificer's trade. The sacrificer here denoting the priest. This feeling toward the clergy never in truth deserted him entirely, but no one who reads carefully his Religio Laici, a poem published in 1682, can fail to perceive that even then he had not only drifted far away from the faith of his childhood, but had begun to be tormented and perplexed by the insoluble problems connected with the life and destiny of man, and with his relations to his Creator. The subject was not likely to weigh less heavily upon him in the years that followed. To Dryden, as to many before and since, it may have seemed the easiest method of deliverance from the difficulties in which he found himself involved, to cast the burden of doubts which disquieted the mind, and depress the heart upon a church that undertakes to assume the whole responsibility for the man's future on condition of his yielding to it an unquestioning faith in the present. An immediate result of his conversion was the production in 1687 of one of his most deservedly famous poems, The Hind and the Panther. He began it with the idea of assisting in bringing about the reconciliation between the panther, typifying the Church of England, and the hind, typifying the Church of Rome. It is apparent that before he finished it, he saw that the project was hopeless. It is a poem of over 2,500 lines, of which the opening up to line 150 is printed in this volume. Part of this passage here cited contains, without professing it as an object, and probably without intending it, the best defense that could be made for his change of religion. The production in its entirety is remarkable for the skill which its author displayed in carrying on an argument in verse. In this he certainly had no superior among poets, perhaps no equal. The work naturally created a great sensation in those days of fierce political and religious controversy. Both it and its writer were made the object of constant attack. A criticism in particular appeared upon it in the shape of a dialogue in prose with snatches of verse interspersed. It is usually known by the title of The Town Mouse and the Country Mouse, and was exalted at the time by unreasoning partisanship into a wonderful performance. Even to the present day, this dreary specimen of polemics is described as a very witty work by those who have never struggled to read it. It was the production of Charles Montague, the future Earl of Halifax, and of Matthew Prior. A story, too, is still constantly repeated, that Dryden was much hurt by the attacks of these two young men, to whom he had been kind, and wept over their ingratitude. If he had shed any tears at all upon the occasion, they must have been due to the mortification he felt that any two persons who had been admitted to his friendship should have been guilty of twaddle so desperately tedious. The flight of James and the accession of William and Mary threw Dryden at once out of the favor of the court, upon which to a large extent he had long depended for support. As a Jacobite he could not take the oath of allegiance, but there is hardly any doubt that under any circumstances he would have been deprived of the offices of place and profit he held. In the laureateship he was succeeded by his old antagonist Shadwell, and within a few years he saw the dignity of the position still further degraded by the appointment to it of Nahum Tate, one of the worst of the long procession of poetasters who have filled it. Dryden henceforth belonged to the party out of power. His feelings about his changed relations are shown plainly in this fine epistle with which he consoled Congreve for the failure of his comedy of the Double Dealer, yet displaced and unpensioned, and sometimes the object of hostile attack. His literary supremacy was more absolute than ever. All young authors, whether Whigs or Tories, sought his society and courted his favor, and his seat at Will's Coffee House was the throne from which he swayed the literary scepter of England. After the Revolution of 1688, Dryden gave himself entirely up to authorship. He first turned to the stage, and between 1690 and 1694 he produced 5 plays. With the failure in the last-mentioned year of his tragic comedy called Love Triumphant, he abandoned writing for the theatre. The period immediately following he devoted mainly to his translation of Virgil, which was published in 1697. It was highly successful, but far more reputation came to him from a large folio volume that was brought out in November 1699 under the title of Fables, Its contents consisted mainly of poetical narratives, founded upon certain stories of the Decameron, and of the modernization of some of the Canterbury Tales. In certain ways, these have been his most successful pieces, and have made his name familiar to successive generations of readers. Of the tales from Boccaccio, that of Simon and Iphigenia is on the whole the most pleasing. The modernizations of Chaucer were long regarded as superior to the original, and though superior knowledge of the original has effectually banished that belief, there is on the other hand no justification for the derogatory terms which are now sometimes applied to Dryden's versions. The verse in this volume was preceded by a long critical essay in prose. Many of its views, especially those about the language of Chaucer, have been long discarded, but the criticism will always be read with pleasure for the genial spirit and sound sense which pervade it, and the unstudied ease with which it is written. Cowley and Dryden are in fact the founders of modern English prose, and the influence of the latter has been much greater than that of the former, insomuch as he touched upon a far wider variety of topics, and for that reason obtained a far larger circle of readers in the century following his death. There was also the same steady improvement in Dryden's critical taste that there was in his poetical expression. His admiration for Shakespeare constantly improved during his whole life, and it is to be noticed that in what is generally regarded as the best of his plays, All for Love, brought out in the winter of 1677-78, he of his own accord abandoned rhyme for blank verse. The publication of the Fables was Dryden's last appearance before the public. In the following year he died, and was buried in Westminster Abbey by the side of Chaucer and Cowley. After his death his fame steadily increased instead of diminishing. For a long period his superiority in his particular line was ungrudgingly conceded by all, or if contested, was contested by Pope alone. His poetry, indeed, is not of the highest kind, though usually infinitely superior to that of his detractors. Still his excellences were those of the intellect, and not of the spirit. On the higher planes of thought and feeling he rarely moves. To the highest he never aspires. The nearest he ever approaches to the former is in his later work, where religious emotion or religious zeal has lent to expression the aid of its intensity. There is a striking example of this in the personal references to his own experiences in the lines cited below from The Hind and the Panther. Something, too, of the same spirit can be found, expressed in lofty language, in the following passage from the same poem, descriptive of the unity of the Church of Rome, as contrasted with the numerous warring sects into which the Protestant body is divided. One in herself, not rent by schism but sound, entire, one solid shining diamond, not sparkles shattered into sects like you. One is the Church, and must be, to be true, one central principle of unity. As undivided, so from errors free, as one in faith, so one in sanctity. Thus she, and none but she, the insulting rage of heretics, opposed from age to age, still when the giant brood invades her throne, she stoops from heaven and meets them halfway down, and with paternal thunders vindicates her crown. Thus one, thus pure, behold her largely spread, like the fair ocean from her mother bed. From east to west triumphantly she rides, all shores are watered by her wealthy tides. The gospel sound diffused from pole to pole, where winds can carry and where waves can roll. The self-same doctrine of the sacred page conveyed to every clime in every age. But though Dryden's poetry is not of the highest class, it is of the very highest kind in its class. Wherever the pure intellect comes into play, there he is invariably excellent. There is never any weakness, there is never any vagueness. There is never any deviation from the true path into aimless digression. His words invariably go straight to the mark, and not unfrequently with the directness and force that fully merit the epithet of burning applied to them by the poet Gray. His thoughts always rise naturally out of the matter in hand, and in the treatment of the meanest subjects he is not only never mean, but often falls, without apparent effort, into a felicity of phrase, which holds the attention and implants itself in the memory. The benefit of exercise, for instance, is not a topic that can be deemed highly poetical. But in his epistle on country life addressed to his cousin, John Dryden, the moment he comes to speaking of hunting and its salutary results, his expression at once leaves the commonplace and embodies the thought in these pointed lines. So lived our sires ere doctors learned to kill, and multiply with theirs the weekly bill. The first physicians by debauch were made, excess began, and sloth sustains the trade. By chase our long-lived fathers earned their food. Toil strung the nerves and purified the blood. But we their sons, a pampered race of men, are dwindled down to 80 years and 10. Better to hunt in fields for health unbought, than fee the doctor for a nauseous draught. The wise for cure on exercise depend. God never made his work for man to mend. In a similar way, in Simon and Iphigenia, the contempt which Dryden, in common with the Tories of his time, felt for the English militia force, found vent in the following vigorous passage, really descriptive of them and their conduct, though the scene is laid in Rhodes. The country rings around with loud alarms, and raw in fields the rude militia swarms. Mouths without hands, maintained at vast expense, in peace a charge, in war a weak defense. Stout once a month they march, a blustering band, and ever, but in times of need, at hand. This was the morn, when, issuing on the guard, drawn up in rank and file, they stood prepared, of seeming arms to make a short essay, then hastened to be drunk the business of the day. In a world where what is feeble in expression is so often supposed to indicate peculiar delicacy, where what is vague is often deemed peculiarly poetical, and where what is involved and crabbed and hard to comprehend is thought to denote peculiar profundity, it is a pleasure to turn to a writer with a rank settled by the consensus of successive generations, who thought clearly and wrote forcibly, who knew always what he had to say and then said it with directness and power. There are greater poets than he, but so long as men continue to delight in vividness of expression, in majesty of numbers, in masculine strength and all-abounding vigor, so long would Dryden continue to hold his present high place among English authors. The writings of Dryden constitute of themselves a literature. They treat a vast variety of topics in many different departments of intellectual activity. The completest edition of his works was first published in 1808, under the editorship of Walter Scott. It fills 21 volumes, the first of which, however, is devoted to a biography. The notes to this edition are generally excellent. The text is very indifferent. A revised edition of it has been recently published under the editorship of George Saintsbury. But easily accessible is a single edition of the poems alone, edited by W.D. Christie, which furnishes a superior text and is amply supplied with all necessary annotations. End of section 23. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 24. Selected Poems by John Dryden. From the Hind and the Panther. A milk-white hind, immortal and unchanged, fed on the lawns, and in the forest ranged. Without unspotted, innocent within, she feared no danger, for she knew no sin. Yet had she oft been chased with horns and hounds, and Scythian shafts, and many winged wounds aimed at her heart. Was often forced to fly, and doomed to death, though fated not to die. Not so her young, for their unequal line was hero's make, half human, half divine. Their earthly mould obnoxious was to fate, the immortal part assumed immortal state. Of these a slaughtered army lay in blood, extended over the Caledonian wood. Their native walk, whose vocal blood arose, and cried for pardon on their perjured foes. Their fate was fruitful, and the sanguine seed, endued with souls, increased the sacred breed. So captive Israel, multiplied in chains, a numerous exile, and enjoyed her pains, with grief and gladness mixed. Their mother viewed her martyred offspring, and their race renewed, their core to perish, and their kind to last. So much the deathless plant the dying fruit surpassed. Panting and pensive now, she ranged alone, and wandered in the kingdoms once her own. The common hunt, though from their rage restrained, by sovereign power her company disdained, grinned as they passed, and with a glaring eye gave gloomy signs of secret enmity. 'Tis true she bounded by and tripped so light, they had not time to take a steady sight. For truth has such a face and such a mien as to be loved needs only to be seen. The bloody bear, an independent beast, unlicked to form, in groans her hate expressed. Among the timorous kind, the quaking hare professed neutrality, but would not swear. Next her the buffoon ape, as atheist Jews, mimicked all sects and had his own to choose. Still when the lion looked, his knees he bent, and paid at church a courtier's compliment. The bristled Baptist boar, impure as he, but whitened with the foam of sanctity, with fat pollutions filled the sacred place, and mountains leveled in his furious race. So first rebellion founded was in grace, but since the mighty ravage which he made in German forest had his guilt betrayed, with broken tusks and with a borrowed name, he shunned the vengeance and concealed the shame. So lurked in sects unseen with greater guile false Reynard fed on consecrated spoil. The graceless beast, by Athanasius first, was chased from Nice, then by Socinus nursed. His impious race their blasphemy renewed, and nature's king, through nature's optics viewed. Reversed they viewed him lessened to their eye, nor in an infant could a god descry. New swarming sects to this obliquely tend. Hence they began, and here they all will end. What weight of ancient witness can prevail, if private reason hold the public scale? But gracious God, how well dost thou provide for erring judgments an unerring guide. Thy throne is darkness in the abyss of light, a blaze of glory that forbids the sight. O teach me to believe thee thus concealed, and search no farther than thyself revealed. But her alone for my director take, whom thou hast promised never to forsake. My thoughtless youth was winged with vain desires. My manhood, long misled by wandering fires, followed false lights, and when their glimpse was gone, my pride struck out new sparkles of her own. Such was I, such by nature still I am. Be thine the glory, and be mine the shame. Good life be now my task, my doubts are done. What more could fright my faith than 3 in 1? Can I believe eternal God could lie disguised in mortal mold in infancy? That the great Maker of the world could die? And after that trust my imperfect sense, which calls in question his omnipotence? Can I my reason to my faith compel, and shall my sight and touch and taste rebel? Superior faculties are set aside, shall their subservient organs be my guide? Then let the moon usurp the rule of day, and winking tapers show the sun his way. For what my senses can themselves perceive, I need no revelation to believe. Can thee, who say the host shall be descried, by sense define a body glorified, impassible and penetrating parts? Let them declare by what mysterious arts he shot that body through the opposing might of bolts and bars, impervious to the light, and stood before his train confessed in open sight. For since thus wondrously he passed, 'tis plain, one single place 2 bodies did contain. And sure the same omnipotence as well can make one body in more places dwell. Let reason then at her own quarry fly, but how can finite grasp infinity? 'Tis urged again that faith did first commence by miracles, which are appeals to sense, and thence concluded that our sense must be the motive still of credibility. For latter ages must on former wait, and what began belief must propagate. But winnow well this thought, and you shall find 'tis light as chaff that flies before the wind. Were all those wonders wrought by power divine, as means or ends of some more deep design? Most sure as means, whose end was this alone, to prove the Godhead of the eternal Son. God thus asserted, man is to believe beyond what sense and reason can conceive. And for mysterious things of faith rely on the proponent heaven's authority. If then our faith we for our guide admit, vain is the farther search of human wit. And when the building gains a surer stay, we take the unuseful scaffolding away. Reason by sense no more can understand, the game is played into another hand. Why choose we then like Belanders to creep along the coast and land in view to keep, when safely we may launch into the deep in the same vessel which our Saviour bore, himself the pilot, let us leave the shore, and with a better guide a better world explore. Could he his Godhead veil with flesh and blood, and not veil these again to be our food? His grace in both is equal in extent. The first affords us life, the second nourishment. And if he can, why all this frantic pain to construe what his clearest words contain, and make a riddle what he made so plain? To take up half on trust and half to try, name it not faith, but bungling bigotry, both knave and fool the merchant we may call, to pay great sums, and to compound the small. For who would break with heaven, and would not break for all? Rest then, my soul, with endless anguish freed, nor science is thy guide, nor sense thy creed. Faith is the best insurer of thy bliss. The bank above must fail before the venture miss. To my dear friend Mr. Congreve, on his comedy called The Double Dealer. Well then, the promised hour is come at last. The present age of wit obscures the past. Strong were our sires, and as they fought they writ, conquering with force of arms and dint of wit. Theirs was the giant race before the flood, and thus when Charles returned our empire stood. Like Janus he the stubborn soil manured, with rules of husbandry the rankness cured, tamed us to manners when the stage was rude, and boisterous English wit with art endued. Our age was cultivated thus at length, but what we gained in skill we lost in strength. Our builders were with want of genius cursed. The second temple was not like the first. Till you, the best Vitruvius, come at length, our beauties equal, but excel our strength. Firm Doric pillars found your solid base. The fair Corinthian crowns the higher space. Thus all below is strength, and all above is grace. In easy dialogue is Fletcher's praise. He moved the mind, but had not power to raise. Great Johnson did by strength of judgment please. Yet doubling Fletcher's force, he wants his ease. In differing talents both adorn their age, one for the study, t'other for the stage. But both to Congreve justly shall submit, one matched in judgment, both o'ermatched in wit. In him all beauties of this age we see, Etheridge's courtship, Southern's purity, the satire, wit, and strength of manly Wycherley. All this in blooming youth you have achieved, nor are your foiled contemporaries grieved. So much the sweetness of your manners move, we cannot envy you because we love. Fabius made joy in Scipio, when he saw a beardless council made against the law, and join his suffrage to the votes of Rome, though he with Hannibal was overcome. The old Romano bowed to Raphael's fame, and scholar to the youth he taught became. Oh, that your brows my laurel had sustained! Well, had I been deposed, if you had reigned, the father had descended for the son, for only you are lineal to the throne. Thus when the state one Edward did depose, a greater Edward in his room arose. But now not I, but poetry is cursed, for Tom the second reigns, like Tom the first. But let them not mistake my patron's part, nor call his charity their own desert. Yet this I prophesy, thou shalt be seen, though with some short parenthesis between, high on the throne of wit, and seated there, not mine, that's little, but thy laurel wear. Thy first attempt, an early promise made, that early promise this has more than paid. So bold, yet so judiciously you dare, that your least praise is to be regular. Time, place, and action may with pains be wrought, but genius must be born, and never can be taught. This is your portion, this your native store. Heaven, that but once was prodigal before, to Shakespeare gave as much, she could not give him more. Maintain your post, that's all the fame you need, but 'tis impossible you should proceed. Already I am worn with cares and age, and just abandoning the ungrateful stage, unprofitably kept at heaven's expense, I live a rent charge on his providence. But you, whom every muse and grace adorn, whom I foresee to better fortune born, be kind to my remains, and defend against your judgment your departed friend. Let not the insulting foe my fame pursue, but shade these laurels which descend to you, and take for tribute what these lines express. You merit more, nor could my love do less. Ode to the pious memory of the accomplished young lady, Mrs. Anne Killigrew, excellent in the two sister arts of poesy and painting. Thou youngest virgin daughter of the skies, made in the last promotion of the blest, whose palms, new plucked from paradise, and spreading branches, more sublimely rise, rich with immortal green above the rest. Whether adopted to some neighboring star, thou rollest above us in thy wondering race, or in procession fixed and regular, moved with the heaven's majestic pace, or called to more superior bliss, thou treadest with seraphims the vast abyss. Whatever happy region be thy place, cease thy celestial song a little space. Thou wilt have time enough for hymns divine, since heaven's eternal year is thine. Here then a mortal muse thy praise rehearse in no ignoble verse, but such as thy own voice did practice here, when thy first fruits of poesy were given, to make thyself a welcome inmate there. While yet a young probationer and candidate of heaven, if by traduction came thy mind, our wonder is the less to find a soul so charming from a stock so good, thy father was transfused into thy blood. So wert thou born into the tuneful strain, an early, rich, and inexhausted vein. But if thy pre-existing soul was formed at first with myriads more, it did through all the mighty poets roll, who Greek or Latin laurels wore, and was that Sappho last which once it was before. If so, then cease thy flight, O heaven-born mind. Thou hast no dross to purge from thy rich ore, nor can thy soul a fairer mansion find than was the beauteous frame she left behind. Return to fill or mend the choir of thy celestial kind. May we presume to say that at thy birth new joy was sprung in heaven as well as here on earth? For sure the milder planets did combine on thy auspicious horoscope to shine, and even the most malicious were in trine. Thy brother angels, at thy birth, strung each his lyre and tuned it high, that all of the people of the sky might know a poetess was born on earth. And then, if ever mortal ears had heard the music of the spheres, and if no clustering swarm of bees on thy sweet mouth distilled their golden dew, 'twas that such vulgar miracles heaven had not leisure to renew. For all the best fraternity of love solemnized there thy birth and kept thy holiday above. O gracious God, how far have we profaned thy heavenly gift of poesy, made prostitute and profligate the muse, debased to each obscene and impious use, whose harmony was first ordained above for tongues of angels and for hymns of love. O wretched we, why were we hurried down this lubric and adulterate age? Nay, attended fat pollutions of our own, to increase the steaming ordures of the stage. What can we say to excuse our second fall? Let this thy vestal, heaven, atone for all. Her Arethusian stream remains unsoiled, unmixed with foreign filth, and undefiled. Her wit was more than man, her innocence a child. Art she had none, yet wanted none, for nature did that want supply. So rich in treasures of her own, she might our boasted stores defy. Such noble vigor did her verse adorn, that it seemed borrowed, where 'twas only born. Her morals, too, were in her bosom bred, by great examples daily fed. What in the best of books her father's life she read, and to be read herself she need not fear each test, and every light her muse will bear. Though Epictetus with his lamp were there, even love, for love sometimes, her muse expressed, was but a lambent flame, which played about her breast. Light as the vapors of a morning dream, so cold herself, whilst she such warmth expressed. 'Twas Cupid bathing in Diana's stream, born to the spacious empire of the Nine. Who would have thought she should have been content to manage well that mighty government? But what can young ambitious souls confine? To the next realm she stretched her sway, for painture near adjoining lay. A plenteous province and alluring prey, a chamber of dependencies was framed, as conquerors will never want pretense, when armed to justify the offense. And the whole fief in right of poetry she claimed, the country open lay without defense, for poets frequent inroads there had made, and perfectly could represent the shape, the face of every lineament. and all the large domains which the dumb sister swayed, all bowed beneath her government, received in triumph, wheresoever she went. Her pencil drew whate'er her soul designed, and oft the happy draught surpassed the image in her mind. The sylvan scenes of herds and flocks, and fruitful plains and barren rocks, of shallow brooks that flowed so clear, the bottom did the top appear, of deeper too and ampler floods, which, as in mirrors, showed the woods, of lofty trees with sacred shades, and perspectives of pleasant glades, where nymphs of brightest form appear, and shaggy satyrs standing near, which them at once admire and fear, the ruins too of some majestic piece, boasting the power of ancient Rome or Greece, whose statues, friezes, columns broken lie, and though defaced, the wonder of the eye, what nature, art, bold fiction, ere durst frame, her forming hand gave feature to the name. So strange a concourse ne'er was seen before, but when the peopled ark the whole creation bore, the scene then changed with bold erected look. Our martial king the sight with reverence strook. For not content to express his outward part, her hand called out the image of his heart, his warlike mind, his soul devoid of fear. His high designing thoughts were figured there, as when by magic ghosts are made appear. Our phoenix queen was portrayed too, so bright, beauty alone could beauty take so right. Her dress, her shape, her matchless grace were all observed, as well as heavenly face. With such a peerless majesty she stands, as in that day she took the crown from sacred hands. Before a train of heroines was seen, in beauty foremost, as in rank the queen. Thus nothing to her genius was denied, but like a ball of fire, the farther thrown, still with greater blaze she shone. And her bright soul broke out on every side. What next she had designed, heaven only knows. To such immoderate growth her conquest rose, that fate alone its progress could oppose. Now all those charms, that blossoming grace, the well-proportioned shape and beauteous face, shall never more be seen by mortal eyes. In earth the much-lamented virgin lies, nor wit nor piety could fate prevent, nor was the cruel destiny content to finish all the murder at a blow, to sweep at once her life in beauty too, but like a hardened felon took a pride, to work more mischievously slow, and plundered first, and then destroyed, O double sacrilege on things divine, to rob the relic and deface the shrine. But thus Orinda died. Heaven by the same disease did both translate, as equal were their souls, so equal was their fate. Meantime her warlike brother on the seas his waving streamers to the winds displays, and vows for his return with vain devotion pays. Ah, generous youth, that wish forbear, the winds too soon will waft thee here. Slack all thy sails, and fear to come. Alas, thou knowest not, thou art wrecked at home. No more shalt thou behold thy sister's face. Thou hast already had her last embrace. But look aloft, and if thou canst from far, among the Pleiades a new-kindled star, if any sparkles than the rest more bright, 'tis she that shines in that propitious light, when in mid-air the golden trump shall sound, to raise the nations underground. When in the valley of Jehoshaphat the judging God shall close the book of fate, and there the last assizes keep, for those who wake and those who sleep, when rattling bones together fly from the four corners of the sky, when sinews o'er the skeletons are spread, those clothed with flesh, and life inspires the dead, the sacred poets first shall hear the sound, and foremost from the tomb shall bound, for they are covered with the lightest ground, and straight with inborn vigor on the wing, like mounting larks to the new morning sing. There thou, sweet saint, before the choir shall go, as harbinger of heaven, the way to show, the way which thou so well hast learned below. A Song. Fair, sweet, and young, receive a prize reserved for your victorious eyes, from crowds whom at your feet you see. O pity and distinguish me, as I from thousand beauties more distinguish you, and only you adore. Your face for conquest was designed, your every motion charms my mind. Angels, when your silence break, forget their hymns to whom you speak. But when at once they hear in view, are loath to mount, and long to stay with you. No graces can your form improve, but all are lost unless you love. While that sweet passion you disdain, your veil and beauty are in vain, and pity then prevent my fate, for after dying all reprieve's too late. Lines printed under Milton's portrait, in Tonson's folio edition of the Paradise Lost, 1688. 3 poets in 3 distant ages born, Greece, Italy, and England did adorn. The first in loftiness of thought surpassed, the next in majesty, and both the last. The force of nature could no farther go, to make a third she joined the former 2. Alexander's Feast, or the Power of Music, a song in honor of St. Celia's Day, 1697. 'Twas at the royal feast for Persia won by Philip's warlike son. Aloft in awful state the godlike hero sate. On his imperial throne his valiant peers were placed around, their brows with roses and with myrtles bound. So should desert in arms be crowned. The lovely Thais by his side sate like a blooming Eastern bride, in flower of youth and beauty's pride. Happy, happy, happy pair. None but the brave, none but the brave, none but the brave deserves the fair. Chorus. Happy, happy, happy pair. None but the brave, none but the brave, none but the brave deserves the fair. Timotheus, placed on high, amid the tuneful choir, with flying fingers touch the lyre. The trembling notes ascend the sky, and heavenly joys inspire. The song began from Jove, who left his blissful seats above, such is the power of mighty love. A dragon's fiery form belied the god, sublime on radiant spires he rode. When he to fair Olympia pressed, and while he sought her snowy breast, then round her slender waist he curled, and stamped an image of himself, a sovereign of the world. The listening crowd admire the lofty sound, a present deity they shout around, a present deity the vaulted roofs rebound. With ravished ears the monarch hears, assumes the god, affects to nod, and seems to shake the spheres. Chorus. With ravished ears the monarch hears, assumes the god, affects to nod, and seems to shake the spheres. The praise of Bacchus then the sweet musician sung, of Bacchus ever fair and ever young. The jolly god in triumph comes, sound the trumpets, beat the drums, flushed with a purple grace he shows his honest face. Now give the hautboy's breath, he comes, Bacchus, ever fair and ever young, drinking joys did first ordain. Bacchus's blessings are a treasure, drinking is the soldier's pleasure. Rich the treasure, sweet the pleasure, sweet is pleasure after pain. Chorus. Bacchus's blessings are a treasure, drinking is the soldier's pleasure. Rich the treasure, sweet the pleasure, sweet is pleasure after pain. Soothed with the sound, the king grew vain, fought all his battles o'ergain. And thrice he routed all his foes, and thrice he slew the slain. The master saw the madness rise, his glowing cheeks, his ardent eyes, and while he heaven and earth defied, changed his hand and checked his pride. He chose a mournful muse, soft pity to infuse. He sung Darius great and good. By too severe a fate, fallen from his high estate, and weltering in his blood, deserted at his utmost need, by those his former bounty fed, on the bare earth exposed he lies, with not a friend to close his eyes. With downcast looks the joyless victor sate, revolving in his altered soul the various turn of a chance below, and now and then a sigh he stole, and tears began to flow. Chorus. Revolving in his altered soul the various turns of chance below, and now and then a sigh he stole, and tears began to flow. The mighty master smiled to see that love was in the next degree. 'Twas but a kindred sound to move, for pity melts the mind to love. Softly sweet, in Lydian measures, soon he soothed his soul to pleasures. War he sung his toil and trouble, honor but an empty bubble, never ending, still beginning, fighting still and still destroying. If the world be worth thy winning, think, oh think, it worth enjoying. Lovely Thais sits beside thee. Take the good the gods provide thee. Many rend the skies with loud applause. Love was crowned, but music won the cause. The prince, unable to conceal his pain, gazed on the fair who caused his care, and sighed and looked, sighed and looked, sighed and looked, and sighed again. At length, with love and wine at once oppressed, the vanquished victor sunk upon her breast. Chorus. The prince, unable to conceal his pain, gazed on the fair who caused his care, and sighed and looked, sighed and looked, sighed and looked, and sighed again. At length, with love and wine at once oppressed, the vanquished victor sunk upon her breast. Now strike the golden lyre again, a louder yet, and yet a louder strain. Break his bands of sleep asunder, and rouse him like a rattling peal of thunder. Hark, hark, the horrid sound has raised up his head, as awakened from the dead, and amazed he stares around. Revenge, revenge, Timotheus cries. See the furies arise. See the snakes that they rear, how they hiss in their hair, and the sparkles that flash from their eyes. Behold a ghastly band, each a torch in his hand. Those are Grecian ghosts that in battle were slain, and unburied remain inglorious on the plain. Give the vengeance due to the valiant crew. Behold how they toss their torches on high, how they point to the Persian abodes and glittering temples of their hostile gods. The princes applaud with a furious joy, and the king seized a flambeau with zeal to destroy. They sled the way to light him to his prey, and like another Helen, fired another Troy. Chorus. And the king seized a flambeau with zeal to destroy. They sled the way to light him to his prey, and like another Helen, fired another Troy. Thus long ago, ere heaving bellows learned to blow, while organs yet were mute, Timotheus to his breathing flute and sounding lyre could swell the soul to rage or kindle soft desire. At last divine Cecilia came, inventress of the vocal frame, the sweet enthusiast from her sacred store, enlarged the former narrow bounds, and added length to solemn sounds. With nature's mother wit, and arts unknown before, let old Timotheus yield the prize, or both divide the crown. He raised a mortal to the skies, she drew an angel down. Grand chorus. At last divine Cecilia came, inventress of the vocal frame, the sweet enthusiast from her sacred store, enlarged the former narrow bounds, and added length to solemn sounds. With nature's mother wit, and arts unknown before, let old Timotheus yield the prize, or both divide the crown. He raised a mortal to the skies, she drew an angel down. Achitophel, from Absalom and Achitophel. This plot, which failed for want of common sense, had yet a deep and dangerous consequence. As when raging fevers boil the blood, the standing lake soon floats into a flood, and every hostile humor, which before slept quiet in its channels, bubbles over. So several factions from the first ferment work up to foam, and threat the government. Some by their friends, more by themselves, thought-wise opposed the power to which they could not rise. Some had in courts been great, and thrown from thence, like fiends were hardened in impenitence. Some by their monarch's fatal mercy grown, from pardoned rebels, kinsmen to the throne, were raised in power and public office high, strong bands, if bands ungrateful men could tie. Of these the false Achitophel was first, a name to all succeeding ages cursed. For close designs and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace, a fiery soul which, working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, and o'er-informed the tenement of clay, a daring pilot in extremity. Pleased with the danger, when the waves went high, he sought the storms, but for a calm unfit would steer too nigh the sands to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Else why should he, with wealth and honor blessed, refuse his age the needful hours of rest, punish a body which he could not please, bankrupt of life, yet prodigal of ease, and all to leave, with what his toil he won, to that unfeathered, two-legged thing, a son? God, while his soul did huddled notions try, and born a shapeless lump like anarchy, in friendship false, implacable in hate, resolved to ruin or to rule the state. To compass this, the triple bond he broke, the pillars of the public safety shook, and fitted Israel for a foreign yoke. Then seized with fear, yet still affecting fame, usurped a patriot's all-atoning name. So easy still it proves in factious times, with public zeal to cancel private crimes. How safe is treason, and how sacred ill, where none can sin against the people's will, where crowds can wink and no offense be known, since in another's guilt they find their own. Yet fame deserved no enemy can grudge. The statesman we abhor, but praise the judge. In Israel's courts ne'er sat in a Bastion with more discerning eyes, or hands more clean, unbribed, unsought, the wretched to redress. Swift of dispatch and easy of access, oh, had he been content to serve the crown, with virtues only proper to the gown, or had the rankness of the soil been freed from cockle that oppressed the noble seed, David for him his tuneful harp had strung, and heaven had wanted one immortal song. But wild ambition loves to slide, not stand, and fortune's ice prefers to virtue's land. Achitophel, grown weary, to possess a lawful fame and lazy happiness, disdained the golden fruit to gather free, and lent the crowd his arm to shake the tree. Now manifest of crimes contrived long since, he stood at bold defiance with his prince, held up the buckler of the people's cause against the crown, and skulked behind the laws. The wished occasion of the plot he takes, some circumstances finds, but more he makes. By buzzing emissaries fills the ears of listening crowds with jealousies and fears, of arbitrary counsels brought to light, and proves the king himself a Jebusite. End of section 24. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 25. Maxime Du Camp, 1822 to 1894. Why have I always felt happy, filled with the spirit of content, and of infinite independence whenever I have slept in the tent, or in the ruins of foreign lands? The love of change and adventure has been the spring of Du Camp's life, a life whose events are blended so intimately with his literary achievement that to know the one is to know the other. This practical man of the world has an imaginative, beauty-loving side to his nature, which craves stimulus from tropical unfamiliar nature and exotic ways. So, after the usual training of French boys in lycée and college, in those hideous houses where they wearied our childhood, as he says, the just emancipated youth of 22 left his home in Paris for an 18 months' trip in the Far East. The color and variety of the experience whetted his love of travel, and very soon after his return he began a serious study of photography in view of future plans. Then came the Revolution of 1848, the overthrow of Louis Philippe, and Du Camp had an opportunity to prove his courage and patriotism in the ranks of the National Guard. In his Souvenir de l'année 1848, he tells the story with color and interest, and with the forceful logic of an eyewitness. His bravery and a serious wound won him the red ribbon of the Legion of Honor bestowed by General Cavaignac. This drew attention to him, and led the Minister of Public Instruction to entrust him a few months later with a mission of exploration to Egypt, Nubia, Palestine, and Asia Minor, a result of which trip was his first literary success. Utilizing his photographic knowledge, he collected a great many negatives for future development. Upon his return, he published a volume of descriptive sketches, Le Nil, Egypte et Nubie, generously illustrated with printed reproductions of these pictures. This first combination of photography and typography was popular, and was speedily imitated, initiative of many illustrated books. Later, Du Camp's warlike and exploring instincts led him at his own expense into Sicily with Garibaldi, where he collected matter and photographs for Les Deux Sicilies, another successful volume. In 1851 he associated with others to found the Revue de Paris, for which he wrote regularly until its suspension in 1858. He has also written a great deal for the Revue des Deux Mondes, in which for several years he continued a series of historical studies upon the government of Paris. The 6 volumes upon Paris, its organs, its functions, its life during the second half of the 19th century, form one of his chief achievements. His personal knowledge on the subject and his access to valuable unpublished documents give it authoritative value. In Les Ancêtres de la Commune and Les Convulsions de Paris he has accomplished much more in the same line. The latter, a brilliant circumstantial exposition of the Commune, a logical condemnation of its folly and ignorance, brought him gratitude from the French Academy, and aided his election to that body in 1880. For this extensive work on contemporary politics, for his illustrated travels, and his artistic and literary criticism, he is better known than for his 2 or 3 novels and volumes of poetry. Du Camp's may be characterized as a soldierly style, strong, direct, and personal. He loves to retrace old scenes with the later visible sequence of cause and effect. Always straightforward, sometimes bluntly self-assertive, he is sometimes eloquent. Perhaps his great charm is spontaneity. Selection: A Street Scene During the Commune by Maxime Du Camp, from The Convulsions of Paris. There were strange episodes during this terrible evening. At 8:30, Monsieur Rouville, a Protestant minister, was at home in a house he owns on the Rue de Lille. He heard an alarm, the cry, "Everything is burning! Escape!" Then he went down, saw the street in flames, and the poor people weeping as they escaped. Just as he was returning to rescue a few valuables, some Federates rushed into the court, crying, "Hurry! They are setting the place on fire!" He took some money and the manuscript of the sermons he had preached. Mechanically he seized his hat and cane. Then, throwing a last look around the apartment where he had long lived, invoking the memory of the great biblical destructions familiar to him in Holy Writ, weak and trembling with emotion, he descended the staircase from his home. There was indescribable tumult in the street, dominated by the cry of women, a shrill, wordless, involuntary cry of terror, vibrating above the uproar like a desperate appeal to which no supernatural power replied. Pastor Rouville stopped. The house next his own was in flames. They were setting fire to the one opposite. The houses between the Rue de Bon and the Rue du Bac, red from cellar to garret, were vomiting flame from all the broken windows. The pastor's family were not at Paris. He was alone with a faithful maid, who did not leave him for a moment. This doubtless determined his resolution, and gave him courage to brave all to save his house. If he had felt his wife and daughter near, he would have thought only of their safety, and would have hastened to get them away from the place where, he said, one could die of horror. Pastor Louvis is a small man, whose great activity keeps him young and remarkably energetic. He belongs to the strong race of Southern Protestants, which has resisted everything to guard its faith. I should not be surprised if he has had some nimble Cevenol, companion of Jean Cavelier, among his ancestors. Chapelain in the prisons of the Seine, accustomed to sound doubtful spirits, to seek in vicious hearts some intact fibers which could reattach them to virtue, fervent in faith, eloquent, with a high voice which could rise above the tumult, knowing by experience that there is no obscurity so profound that light cannot be made to penetrate it. He had remained on duty at his post during the Commune, for the prisoners had more need of spiritual aid, now that the regular administration no longer watched over them. He had been indignant at the incarceration of Catholic priests, and had signed the fine protest demanding the liberty of the Archbishop, which the ministers had carried to the Hôtel de Ville. Alone in the presence of the great disaster which threatened him, he commended his spirit to God, remembering that the little stone of David had killed the giant Philistine, and he decided to fight for his home. He encamped energetically before the door to forbid access, and using the weapons bestowed upon him by Providence and study, he spoke. The Federates stopped before this man, whose simplicity rendered him heroic. One may guess what he said to them. Why strike the innocent and tender, as if they were execrable? Why be enraged with a Protestant, a minister, whose religion, founded on the dogma of free examination, is naturally allied to republican ideas? The faith he teaches is that promulgated by Christ. Christ said to Peter, "Sheathe thy sword." He said to men, "Love one another." No, the people of Paris, this people whose sufferings have been shared, whose unfortunates have been succored during the siege, this people, so good when not led astray by the wicked, this people will not burn the house of a poor minister, whose whole life has been passed in the exercise of charity. The pastor must have been eloquent and have spoken with profound conviction, for the Federates who were listening to him began to weep, then seized and embraced him. Meantime, the tenants of the shops in his house had lowered the iron curtains, which at least was an obstacle against the first throwing of petroleum. This lasted an hour. The Federates, evidently softened and touched by the pastor's despair, remained near him and had pity upon him. An old sergeant of the National Guard stayed beside him, as if to bring him help in case of need, and to maintain a little order among his subordinates. Some hope revived in Monsieur Rouvis's heart, and he was saying to himself that perhaps his house would be spared, when some young men, wearing the braided caps of officers, arrived as if to inspect the fires. Seeing one house intact, emerging like a little island from an ocean of flames, they exclaimed. The pastor sprang forward and wanted to argue with them. It was trouble wasted. One of these young scamps said to him, "You are an old reactionist. You bore us with your talking. If you don't like it, we will pin you to the wall." Then, turning toward the Federates and pointing to the houses on the Rue de Lille, he cried, "All that belongs to the people. The people have the right to burn everything." This had, perhaps, decided the fate of the pastor's house, when the sergeant of Federates interfered, and addressing the officer, said to him, "I have received orders to stop the fire just here. Show me your order." answered the officer. The sergeant replied, "It is a verbal order." Then there was a lively quarrel between the two men. The sergeant was firm. The officer insisted, and according to the custom of the moment, threatened to have the rebel shot. The situation was becoming grave when an incident resolved it. A mounted officer galloped up and ordered all the Federates to retreat, because they were about to be surrounded by the troops from Versailles. Nearly all the National Guards hurried away. The sergeant who had remained near the pastor said, "Get away, scurry, father. You will get yourself killed, and that will not save your camp." The other officers passed, commanded everything to be burned, and when the sergeant resisted, compelled him to leave. For half an hour the unhappy pastor remained alone, holding back the incendiaries, passing from supplications to threats, and gaining time by every possible artifice. The sergeant returned with tearful eyes, and showed the dismayed pastor a written order to burn the house sent by his chiefs. Not yet discouraged, the pastor roused the compassion of the old sergeant, and so moved him that the rebel cried, "Ah, well, so much the worse. I'll disobey. No, I won't let your house be burned. They'll shoot me. It's all the same. I deserve to be." Then raising his hand toward the sky, where the stars shone like sparks through the veil of wind-driven smoke, he cried, "Oh, my father, I believe in God. Fear nothing. I will stay here. They shan't touch your house. I shall know how to keep off plunderers." Oh, strange deceiving people, ready for all crimes, ready for all good actions, according to the voice which speaks to thee, and the emotion which carries thee away. This sergeant was indeed thy likeness, and one need not despair of thee, although thou dishearten those who love thee best. The brandy at the wine merchant's, the ether at the druggist's, the powder and shot forgotten in stations, or secreted in cellars, burst with terrible explosions and scattered flaming coals. The pastor looked at his house, still miraculously intact. He gave it a last look and departed sobbing. It was 11 o'clock. For 3 hours in the midst of this furnace he had resisted the incendiaries. His strength was exhausted. The faithful servant, who went back again and again to rescue one thing more from the burning, dragged him away. In the Rue des Saints-Pères they plunged into darkness, all the deeper for the brazier of sparkling lights behind them. They groped their way over the barricades through a shower of bullets. More than once they fell down. Finally, safe and sound despite the dangers braved, they reached the Rue de Seine, near the Rue de Bussy, where they found refuge in a lodging-house. Next day Pastor Ulvy ran towards the Rue de Lys. His house was standing intact. The old sergeant had kept his word. What became of this brave man, who, at the risk of his life, saved the property of a man whose speech had touched him? Perhaps he perished. Perhaps he received his due reward. Perhaps he drags out a wretched life in some workshop of a penitentiary. I know not his fate, nor even his name. End of Section 25. Maxime Du Camp. Section 26 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 26. Alexandre Dumas Senior, 1803 to 1870. by Andrew Lang. No author is less capable of being illustrated by extracts than Alexandre Dumas. Writers like Prosper Mérimée or Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson cannot be inadequately represented by a short story or a brief scene. Even from Scott's work we can detach Wandering Willie's Tale, or The Tapestried Chamber, or the study of Effie Deans in prison, or of Jeanie Deans before the Queen. But Dumas is invariably diffuse, though, unlike other diffuse talkers and writers, he is seldom tedious. He is long without longueur. A single example will explain this better than a page of disquisition. The present selector had meant to extract Dumas' first meeting with Charles Nodier at the theatre. In memory, that amusing scene appeared to occupy some 6 pages. In fact, it covers nearly 130 pages of the Brussels edition of the Memoirs of Dumas. One reads it with such pleasure that, looked back upon, it seems short, while it is infinitely too long to be extracted. In dialogue, Dumas is both excellent and copious, so that he cannot well be abbreviated. He is the Porthos of novelists, gigantic, yet at his best muscular and not overgrown. For these reasons, extracts out of his romances do no justice to Dumas. To read one of his novels, say The Three Musketeers, even in a slovenly translation, is to know more of him than a world of critics and essayists can teach. It is also to forget the world, and to dwell in a careless paradise. Our object, therefore, is not to give an essence of Dumas, but to make readers peruse him in his own books, and to save them trouble by indicating, among these books, the best. It is notorious that Dumas was at the head of a company, like that which Scott laughingly proposed to form, for writing and publishing the class of books called Waverley Novels. In legal phrase, Dumas deviled his work. He had assistants, researchers, collaborators. He would briefly sketch a plot, indicate the authorities to be consulted, hand his notes to Mackay or Fiorentino, receive their draft, and expand that into a romance. Work thus executed cannot be equal to itself. Many books signed by Dumas may be neglected without loss. Even to his best works, one or other of his assistants was apt to assert a claim. The answer is convincing. Not one of these ingenious men ever produced by himself anything that could be mistaken for the work of the master. All his good things have the same stamp and the same spirit, which we find nowhere else. Again, nobody contests his authorship of his own Memoirs, or of his book about his dogs, birds, and other beasts, The Story of My Pets. Now, the merit of these productions is, in kind, identical with many of the merits of his best novels. There is the same good humor, gaiety, and fullness of life. We may therefore read Dumas' central romances without much fear of being grateful to the wrong person. Against the modern theory that the Iliad and Odyssey are the work of many hands, in many ages, we can urge that these supposed hands never did anything nearly so good for themselves. And the same argument applies in the case of Alexandre Dumas. A brief sketch of his life must now be given. No man has had so many of his possessions disputed as myself, says Dumas. Not only his right to his novels, but his right to his name and to legitimate birth was contested. Here we shall follow his own account of himself in his Memoirs, which do not cover nearly the whole of his life. Alexandre Dumas was born at Villers-Cotterêts sur Aisne On July 24th, 1803, he lived to almost exactly the 70 years of the psalmist. He saw the fall of Napoleon, the restoration of the rightful king, the expulsion of the legitimate monarch in 1830, the Orleans rule, its overthrow in 1848, the Republic, the Empire, and the terrible year 1870 to 1871. Then he died in the hour of the sorrow of his immortal and indomitable France. Dumas' full name was noble. He was Alexandre Dumas David de la Pelleterie. His family estate, La Pelleterie, was made a marquisate by Louis XIV in 1707. About 1760, the grandfather of Dumas sold his lands in France and went to Haiti. There, in 1762, was born his father, son of Louise Cosette Dumas and of the Marquis de la Pelleterie. The mother must have been a woman of color. Dumas talks of his father's mulatto hue, and he himself had undoubted traces of African blood. Yet it appears that the grandparents were duly married. In 1772, his wife having died, the old Marquis returned to France. The Revolution broke out, and the father of Alexandre Dumas fought in the armies of the Republic. The cruel mob called him, by way of mockery, Monsieur Humanité, because he endeavored to rescue the victims of their ferocity. He was a man of great courage and enormous physical strength. Napoleon, in honor of one of his feats of arms, called him in a dispatch the Horatius Cocles of the Republic. He was with Napoleon in Egypt, where a quarrel arose, as he suspected and opposed the ambition of the future emperor. Though Dumas found a treasure in a bey's house, he honorably presented it to his government. He died in France, a poor man, in 1806. Dumas was not at home when his father died. He was staying, a child of 4, with his cousin Marianne. At midnight I was awakened, or rather my cousin and I were awakened, by a great blow struck on the door of our room. By the light of a night lamp I saw my cousin start up, much alarmed. No mortal could have knocked at our chamber door, for the outer doors were locked. He gives a plan of the house. I got out of bed to open the door. "Where are you going, Alexandre?" cried my cousin. "To let in papa, who is coming to say adieu." The girl dragged me back to bed. I cried, "Adieu, papa, adieu!" Something like a sighing breath passed over my face. My father had died at the hour when we heard the knock. This anecdote may remind the reader of what occurred at Abbotsford on the night when Mr. Bullock died in London. Dumas tells another tale of the same kind. Memoir, Volume 11, page 255, Brussels, 1852. On the night of his mother's death, he in vain sought a similar experience. These things come not by observation, but Dumas, like Scott, had a mind not untuned to such themes, though not superstitious. Young Dumas, like most men of literary genius, taught himself to read. A Buffon with plates was the treasure of the child, already a lover of animals. To know more about the beasts, he learned to read for his own pleasure. Of mythology he was as fond as Keats. His intellectual life began, like the imaginative life of our race, in legends of beasts and gods. For Dumas was born un primitif, as the French say. His taste was the old immortal human taste for romance, for tales of adventure, love, and war. This predilection is now of course often scouted by critics who are over-civilized and under-educated. Superior persons will never share the love of Dumas, which was common to Thackeray and Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson. From Buffon he went on to the Letters to Emile, Letters on Mythology, and to the Arabian Nights. An imaginative child, he knew the pains of sleep as Coleridge did, and the terrors of vain imagination. Many children whose manhood is not marked by genius are visionaries. A visionary, too, was little Dumas, like Scott, Coleridge, and George Sand in childhood. To the material world he ever showed a bold face. "I have never known doubt or despair," he says. His faith in God was always unshaken. The doctrine of immortality he regarded rather with hope than absolute belief. Yet surely it is a corollary to the main article of his creed. At 10, Dumas went to a private school kept by an Abbé Grégoire. At the Restoration, a boy of 12, he made and he adhered to an important resolution. He chose to keep his grand maternal name of Dumas, like his father, and to drop the name and arms of de la Pelletterie, with all the hopes of boons from the restored royalists. Dumas remained a man of the popular party, though he had certain relations of friendship with the House of Orleans. But he entertained no posthumous hatred of the old monarchy and the old times. His kings were nearly as good in his romances as Sir Walter's own, and his Henri III and Henri IV may be named with Scott's gentle King Jamie and Louis XI. Madame Dumas, marquise as she was by marriage, kept a tobacconist's shop, and in education Dumas was mainly noted for his calligraphy. Poaching was now the boy's favorite amusement. All through his life he was very fond of sport. Napoleon returned from Elba. Dumas saw him drive through Villers-Cotterêts on his way to Waterloo. Soon afterwards came in stragglers. The English, they said, had been defeated at 5 o'clock on June 18th, but the Prussians arrived at 6 o'clock and won the battle. What the English were doing between 5 and 6 does not appear. It hardly seems that they quitted the field. The theory of that British defeat at Waterloo was never abandoned by Dumas. He saw Napoleon return through Villers-Cotterêts. Wellington, Bülow, Blücher were but masks of men. Really, they were spirits sent by the Most High to defeat Napoleon. It is a pious opinion. At the age of 15, Dumas, like Scott, became a notary's clerk. About this time he saw Hamlet played in the version of Ducis. Corneille and Racine had always been disliked by this born romanticist. Hamlet carried him off his feet. Soon afterwards he read Burger's Lenore, the ballad which Scott translated at the very beginning of his career as an author. Tramp, tramp along the land they rode, splash, splash along the sea. The scourge is red, the spur drops blood, the flashing pebbles flee. This German ballad, says Scott, struck him as the kind of thing he could do himself. And Dumas found that the refrain, Hurrah, fantôme, les morts vont vite, was more to his taste than the French poetry of the 18th century. He tried to translate Lenore. Scott finished it in a night. Dumas gave up in despair. But this, he says, was the beginning of his authorship. He had not yet opened a volume of Scott or Cooper. C'est du grand romancier. With a friend named Louvain, he began to try to write plays, 1820 to 1821. He now poached his way to Paris, defraying his expenses with the game he shot on the road. Shakespeare, too, was a poacher. Let us excuse the eccentricities of genius. He made Talma's acquaintance. He went to the play. He resigned his clerkship. Paris was my future. Thither he went. His father's name served him with General Foy, and he obtained a little post in the household of the Duc d'Orléans, a supernumerary secretaryship at £60 a year. At the play he met Charles Nodier, reading the rarest of Elzevirs, and at intervals, like Charles Lamb, hissing his own piece. This delightful scene, with its consequences, occupies 130 pages. Dumas now made the acquaintance of Frédéric Sully, and became a pillar of theatres. He began to read with a purpose. First he read Scott, "The clouds lifted, and I beheld new horizons." Then he turned to Cooper, then to Byron. One day he entered his office crying aloud, "Byron is dead." "Who is Byron?" said one of his chiefs. Here Dumas breaks off in his Memoir to give a life of Byron. He fought his first duel in the snow, and won an easy, almost a bloodless victory. For years he and Louvain wrote plays together, plays which were never accepted. At last he, Rousseau, not Jean-Jacques, and Louvain composed a piece together. Refused at one house, it was accepted at another. La Chasse et l'Amour, The Chase and Love, was presented on September 22nd, 1823. It succeeded. A volume of 3 short stories sold to the extent of 4 copies. Dumas saw that he must make a name before he could make a livelihood. "I do not believe in neglected talent and unappreciated genius," says he. Like Mr. Arthur Pendennis, he wrote verses up to pictures. Thackeray did the same. Lady Blessington once sent him an album print of a boy and girl fishing, with a request that he would make some verses for it. And, he said, I liked the idea, and set about it at once. I was 2 entire days at it, was so occupied with it, so engrossed by it, that I did not shave during the whole time. So says Mr. Locker Lamson. We cannot all be Dumas or Thackeray. But if any literary beginner reads these lines, let him take Dumas' advice. Let him disbelieve in neglected genius, and do the work that comes in his way as best he can. Dumas had a little anonymous success in 1826, a vaudeville at the Porte Saint-Martin. At last he achieved a serious tragedy, or melodrama in verse, Christine. He wrote to Nodier, reminding him of their meeting at the play. The author of Trilby introduced him to Taylor. Taylor took him to the Théâtre Français. Christine was read and accepted unanimously. Dumas now struck the vein of his fortune. By chance he opened a volume of Anquetil, and read an anecdote of the court of Henri III. This led him to study the history of Sainte-Magrine in the Memoirs of l'Estoile, where he met Quelus and Maugiron and Bussy d'Amboise, with the stirring tale of his last fight against 12 men. Out of these facts he made his play Henri III, and the same studies inspired that trilogy of romances, La Reine Margot, Queen Margot, La Dame de Monsoreau, The Lady of Monsoreau, and Les 45, the 45. These are, with the trilogy of the Musketeers, his central works as a romancer, and he was 25 when he began to deal with the romance of history. His habit was to narrate his play or novel to his friends, to invent as he talked, and so to arrive at his general plan. The mere writing gave him no trouble. We shall later show his method in the composition of The Three Musketeers. Christine had been wrecked among the cross currents of theatrical life. Henri III was more fortunate. Dumas was indeed obliged to choose between his little office and the stage. He abandoned his secretaryship. In 1829 occurred this duel between his past and his future. Just before the first night of the drama, Dumas' mother, whom he tenderly loved, was stricken down by paralysis. He tended her, he watched over his piece, he almost dragged the Duc d'Orléans to the theatre. On that night he made the acquaintance of Hugo and Alfred de Vigny. Dumas passed the evening between the theatre and his mother's bedside. When the curtain fell, he was called on. The audience stood up uncovered, the Duc d'Orléans and all. Next morning Dumas, like Byron, woke to find himself famous. He had made his name in the only legitimate way, by his work. Troubles followed, difficulties with the censorship, duels and rumors of duels, and the whole romantic upheaval which accompanied the Revolution of 1830. Dumas was attached again to the Orléans household. He dabbled in animal magnetism, which had been called mesmerism, and now is known as hypnotism. The phenomena are the same, only the explanations vary. About 1830 there was a mania for animal magnetism in Paris. Lady Louisa Stuart recounted some of the marvels to Sir Walter Scott, who treated the reports with disdain. When writing his romance, Joseph Balsamo, A Tale of the French Revolution, Dumas made studies of animal magnetism, and was, or believed himself to be, an adept. The orthodox party of modern hypnotists merely hold that by certain physical means a state of somnambulism can be produced in certain people. Once in that state, the patients are subject to suggestion and are obedient to the will of the hypnotizer. He, for his part, exerts no magnetic current, no novel unexplained force or fluid. Some recent French and English experiments are not easily to be reconciled with this hypothesis. Dumas himself believed that he exerted a magnetic force, and without any passes or other mechanical means, could hypnotize persons who did not know what he was about, and so were not influenced by suggestion. In a few cases he held that his patients became clairvoyant. One of them made many political prophecies, all unfulfilled. Another, in trance, improved vastly as a singer. Her normal voice stopped at contre si. I bade her rise to contre re, which she did, though incapable of it when awake. So far this justifies the plot of M. de Maurier's novel Trilby. Dumas offers no theory. He states facts, as he says, including post-hypnotic suggestion. These experiments were made by Dumas merely as part of his studies for Joseph Balsamo, Cagliostro. His conclusion was that hypnotism is not yet reduced to a scientific formula. In fiction it is already overworked. Dumas got his Christine acted at last. Then broke out the Revolution of 1830. Dumas' description of his activity is as good as a novel, but too long and varied for condensation. It seems better to give this extract about his life of poverty before his mother died, before fame visited him. I quote Miss Cheap's translation of the passage included in her Stories of Beasts, published by Longmans, Green and Company. He had in later years named a cat Missouf II. "If you won't think me impertinent, sir," said Madame Lamarque, "I should so like to know what Missouf means." "Missouf just means Missouf, Madame Lamarque." "It is a cat's name, then?" "Certainly, since Missouf I was so called. It is true, Madame Lamarque, you never knew Missouf." and I became so thoughtful that Madame Lamarck was kind enough to withdraw quietly, without asking any questions about Missouf the First. That name had taken me back to 15 years ago, when my mother was still living. I had then the great happiness of having a mother to scold me sometimes. At the time I speak of, I held a situation in the service of the Duc d'Orléans, with a salary of 1,500 francs. My work occupied me from 10 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. We had a cat in those days whose name was Missouf. This cat had missed his vocation. He ought to have been a dog. Every morning I started for my office at 9:30, and came back every evening at 5:30. Every morning Missouf followed me to the corner of a particular street, and every evening I found him in the same street, at the same corner, waiting for me. Now the curious thing was that on the days when I had found some amusement elsewhere and was not coming home to dinner, it was of no use to open the door for Missouf to go and meet me. Missouf, in the attitude of the serpent with its tail in its mouth, refused to stir from his cushion. On the other hand, on the days I did come, Missouf would scratch at the door until someone opened it for him. My mother was very fond of Missouf. She used to call him her barometer. "Missouf marks my good and my bad weather," my dear mother would say. "The days you come in are my days of sunshine. My rainy days are when you stay away." When I came home, I used to see Missouf at the street corner, sitting quite still and gazing into the distance. As soon as he caught sight of me, he began to move his tail. Then, as I drew nearer, he rose and walked backward and forward across the pavement, with his back arched and his tail in the air. When I reached him, he jumped up upon me as a dog would have done, and bounded and played round me as I walked towards the house. But when I was close to it, he dashed in at full speed. 2 seconds later I used to see my mother at the door. Never again in this world, but perhaps in the next, I shall see her standing, waiting for me at the door. That is what I was thinking of, dear readers, when the name of Missouf brought back all these recollections. So you understand why I did not answer Madame Lamarck's question. The life of Dumas after 1830 need not be followed step by step. Indeed, for lack of memoirs, to follow it is by no means easy. Dumas, by dint of successful plays, and later of successful novels, earned large sums of money, £40,000 in one year, it is said. He traveled far and wide, and compiled books of travel. In the 40s, before the Revolution of 1848, he built a kind of Abbotsford of his own, named Monte Cristo, near Saint Germain, and joyously ruined himself. Monte Cristo, like Abbotsford, has been described as a palace. Now Abbotsford is so far from being a palace that Mr. Hope Scott, when his wife, Scott's granddaughter, inherited the place, was obliged to build an additional wing. At Monte Cristo, Dumas kept but one man-servant, Michel, his Tom Purdy, who was groom, keeper, porter, gardener, and everything. Nor did Dumas ruin himself by paying exorbitant prices for poor lands, as Scott did. His collection of books and curios was no rival for that of Abbotsford. But like Scott, he gave away money to right and left, and he kept open house. He was eaten up by parasites, beggars, poor greedy hangers-on of letters, secretaries, above all by tribes of musical people. On every side money flowed from him. Hard as he worked, largely as he earned, he spent more. His very dog brought in 13 other dogs to bed and board. He kept monkeys, cats, eagles, a vulture, a perfect menagerie. His own account of these guests may be read in My Pets, perhaps the most humorous, good-humored, and amusing of all his works. The Revolution of 1848 impoverished him, and drove him from Monte Cristo, not out of debt to his neighbors. Dumas was a cheerful giver, but did not love to fritter away his money in paying bills. He started newspapers such as the Musketeers, and rather lost than gained by a careless editorship. A successful play would enrich him, and he would throw away his gains. He went with Garibaldi on his expedition against the King of Naples, and was received with ingratitude by the Neapolitans. A friend of Daniel Douglas Home, the medium, he accompanied him to Russia, where Home married a lady of a noble and wealthy family. Returning to France, Dumas found his popularity waning. His plays often failed. He had outlived his success and his generation. He had saved nothing. He had to turn in need to his son Alexandre, the famous dramatist. Finally he died, doubting the security of his own fame in the year of the sorrows of France. Dumas is described by Michelet as a force of nature. Never was there in modern literature a force more puissant, more capricious, or more genial. His quantity of mind was out of all proportion to its quality. He could learn everything with ease. He was a skilled cook, a fencer. He knew almost as if by intuition the technique and terminology of all arts and crafts. Ignorant of Greek, he criticized and appreciated Homer with an unmatched zest and appreciation. Into the dry bones of history he breathed life, mere names becoming full-blooded fellow creatures under his spell. His inspiration was derived from Scott, a man far more learned than he, but scarcely better gifted with creative energy. Like Scott, he is long, perhaps prolix. Like him, he is indifferent to niceties of style, does not linger over the choice of words, but serves himself with the first that comes to hand. Scott's wide science of human nature is not his, but his heroes, often rather ruffianly, are seldom mere exemplary young men of no particular mark. More brilliantly and rapidly than Scott, he indicates action in dialogue. He does not aim at the construction of rounded plots. His novels are chronicles which need never stop while his heroes are alive. His plan is to take a canvas of fact in memoir or history, and to embroider his fantasies on that. Occasionally the canvas, as Mr. Saintsbury says, shows through, and we have blocks of actual history. His Joan of Arc begins as a romance, and ends with a comparatively plain statement of facts, too great for any art but Shakespeare's. But, as a rule, it is not historical facts, it is the fictitious adventures of characters living in an historical atmosphere that entertain us in Dumas. The minute inquirer may now compare the 16th century memoirs of M. d'Artagnan, fictitious memoirs no doubt, with the use made of them by Dumas in The Three Musketeers and 20 years after. The memoirs, reprinted by the Librairie Illustrée, Paris, gave Dumas his opening scenes, gave him young D'Artagnan, Porthos, Athos, Aramis, Rosnet, de Treville, Milady, the whole complicated intrigue of Milady, D'Artagnan, and de Wardes. They gave him several incidents, duels, and local color. By making Milady the wife of Athos, Dumas knotted his plot. He added the journey to England after the Queen's diamonds. From a subordinate character he borrowed the clerical character of Aramis. A mere hint in the Memoirs suggested the Bastion Saint-Gervais. The discrimination of character, the dialogue, and many adventures are Dumas' own. He was aided by Mackay in the actual writing. In a similar way, Brantôme and L'Estoile in their Memoirs supply the canvas of the tales of the Valois cycle. The beginner in Dumas will assuredly find the following his best works. For the Valois period, the Horoscope, a good deal neglected, Queen Margot, the Lady of Monsoreau, the 45, Isabeau of Bavière, an early novel, deals with the anarchy and misery before the coming of Jeanne d'Arc. For Henri II, the two Dianas is indicated. For the times of Richelieu, Mazarin, Louis XIV, we have the Three Musketeers, 20 years after, and the Viscount of Bragelonne. These deal with the youth, middle age, old age, and death of D'Artagnan, Porthos, Athos, and Aramis. The revolutionary novels Joseph Balsamo, The Queen's Necklace, and others are much less excellent. The Regency is not ill done in The Regent's Daughter, and The Chevalier of Harmenthal, with Olympe of Cleves, has many admirers. Quite apart from these is the immense modern fantasy of The Count of Monte Cristo. The opening part alone is worthy of the master. The Black Tulip, so warmly praised by Thackeray, is an innocent little romance of the days of Dutch William. Les jeunes filles may read The Black Tulip. Indeed, Dumas does not sacrifice at all to the goddess of lubricity, even when he describes very lax moralities. With a knowledge of these books, and of My Pets and the Memoirs, any student will find himself at home in Dumas, and can make wider ranges in that great wilderness of fancy. Some autobiographical details will be found in the novel called Ange Pitou. Isaac Lacedème was meant to be a romance of the wandering Jew. Only 2 volumes are published. Philosophy a reader will not find, nor delicate analysis, nor chiseled style, but he will be in touch with a great sunny life, rejoicing in all the accidents of existence. End of section 26. Alexandre Dumas. Section 27 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 27. The Cure for Dormice That Eat Peaches, from the Count of Monte Cristo, by Alexandre Dumas. Not on the same night he had intended, but the next morning, the Count of Monte Cristo went out on the road to Orleans. Leaving the village of Lenay without stopping at the telegraph, which at the moment the Count passed threw out its long bony arms, he reached the tower of Montlhéry, situated, as everyone knows, upon the highest point of the plain of that name. At the foot of the hill the Count dismounted and began to ascend the mountain by a little winding path about 18 inches wide. When he reached the summit he found himself stopped by a hedge, upon which green fruit had succeeded to red and white flowers. Monte Cristo looked for the door of the enclosure, and was not long in finding it. It was a little wooden gate, working on willow hinges, and fastened with a nail and string. The Count soon understood its mechanism, and the door opened. He then found himself in a little marvelously well-kept garden, about 20 feet long by 12 wide, bounded on one side by part of the hedge. in which was formed the ingenious machine we have named a door, and on the other by the old tower, covered with ivy and studded with wild flowers. Monte Cristo stopped after having closed the door and fastened the string to the nail, and cast a look around. The man at the telegraph, said he, must either keep a gardener or devote himself passionately to horticulture. Suddenly he struck himself against something crouching behind a wheelbarrow filled with leaves. The something rose, uttered an exclamation of astonishment, and Monte Cristo found himself facing a man about 50 years old, who was plucking strawberries, which he was placing upon vine leaves. He had 12 leaves and about as many strawberries, which, on rising suddenly, he let fall from his hand. "You are gathering your crop, sir?" said Monte Cristo, smiling. "Excuse me, sir," replied the man, raising his hand to his cap. "I am not up there, I know, but I have only just come down." "Do not let me interfere with you in anything, my friend," said the Count. "Gather your strawberries, if indeed there are any left." "I have 10 left," said the man, "for here are 11, and I had 21, far more than last year. But I am not surprised. The spring has been warm this year, and strawberries require heat, sir. This is the reason that, instead of the 16 I had last year, I have this year, you see, 11 already plucked. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Ah, I missed 3. They were here last night, sir. I am sure they were here. I counted them. It must be the son of Mother Simon who has stolen them. I saw him strolling about here this morning. Ah, the young rascal, stealing in a garden! He does not know where that may lead him to." "Certainly it is wrong," said Monte Cristo, "but you should take into consideration the youth and greediness of the delinquent." "Of course," said the gardener, "but that does not make it the less unpleasant. But, sir, once more I beg pardon. Perhaps you are an official that I am detaining here?" And he glanced timidly at the Count's blue coat. "Calm yourself, my friend," said the Count, with that smile which at his will became so terrible or benevolent, and which this time beamed only with the latter expression. "I am not an inspector, but a traveler. Conducted here by curiosity he half repents of, since he causes you to lose your time." "Ah, my time is not valuable," replied the man, with a melancholy smile. "Still, it belongs to the government, and I ought not to waste it. But having received the signal that I might rest for an hour," here he glanced at a sundial, for there was everything in the enclosure of Montlhéry, even a sundial, "and having 10 minutes before me, and my strawberries being ripe, when a day longer— By the by, sir, do you think dormice eat them?" "Indeed, I should think not," replied Monte Cristo. "Dormice are bad neighbors for us who do not eat them preserved, as the Romans did." "What! Did the Romans eat them?" said the gardener. "Eat dormice?" "I have read so," said the Count. "Really, they can't be nice, though they do say as fat as a dormouse. It is not a wonder they are fat, sleeping all day and only waking to eat all night. Listen, last year I had 4 apricots. They stole one. I had 1 nectarine, only 1. Well, sir, they ate half of it on the wall. A splendid nectarine. I never ate a better." "You ate it?" "That is to say, the half that was left, you understand. It was exquisite, sir. Ah, those gentlemen never choose the worst morsels. Like Mother Simon's son, who has not chosen the worst strawberries. But this year," continued the horticulturist, "I'll take care it shall not happen, even if I should be forced to sit up the whole night to watch when the strawberries are ripe." Monte Cristo had seen enough. Every man has a devouring passion in his heart, as every fruit has its worm. That of the man at the telegraph was horticulture. He began gathering the vine leaves which screened the sun from the grapes, and won the heart of the gardener. "Did you come here, sir, to see the telegraph?" he said. "Yes, if not contrary to the rules." "Oh, no," said the gardener, "there are no orders against doing so, providing there is nothing dangerous, and that no one knows what we are saying." "I have been told," said the Count, "that you do not always yourselves understand the signals you repeat." "Certainly, sir, and that is what I like best," said the man, smiling. "Why do you like that best?" "Because then I have no responsibility. I am a machine then, and nothing else, and so long as I work, nothing more is required of me." "Is it possible," said Monte Cristo to himself, "that I can have met with a man that has no ambition? That would spoil my plans." "Sir," said the gardener, glancing at the sundial, "the 10 minutes are nearly expired. I must return to my post. Will you go up with me?" "I follow you." Monte Cristo entered the tower, which was divided into 3 stages. The lowest contained gardening implements, such as spades, rakes, watering pots, hung against the wall. This was all the furniture. The second was the usual dwelling, or rather sleeping place of the man. It contained a few poor articles of household furniture: a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a stone pitcher, and some dry herbs hung up to the ceiling, which the Count recognized as sweet peas, and of which the good man was preserving the seeds, having labeled them with as much care as if he had been a botanist. "Does it require much study to learn the art of telegraphing, sir?" asked Monte Cristo. "The study does not take long. It was acting as a supernumerary that was so tedious." "And what is the pay?" 1,000 francs, sir." "It is nothing." "No, but then we are lodged, as you perceive." Monte Cristo looked at the room. They passed on to the 3rd stage. It was the room of the telegraph. Monte Cristo looked in turns at the 2 iron handles by which the machine was worked. "It is very interesting," he said, "but it must be very tedious for a lifetime." "Yes, at first my neck was cramped with looking at it, but at the end of the year I became used to it. And then we have our hours of recreation, and our holidays when we have a fog." "Ah, to be sure." "Those are indeed holidays to me. I go into the garden. I plant, prune, trim, and kill the insects all day long." "How long have you been here?" 10 years, and 5 as a supernumerary make 15. "You are 55 years old. How long must you serve to claim the pension?" "Oh, sir, 25 years." "And how much is the pension?" 100 crowns. "Poor humanity!" murmured Monte Cristo. "What did you say, sir?" asked the man. I was saying it was very interesting." "What was?" "All you were showing me. And you really understand none of these signals?" "None at all." "And have you never tried to understand them?" "Never. Why should I?" "But still there are some signals only addressed to you." "Certainly. And do you understand them?" "They are always the same." "And they mean?" "Nothing new. You have an hour," or "tomorrow." "This is simple enough," said the Count. "But look, is not your correspondent putting himself in motion?" "Ah, yes, thank you, sir." "And what is it saying? Anything you understand?" "Yes, it asks if I am ready." "And you reply?" "By the same sign, which at the same time tells my right-hand correspondent that I am ready, while it gives notice to my left-hand correspondent to prepare in his turn." "It is very ingenious," said the Count. "You will see," said the man proudly. "In 5 minutes he will speak." "I have then 5 minutes," said Monte Cristo to himself. "It is more time than I require. My dear sir, will you allow me to ask you a question?" "What is it, sir?" "You are fond of gardening?" "Passionately." "And you would be pleased to have, instead of this terrace of 20 feet, an enclosure of 2 acres?" "Sir, I should make a terrestrial paradise of it." "You live badly on your 1,000 francs?" "Badly enough, but yet I do live." Yes, but you have only a small garden. True, the garden is not large. And then, such as it is filled with dormice who eat everything. Ah, they are my scourges. Tell me, should you have the misfortune to turn your head while your right-hand correspondent was telegraphing, I should not see him. Then what would happen? I could not repeat the signals. And then, not having repeated them through negligence, I should be fined. How much? 100 francs. The 10th of your income. That would be fine work. Ah, said the man. Has it ever happened to you? Said Monte Cristo. Once, sir, when I was grafting a rose tree. Well, suppose you were to alter a signal and substitute another. Ah, that is another case. I should be turned off and lose my pension. 300 francs. 100 crowns. Yes, sir. So you see that I am not likely to do any of these things. Not even for 15 years' wages? Come, it is worth thinking about. For 15,000 francs! Yes. Sir, you alarm me. Nonsense. Sir, you are tempting me. Just so. 15,000 francs. Do you understand? Sir, let me see my right-hand correspondent. On the contrary, do not look at him, but on this. What is it? What? Do you not know these little papers? Banknotes? Exactly. There are 15 of them. And whose are they? Yours, if you like. Mine! Exclaimed the man, half suffocated. Yes, yours, your own property. Sir, my right-hand correspondent is signaling. Let him. Sir, you have distracted me. I shall be fined. That will cost you 100 francs. You see, it is your interest to take my banknotes. Sir, my right-hand correspondent redoubles his signals. He is impatient. Never mind. Take these. And the Count placed the packet in the hands of the man. Now, this is not all, he said. You cannot live upon your 15,000 francs. I shall still have my place. No, you will lose it, for you are going to alter the sign of your correspondent. Oh, sir, what are you proposing? A jest. Sir, unless you force me. I think I can effectually force you. And Monte Cristo drew another packet from his pocket. Here are 10,000 more francs, he said. With the 15,000 already in your pocket, they will make 25,000. With 5,000 you can buy a pretty little house with 2 acres of land. The remaining 20,000 will bring you in 1,000 francs a year. A garden with 2 acres of land! And 1,000 francs a year. Oh, heavens! Come, take them. And Monte Cristo forced the banknotes into his hand. What am I to do? Nothing very difficult. But what is it? To repeat these signs. Monte Cristo took a paper from his pocket, upon which were drawn 3 signs, with numbers to indicate the order in which they were to be worked. There, you see it will not take long. Yes, but do this, and you will have nectarines and all the rest. The mark was hit. Red with fever, while the large drops fell from his brow, the man executed one after the other the 3 signs given by the Count. Notwithstanding the frightful contortions of the right-hand correspondent, who, not understanding the change, began to think the gardener had become mad. As to the left-hand one, he conscientiously repeated the same signals, which were definitively carried to the Minister of the Interior. Now you are rich, said Monte Cristo. Yes, replied the man, but at what a price! Listen, friend, said Monte Cristo, I do not wish to cause you any remorse. Believe me then when I swear to you that you have wronged no man, but on the contrary have benefited mankind. The man looked at the banknotes, felt them, counted them. He turned pale, then red, then rushed into his room to drink a glass of water. But he had no time to reach the water jug, and fainted in the midst of his dried herbs. 5 minutes after the new telegram reached the minister, Debray had the horses put to his carriage and drove to Danglars. "Has your husband any Spanish bonds?" he asked of the Baroness. "I think so, indeed. He has 6 millions worth." "He must sell them at whatever price." "Why?" "Because Don Carlos has fled from Bourges and has returned to Spain." "How do you know?" Debray shrugged his shoulders. "The idea of asking how I hear the news," he said. The Baroness did not wait for a repetition. She ran to her husband, who immediately hastened to his agent and ordered him to sell at any price. When it was seen that Danglars sold, the Spanish funds fell directly. Danglars lost 500,000 francs, but he rid himself of all his Spanish shares. The same evening the following was read in Le Messager: "Telegraphic dispatch. The king, Don Carlos, has escaped the vigilance exercised over him at Bourges, and has returned to Spain by the Catalonian frontier. Barcelona has risen in his favor." All that evening nothing was spoken of but the foresight of Danglars, who had sold his shares, and of the luck of the stock jobber, who only lost 500,000 francs by such a blow. Those who had kept their shares, or bought those of Danglars, looked upon themselves as ruined, and passed a very bad night. Next morning Le Moniteur contained the following: "It was without any foundation that Le Messager yesterday announced the flight of Don Carlos and the revolt of Barcelona. The king, Don Carlos, has not left Bourges, and the peninsula is in the enjoyment of profound peace. A telegraphic signal, improperly interpreted owing to the fog, was the cause of this error." The funds rose 1%, higher than before they had fallen. This, reckoning his loss and what he had missed gaining, made the difference of 1,000,000 to Danglars. "Good," said Monte Cristo to Morrel, who was at his house when the news arrived of the strange reverse of fortune of which Danglars had been the victim. "I have just made a discovery for 25,000 francs, for which I would have paid 100,000. "What have you discovered?" asked Morrel. "I have just discovered the method of ridding a gardener of the dormice that eat his peaches." End of section 27. Alexandre Dumas.
Section 12 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 28. The Shoulder of Athos, the Belt of Porthos, and the Handkerchief of Aramis. From The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas Junior. Furious with rage, D'Artagnan crossed the anteroom in 3 strides, and began to descend the stairs 4 steps at a time, without looking where he was going, when suddenly he was brought up short by knocking violently against the shoulder of a Musketeer who was leaving the apartments of M. de Tréville. The young man staggered backwards from the shock, uttering a cry, or rather a yell. "Excuse me," said D'Artagnan, trying to pass him, "but I am in a great hurry." He had hardly placed his foot on the next step, when he was stopped by the grasp of an iron wrist on his sash. "You are in a great hurry?" cried the Musketeer, whose face was the color of a shroud. "And you think that is enough apology for nearly knocking me down? Not so fast, my young man. I suppose you imagine that because you heard M. de Tréville speaking to us rather brusquely today, that everybody may treat us in the same way, but you are mistaken, and it is well you should learn that you are not Monsieur de Tréville." "Upon my honor," replied D'Artagnan, recognizing Athos, who was returning to his room after having his wound dressed, "upon my honor, it was an accident, and therefore I begged your pardon. I should have thought that was all that was necessary. I repeat, I am in a very great hurry, and I should be much obliged if you would let me go my way." "Monsieur," said Athos, loosening his hold, "you are sadly lacking in courtesy, and one sees that you must have had a rustic upbringing." D'Artagnan was, by this time, halfway down another flight, but on hearing Athos's remark, he stopped short. "My faith, monsieur," exclaimed he, "however rustic I may be, I shall not come to you to teach me manners." "I am not so sure of that," replied Athos. "Ah, if I was not in such haste," cried D'Artagnan, "if I was not pursuing somebody—"
"Monsieur, you will find me without running after me. Do you understand?"
"And where, if you please?"
"Near Carme Duchot."
"At what hour?"
12 o'clock.
"Very good. At 12 I will be there."
"And don't be late, for at 12:15 I will cut off your ears for you."
"All right," cried out D'Artagnan, dashing on down the stairs after his man. "You may expect me at 10 minutes before the hour."
But he was not to escape so easily. At the street door stood Porthos, talking to a sentry, and between the two men there was barely space for a man to pass. D'Artagnan took it for granted that he could get through, and darted on, swift as an arrow, but he had not reckoned on the gale that was blowing. As he passed, a sudden gust wrapped Porthos's mantle tight around him, and though the owner of the garment could easily have freed him had he so chosen, for reasons of his own he preferred to draw the folds still closer. D'Artagnan, hearing the volley of oaths let fall by the Musketeers, feared he might have damaged the splendor of the belt, and struggled to unwind himself. But when he at length freed his head, he found that, like most things in this world, the belt had two sides, and while the front bristled with gold, the back was mere leather, which explains why Porthos always had a cold and could not part from his mantle.
"Confound you!" cried Porthos, struggling in his turn. "Have you gone mad, that you tumble over people like this?" "Excuse me," answered D'Artagnan, "but I am in a great hurry. I am pursuing someone, and—"
"And I suppose that on such occasions you leave your eyes behind you?" asked Porthos.
"No," replied D'Artagnan, rather nettled, "and thanks to my eyes, I often see things that other people don't."
Possibly Porthos might have understood this allusion, but in any case he did not attempt to control his anger, and said sharply, "Monsieur, we shall have to give you a lesson if you take to tumbling against the Musketeers like this."
"A lesson, monsieur," replied D'Artagnan. "That is rather a severe expression."
"It is the expression of a man who is always accustomed to look his enemies in the face."
"Oh, if that is all, there is no fear of your turning your back on anybody."
And enchanted at his own wit, the young man walked away in fits of laughter. Porthos foamed with rage, and rushed after D'Artagnan.
By and by," cried the latter, "when you have not got your mantle on."
"At 1 o'clock, then, behind the Luxembourg."
"All right, at 1 o'clock," replied D'Artagnan, as he vanished round the corner.
But he could see no one either in the street he had passed through, or in the one his eager gaze was searching. However slowly the stranger might have walked, he had gone his way, or perhaps into some house. D'Artagnan inquired of everybody he met, but could find nothing at all about him. This chase, however, did him good in one way, for in proportion as the sweat started out on his forehead, his heart began to cool. He began to think over the many unlucky things which had happened. It was scarcely 11 in the morning, and yet this morning had already brought him into disgrace with M. Tréville, who must think the way D'Artagnan had left him was rather boorish. Moreover, he had gotten himself into 2 fierce duels with 2 men, each able to kill 3 D'Artagnans, in a word, with 2 Musketeers, beings he set so high that he placed them above all other men. It was a sad lookout. To be sure, as the youth was certain to be killed by Athos, he was not much disturbed about Porthos. As hope is the last thing to die in a man's heart, however, he ended by hoping that he might come out alive from both duels, even if dreadfully injured, and on that supposition he scored himself in this way for his conduct.
"What a rattle-headed dunce I am! That brave and unfortunate Athos was wounded right on that shoulder I ran against head foremost, like a ram. The only thing that surprises me is that he didn't strike me dead on the spot. He had provocation enough, for I must have hurt him savagely. As to Porthos, that's a funny affair. and the youth began to laugh aloud in spite of himself, looking round carefully, however, to see if his laughing alone in public, without apparent cause, aroused any suspicion. "As to Porthos, it is funny enough, to be sure, but I am a crazy blockhead all the same. Are people to be run into without warning? No. And have I any right to peep under their cloaks to see what they haven't got? He would have forgiven me, I am sure, if I had said nothing to him about that cursed cloak. With a double meaning, it is true, but too broad a joke in one of them. Ah, cursed Gascon that I am, I believe that I should crack a joke if I were being roasted over a slow fire. Friend D'Artagnan," he went on, speaking to himself with a gentleness he thought fair, "if you get away, which there is not much chance of, I would advise you to practice entire politeness for the future. You must henceforth be admired and quoted as a model of it. To be obliging and civil does not necessarily make a man a coward. Look at Aramis now, mildness and grace embodied. And did anybody ever dream of calling Aramis a coward? No, indeed. And from this instant I will try to model myself after him. And, luckily, here he is." D'Artagnan, walking and soliloquizing, had come within a few steps of the Argillian house, and in front of it saw Aramis chatting gaily with 3 of the king's guards. Aramis also saw D'Artagnan, but not having forgotten that it was in his presence M. de Tréville had gotten so angry in the morning, and as a witness of the rebuke was not at all pleasant, he pretended not to see him. D'Artagnan, on the other hand, full of his plans of conciliation and politeness, approached the young man with a profound bow, accompanied by a most gracious smile. Aramis bowed slightly, but did not smile. Moreover, all 4 immediately broke off their conversation. D'Artagnan was not so dull as not to see he was not wanted, but he was not yet used enough to social customs to know how to extricate himself dexterously from his false position, which his generally is who accosts people he is little acquainted with, and mingles in a conversation which does not concern him. He was mentally casting about for the least awkward manner of retreat, when he noticed that Aramis had let his handkerchief fall, and, doubtless by mistake, put his foot on it. This seemed a favorable chance to repair his mistake of intrusion. He stooped down, and with the most gracious air he could assume, drew the handkerchief from under the foot in spite of the efforts made to detain it, and holding it out to Aramis, said, "I believe, sir, this is a handkerchief you would be sorry to lose." The handkerchief was truly richly embroidered, and had a coronet and coat of arms at one corner. Aramis blushed excessively, and snatched rather than took the handkerchief. "Aha!" exclaimed one of the guards. "Will you go on saying now, most discreet Aramis, that you are not on good terms with Madame de Bois-Tracy, when that gracious lady does you the favor of lending you her handkerchief?" Aramis darted at D'Artagnan one of those looks which tell a man that he has made a mortal enemy. Then, assuming his mild air, he said, "You are mistaken, gentlemen. This handkerchief is not mine, and I cannot understand why this gentleman has taken it into his head to offer it to me rather than to one of you. And as a proof of what I say, here is mine in my pocket." So saying, he pulled out his handkerchief, which was also not only a very dainty one, and of fine linen, though linen was then costly, but was embroidered and without arms, bearing only a single cipher, the owner's. This time D'Artagnan saw his mistake, but Aramis's friends were by no means convinced, and one of them, addressing the young Musketeer with pretended gravity, said, "If things were as you make out, I should feel obliged, my dear Aramis, to reclaim it myself, for as you very well know, Bois-Tracy is an intimate friend of mine, and I cannot allow one of his wife's belongings to be exhibited as a trophy." "You make the demand clumsily," replied Aramis, "and while I acknowledge the justice of your reclamation, I refuse it on account of the form." "The fact is," D'Artagnan put in hesitatingly, "I did not actually see the handkerchief fall from Monsieur Aramis's pocket. He had his foot on it, that's all, and I thought it was his." "And you were deceived, my dear sir," replied Aramis coldly, very little obliged for the explanation. Then, turning to the guard who had professed himself Bois-Tracy's friend, "Besides," he went on, "I have reflected, my dear intimate friend of Bois-Tracy, that I am not less devotedly his friend than you can possibly be, so that this handkerchief is quite as likely to have fallen from your pocket as from mine."
"On my honor, no."
"You are about to swear on your honor, and I on my word, and then it will be pretty evident that one of us will have lied. Now here, Montaran, we will do better than that. Let us each take half."
"Perfectly fair," cried the other two guardsmen. "The judgment of Solomon! Aramis, you are certainly full of wisdom."
They burst into a loud laugh, and, as may be supposed, the incident bore no other fruit. In a minute or two the conversation stopped, and the three guards and the Musketeers, after heartily shaking hands, separated, the guards going one way and Aramis another. "Now is the time to make my peace with this gentleman," said D'Artagnan to himself, having stood at one side during all the latter part of the conversation. And in this good spirit drawing near to Aramis, who was going off without paying any attention to him, he said, "You will excuse me, I hope." "Ah," interrupted Aramis, "permit me to observe to you, sir, that you have not acted in this affair as a man of good breeding ought."
"What!" cried D'Artagnan. "Do you suppose—"
"I suppose that you are not a fool, and that you knew very well, even though you come from Gascony, that people do not stand on handkerchiefs for nothing. What the devil! Paris is not paved with linen."
"Sir, you do wrong in trying to humiliate me,"
said D'Artagnan, in whom his native pugnacity began to speak louder than his peaceful resolutions.
"I come from Gascony, it is true, and since you know it, there is no need to tell you that Gascons are not very patient, so that when they have asked pardon once, even for a folly, they think they have done at least as much again as they ought to have done."
"Sir, what I say to you about this matter," said Aramis, "is not for the sake of hunting a quarrel. Thank heaven, I am not a swashbuckler, and being a musketeer only for a while, I only fight when I am forced to do so, and always with great reluctance. But this time the affair is serious, for here is a lady compromised by you."
"By us, you mean?"
cried D'Artagnan. "Why did you give me back the handkerchief so awkwardly?"
"Why did you let it fall so awkwardly?"
"I have said that the handkerchief did not fall from my pocket."
"Well, by saying that you have told two lies, sir, for I saw it fall."
"Oho! You take it up that way, do you, Master Gascon? Well, I will teach you how to behave yourself."
"And I will send you back to your pulpit, Master Priest. Draw, if you please, and instantly—"
"Not so, if you please, my good friend, not here at least. Do you not see that we are opposite a Guillon house, full of the cardinal's creatures? How do I know that it is not his eminence who has honored you with the commission to bring him in my head? Now, I entertained an absurd partiality for my head, and it seems to suit my shoulders so finely. I have no objection to killing you, you may be sure, but quietly, in a snug, distant spot, where you will not be able to boast of your death to anybody."
"I agree. But don't be too confident, and take away your handkerchief, whether it belongs to you or somebody else. Perhaps you may stand in need of it to bandage up a wound. As a Gascon, I don't put off engagements for prudence sake."
"Prudence is a virtue useless enough to musketeers, I know, but indispensable to churchmen; and as I am only a temporary musketeer, I hold it best to be prudent. At 2 o'clock I shall have the honor of expecting you at Tréville's. There I will point out the best place and time to you." The two bowed and separated. Aramis went up the street which led to the Luxembourg, while D'Artagnan, seeing that the appointed hour was coming near, took the road to the Comte de Chaux, saying to himself, "I certainly cannot hope to come out of these scrapes alive, but if I am doomed to be killed, it will be by a royal musketeer."
End of Section 28. Recording by Todd.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 29. The Defense of the Bastion Saint-Gervais, from The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas. When D'Artagnan arrived, he found his three friends all together. Athos was thinking deeply, Porthos was twirling his mustache, and Aramis was reading his prayers out of a beautiful little book bound in blue velvet. "My faith, gentlemen," exclaimed he, "I hope that what you have to tell me is very important, or I shall owe you a grudge for dragging me here out of my bed, after a whole night passed in taking and dismantling a bastion. Ah, it is 1,000 pities you were not there. It was warm work." "We were somewhere else, where it was not very cold either," replied Porthos, giving his mustache another twist. "Aramis," said Athos, "didn't you breakfast the other day at Parpaillot's?" "Yes. Were you comfortable there?" "No, I did not like it at all. It was a fast day, and they had nothing but meat." "What! No fish to be had in a seaport town?" "They say," replied Aramis, taking up his book, "that they have all taken to the deep sea, since the cardinal built that dike." "That is not what I was asking," replied Athos. "Were you quite free and at your ease, or did anyone pay attention to you?" "Oh, nobody paid any attention to me; and if that is your object, Athos, Parpaillot's will suit us very well." "Let us go at once, then," said Athos, "for these walls are like paper." On the way they met Grimaud, the valet of Athos, whom Athos beckoned silently to follow them. Grimaud, according to his custom, obeyed without a word. The poor fellow had almost forgotten how to speak. It did not take them long to reach Parpaillot's, but unluckily the hour was ill chosen for a private conference. The réveil had just been sounded, and the sleepy soldiers were all pouring into the inn. This state of matters delighted the landlord, but was hardly so agreeable to the four friends, who merely nodded sulkily at the salutations of the crowd. "If we are not careful," said Athos, rousing himself, "we shall find ourselves landed in some quarrel, which would be highly inconvenient at this moment. D'Artagnan, tell us about your night's work, and then we will tell you about ours." "Ah, yes," said a light horse soldier, who was slowly sipping a glass of brandy. "You were down at the trenches last night, I think, and I believe you had a brush with the Rochellois." D'Artagnan looked at Athos to see if he ought to answer or not. "My dear fellow," replied Athos, "I don't think you are aware that Monsieur de Busigny did you the honor to address you. Since these gentlemen are interested in last night's affair, tell them about it." "Is it true that you captured a bastion?" asked a Swiss, who had filled his beer up with rum. "Yes, monsieur," replied D'Artagnan, "we had that honor. We also introduced a barrel of powder into a corner, which in exploding opened a really beautiful breach; and as the bastion was not built yesterday, the whole building was severely shaken." "What bastion was it?" said a dragoon, who was holding a goose on the point of his sword and cooking it at the fire. "The Bastion Saint Gervais," replied D'Artagnan. "The Rochellois behind it were always annoying our men." "And there was a good deal of sharp shooting?" "A good deal. We lost 5 men, and the Rochellois 8 or 10." "But this morning," went on the light horseman, "they will probably send down some pioneers to rebuild the bastion." "Yes, probably," answered D'Artagnan. "Gentlemen," broke in Athos, "I want to propose a bet." "What bet?" asked the light horseman. "I bet you, Monsieur de Busigny, that I and my 3 friends, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan, will breakfast in the Bastion Saint Gervais, and will hold it an hour by the clock against all comers." Porthos and Aramis looked at each other. They were beginning to understand what Athos had in his head. "But," objected D'Artagnan, leaning over to whisper to Athos, "we shall be killed without a chance of escape." "We shall be killed a great deal more certainly if we don't go," replied Athos. "Ah!" ejaculated Porthos, twirling his mustache, "that is a grand bet." "I take it," said Monsieur de Busigny. "Let us fix the stakes." "That is easily done," replied Athos. "We are 4, and you are 4. The loser shall give the whole 8 a dinner." "Very well, let us agree to that," said M. de Busigny and the dragoon. "Your breakfast is ready, gentlemen," broke in the landlord at this instant. "Then bring it here," answered Athos. The landlord obeyed, and Athos, making a sign to Grimaud, pointed out a large basket standing in a corner, which he was to fill with wine and food. "But where are you going to eat it?" asked the landlord. "What does that matter to you as long as you are paid?" replied Athos, throwing 2 pistoles on the table. Then, turning to M. de Busigny, he observed, "Will you have the kindness, monsieur, to set your watch by mine, or let me set mine by yours?" "Certainly, monsieur," said the light horseman, drawing out a beautiful watch encrusted with diamonds. 7:30. 25 to 8, so I am 5 minutes faster than you." And bowing to the rest of the company, the 4 young men took the road to the Bastion Saint Gervais, followed by Grimaud carrying the basket. He had not the faintest idea where they were going or what they were to do, but Athos had given his orders, and he always obeyed without questioning. As long as they were within the camp, the 4 friends remained silent, but once they had passed the wall of circumvallation, D'Artagnan, who was completely in the dark, thought it was time to ask for an explanation. "And now, my dear Athos," said he, "will you be good enough to tell me where we are bound for?" "Why, for the Bastion, of course." "And what are we to do when we get there?" "I told you before, we are going to breakfast." "But why didn't we do that at Parpaillon's?" "Because we had some important matters to discuss, and it was impossible to talk for 5 minutes at that inn, with all those people coming and going, and perpetually bowing and speaking to you. Here, at least," continued Athos, pointing to the Bastion, "we shall not be interrupted." "It seems to me," said D'Artagnan, with the caution which was as much his characteristic as his foolhardy courage, "it seems to me that we might have found some secluded place among the sandhills on the seashore." "Oh, somebody would have seen, and in a quarter of an hour spies would have informed the cardinal that we were holding council." "Yes," said Aramis, "Athos is right. Anim advertunder in desertis." "A desert would have done very well," replied Porthos, "but first we should have to find it." "There is no desert where a bird cannot fly overhead, or a fish jump out of the water, or a rabbit run out of his hole. And bird, fish, and rabbit have all become spies of the cardinal. Much better to go on with our adventure, which we cannot now give up without dishonor. We have made a bet, and a bet on the spur of the moment, a bet of which I defy anyone to guess the true meaning. To win it, we must hold the Bastion for an hour. Either they will attack us or they won't. If we are left unmolested, we shall have plenty of time to talk without anyone overhearing us, for I will answer for the walls of this Bastion having no ears. If they try to dislodge us, we can talk all the same, and in defending our position shall cover ourselves with glory. You see that from every point of view we have the whip hand." "Yes," said D'Artagnan, "but most certainly we shall attract some stray bullet." "My good fellow," remarked Athos, "do you really think that the enemy's bullets are those we have most cause to fear?" "But surely if we were embarking on such an expedition we ought to have brought our muskets?" "Porthos, you are a goose. What would be the good of burdening ourselves with anything so useless?" "I should hardly think that a heavy musket, a dozen cartridges, and a powder flask would be useless when one is in the presence of an enemy." "Dear me," said Athos, "didn't you hear what D'Artagnan was saying?" "What did D'Artagnan say?" asked Porthos. "He said that during last night's attack 8 or 10 Frenchmen were killed, and as many Rochellois." "Well?" "Well, hasn't everybody been too busy ever since to think of stripping the dead bodies?" "What then?" What then? Why, we shall find their muskets, their flasks, and their cartridges all waiting for us. And instead of 4 muskets and 12 charges, there will be 15 pieces and 100 bullets." "Oh, Athos," exclaimed Aramis, "you are a great man." Porthos nodded approval, only D'Artagnan did not seem to be convinced, and Grimaud appeared to have his doubts, for seeing they were still making for the Bastion, which up to that moment he had declined to believe, he plucked his master by the coat. "Where are we going?" he asked, by a sign. Athos pointed out the Bastion. "But," objected Grimaud, speaking always in pantomime, "we shall leave our bodies there." Athos raised his hands and eyes to heaven. Grimaud placed his basket on the ground and sat down, shaking his head. Athos took a pistol from his belt, looked to see if it was well primed, cocked it, and approached the barrel to Grimaud's ear. Grimaud was on his legs again, as if by magic. Athos then signed to him to take up the basket and go on. Grimaud obeyed. When they reached the Bastion, the 4 friends turned round and beheld over 300 soldiers assembled at the gate of the camp. Monsieur de Busigny, the dragoon, the Swiss, and their silent companion forming a group apart. Athos removed his hat, put it on the edge of his sword, and waved it in the air. The spectators returned his salute and gave a great hurrah, which penetrated to their ears even at that distance. Then all 4 disappeared inside the Bastion, where Grimaud had preceded them. End of Section 29. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 30. The Consultation of the Musketeers, from The 3 Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas. As Athos had assumed, the Bastion was only occupied by a dozen dead men, French and Rochelois. "Gentlemen," said Athos, to whom the command of the expedition naturally fell, "while Grimaud lays out breakfast, we will begin by picking up the muskets and cartridges, and of course there is nothing in this employment to prevent our talking. Our friends here," he added, pointing to the dead, "will pay no attention to us. But after we have made sure they have nothing in their pockets, we had better throw them into the trench," said Porthos. "Yes," replied Athos, "that is Grimaud's business." "Well, then," said D'Artagnan, "let Grimaud search them, and after he has done so, throw them over the wall." "He shall do nothing of the sort," replied Athos. "We may find them useful yet." "You are going mad, my good fellow. Of what use can these dead men be?" "Don't judge hastily, say the Gospel and the Cardinal," replied Athos. "How many guns have we got?" 12, said Aramis. "How many charges?" 100. "That will do. Now let us load." They set to work, and as they finished loading the last gun, Grimaud made a sign that breakfast was ready. By a gesture Athos replied that they were ready also, and then pointed out a pepper box turret, where Grimaud was to keep watch. To help him pass the time, Athos allowed him to take some bread, 2 cutlets, and a bottle of wine. "Now," said D'Artagnan, "that there is no chance of our being overheard, I hope you will tell us your secret." "I trust, gentlemen, to give you both pleasure and glory at once," replied Athos. "I have made you take a charming walk, and now here is an excellent breakfast; while below, as you may see through the loopholes, are 500 persons who consider us to be either lunatics or heroes, 2 classes of idiots who have much in common. What is the matter, Grimaud? As the circumstances are grave, I will allow you to speak, but be short, I beg. What is it? A troop. How many? 20. What are they? 16 pioneers, 4 soldiers. How far off? 500 paces. Then we have just time to finish this fowl and drink your health, D'Artagnan. A few minutes later the troop hove in sight, marching along a narrow trench that connected the bastion and the town. "Bah!" said Athos. "It was scarcely worth while disturbing ourselves for a mere handful of rascals armed with pickaxes, hoes, and shovels. Grimaud had only got to make them a sign to return whence they came, and I am sure they would have left us in peace." "I doubt it," said D'Artagnan, "for they are advancing steadily. And besides the sappers, there are 4 soldiers and a brigadier, all armed with muskets." "It is only because they have not seen us," replied Athos. "Upon my honor," cried Aramis, "I feel quite ashamed to fire on poor devils like that." "False priest!" exclaimed Porthos, "to have pity on heretics." "Aramis is right," said Athos. "I will warn them." "What on earth are you doing?" said D'Artagnan. "You will get yourself shot, my good fellow." But Athos paid no attention to this remark, and mounting the breach, his hat in one hand and his musket in the other, he addressed the troop, who were so astonished at this unexpected apparition that they halted about 50 paces distant. "Gentlemen," he said, bowing courteously as he spoke, "I am at this moment breakfasting with some friends in the shelter of this bastion. As you know, there is nothing so unpleasant as to be disturbed during your meals. Therefore we should be greatly obliged if you would postpone any business you may have here till we have finished, or else call again. Unless, indeed, you have the happy inspiration to quit the side of rebellion and to drink with us to the health of the King of France." "Do take care, Athos!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Don't you see they are aiming at you?" "Oh, yes, of course," said Athos, "but they are only civilians who don't know how to shoot, and they will never touch me." He had scarcely uttered the words when 4 muskets fired simultaneously. The balls fell round Athos, but not one grazed him. 4 muskets immediately answered, but these were better directed than the others. 3 of the soldiers fell dead, and 1 of the sappers was wounded. "Grimaud, another musket!" said Athos, who was still on the breach. Grimaud obeyed. A second volley was fired. The brigadier and 2 pioneers fell dead, and the rest of the troop took flight. "Now we must make a sortie!" cried Athos, and the 4 comrades dashed out of the fort, picked up the muskets belonging to the dead soldiers, and retreated to the bastion, carrying the trophies of their victory. "To arms!" called Grimaud. The young men jumped up and ran for their muskets. This time the advancing troop was composed of 20 or 25 men, but they were no longer sappers, but soldiers of the garrison. "Hadn't we better return to the camp?" said Porthos. "The fight is not equal at all." "Impossible, for 3 reasons," said Athos. "First, because we haven't finished breakfast. Second, because we have several important things to discuss. And third, because there are still 10 minutes before the hour is up." "Well, anyway," remarked Aramis, "we had better have some plan of campaign." "It is very simple," replied Athos. "The moment the enemy is within reach, we fire. If they still come on, we fire again, and go on firing as long as our guns are loaded. If any of them are left, and they try to carry the place by assault, we will let them get well into the ditch, and then drop on their heads a piece of the wall that only keeps poised by a kind of miracle." "Bravo!" cried Porthos. "Athos, you were born to be a general, and the cardinal, who thinks himself a great commander, is not to be compared to you." "Gentlemen," replied Athos, "remember, one thing at a time. Cover your man well." "I have mine," said D'Artagnan. "And I," said Porthos and Aramis. "Then fire!" And as Athos gave the word, the muskets rang out, and 4 men fell. Then the drum beat, and the little army advanced to the charge, while all the while the fire was kept up irregularly, but with a sure aim. The Rochellais, however, did not flinch, but came on steadily. When they reached the foot of the bastion, the enemy still numbered 12 or 15. A sharp fire received them, but they never faltered, and leaping the trench, prepared to scale the breach. "Now, comrades," cried Athos, "let us make an end of them. To the wall!" And all 4, aided by Grimaud, began to push with their guns a huge block of wall, which swayed as if with the wind, and then rolled slowly down into the trench. A horrible cry was heard, a cloud of dust mounted upwards, and all was silent. "Have we crushed them all, do you think?" asked Athos. "It looks like it," answered D'Artagnan. "No," said Porthos, "for 2 or 3 are limping off." Athos looked at his watch. "Gentlemen," he said, "an hour has elapsed since we came here, and we have won our bet." "What is going on in the town?" asked Athos. "It is a call to arms." They listened, and the sound of a drum reached their ears. "They must be sending us an entire regiment," said Athos. "You don't mean to fight a whole regiment?" said Porthos. "Why not?" asked the Musketeer. "If we had only had the sense to bring another dozen bottles, I could make head against an army." "As I live, the drum is coming nearer," said D'Artagnan. "Let it," replied Athos. "It takes a quarter of an hour to get from here to the town, so it takes a quarter of an hour to get from the town here. That is more than enough time for us to arrange our plans. If we leave this, we shall never find such a good position. But I must first give Grimaud his orders." And Athos made a sign to his servant. "Grimaud," said he, pointing to the dead who were lying on the bastion, "you will take these gentlemen and prop them up against the wall, and put their hats on their heads and their guns in their hands." "Great man!" ejaculated D'Artagnan. "I begin to see." "You do?" asked Porthos. "Do you understand, Grimaud?" said Aramis. Grimaud nodded. "Then we are all right," said Athos. "En garde!" cried D'Artagnan. "Look at those red and black points moving down there. A regiment, did you call it, Athos? It is a perfect army." "My word, yes," said Athos. "There they come! How cunning to beat neither drums nor trumpets! Are you ready, Grimaud?" Grimaud silently nodded, and showed them a dozen dead men, arranged skillfully in various attitudes, some porting arms, some taking aim, others drawing their swords. "Well done!" exclaimed Athos. "It does honor to your imagination." "If it is all the same to you," said Porthos, "I should like to understand what is going on." "Let us get away first," replied D'Artagnan, "and you will understand after." "One moment, please. Give Grimaud time to clear away the breakfast." "Ah," said Aramis, "the red and black specks are becoming more distinct, and I agree with D'Artagnan that we have no time to lose before we regain the camp." "Very well," rejoined Athos. "I have nothing to say against retreating. The wager was for an hour, and we have been here an hour and a half. Let us be off at once." The 4 comrades went out at the back, following Grimaud, who had already departed with the basket. "Oh," cried Athos, stopping suddenly, "what the devil is to be done?" "Has anything been forgotten?" asked Aramis. "Our flag, man, our flag! We can't leave our flag in the enemy's hands, if it is nothing but a napkin." And Athos dashed again into the bastion and bore away the flag unhurt, amid a volley of balls from the Rochellais. He waved his flag while turning his back on the troops of the town and saluting those of the camp. From both sides arose great cries of anger on the one hand and enthusiasm on the other, and the napkin, pierced with 3 bullet holes, was in truth transformed into a flag. Come down!" they shouted from the camp. Athos came down, and his friends, who had awaited him anxiously, received him with joy. "Be quick, Athos," said D'Artagnan. "Now that we have got everything but money, it would be stupid to get killed." But Athos would not hurry himself, and they had to keep pace with him. By this time Grimaud and his basket were well beyond bullet range, while in the distance the sounds of rapid firing might be heard. "What are they doing?" asked Porthos. "What are they firing at?" "At our dead men," replied Athos. "But they don't fire back." "Exactly so. Therefore the enemy will come to the conclusion that there is an ambuscade. They will hold a council and send an envoy with a flag of truce, and when they at last find out the joke, we shall be out of reach. So it is no use getting apoplexy by racing." "Oh, I understand," said Porthos, full of astonishment. "That is a mercy," replied Athos, shrugging his shoulders, as they approached the camp, which was watching their progress in a ferment of admiration. This time a new fusillade was begun, and the balls whistled close to the heads of the four victors and fell about their ears. The Rochellais had entered the Bastion. "What bad shooting!" said D'Artagnan. "How many was it we killed? 12?" "12 or 15." "And how many did we crush?" "8 or 10." "And not a scratch to show for it." "Ah, what is that on your hand, D'Artagnan? It looks to me like blood." "It's nothing," replied D'Artagnan. "A spent ball?" "Not even that." "But what is it, then?" As we have said, the silent and resolute Athos loved D'Artagnan like his own son, and showed every now and then all the anxiety of a father. "The skin is rubbed off, that is all," said D'Artagnan. "My fingers were caught between two stones, the stone of the wall and the stone of my ring." "That is what comes of having diamonds," remarked Athos disdainfully. "Here we are at the camp, and they are coming to meet us and bring us in triumphantly." And he only spoke the truth, for the whole camp was in a turmoil. More than 2,000 people had gazed, as at a play, at the lucky bit of braggadocio of the four friends, braggadocio of which they were far from suspecting the real motive. The cry of "Long live the Musketeers!" resounded on all sides, and M. de Busigny was the first to hold out his hand to Athos and to declare that he had lost his wager. The dragoon and the Swiss had followed him, and all the others had followed the dragoon and the Swiss. There was nothing but congratulations, handshakings, embraces, and the tumult became so great that the cardinal thought there must be a revolt, and sent Lahoudinière, his captain of guards, to find out what was the matter. "Well?" asked the cardinal as his messenger returned. "Well, monseigneur," replied Lahoudinière, "it is about 3 Musketeers and a guardsman who made a bet with Monsieur de Busigny to go and breakfast at the Bastion Saint Gervais, and while breakfasting held it for 2 hours against the enemy, and killed I don't know how many Rochellais." "You asked the names of these gentlemen?" "Yes, monseigneur." "What are they?" "Athos, Porthos, and Aramis." "Always my 3 heroes," murmured the cardinal. "And the guardsman?" "Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Always my young rogue. I must gain over these men." And the same evening the cardinal had a conversation with Monsieur de Tréville about the morning's exploit, with which the whole camp was still ringing. Monsieur de Tréville, who had heard it all at first hand, gave his Eminence all the details, not forgetting the episode of the napkin. "Very good, Monsieur de Tréville," said the cardinal, "but you must get me that napkin, and I will have 3 golden lilies embroidered on it, and give as a banner to your company." "Monseigneur," replied Monsieur de Tréville, "that would be an injustice to the Guards. Monsieur d'Artagnan does not belong to me, but to Monsieur des Essarts." "Then you must take him," said the cardinal. "As these 4 brave soldiers love each other so much, they ought certainly to be in the same regiment." That evening Monsieur de Tréville announced the good news to the 3 Musketeers and to D'Artagnan, and invited them all to breakfast the following day. D'Artagnan was nearly beside himself with joy. As we know, it had been the dream of his life to be a musketeer. End of section 30. Alexandre Dumas. Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 31. The Man in the Iron Mask, from The Viscount of Bragelonne, by Alexandre Dumas. Editor's Note: Dumas adopts the theory that the Man in the Iron Mask was the suppressed twin brother of Louis XIV. "What is all this noise?" asked Philippe, turning towards the door of the concealed staircase. And as he spoke, a voice was heard saying, this way, still a few steps, sire." "It is Monsieur Fouquet's voice," said D'Artagnan, who was standing near the queen mother. "Then Monsieur d'Herblay will not be far off," added Philippe. But little did he expect to see the person who actually entered. All eyes were riveted on the door, from which the voice of Monsieur Fouquet proceeded, but it was not he who came through. A cry of anguish rang through the room, breaking forth simultaneously from the king and the spectators, and surely never had been seen a stranger sight. The shutters were half closed, and only a feeble light struggled through the velvet curtains with their thick silk linings, and the eyes of the courtiers had to get accustomed to the darkness before they could distinguish between the surrounding objects. But once discerned, they stood out as clear as day. So, looking up, they saw Louis XIV in the doorway of the private stair, his face pale and his brows bent, and behind him stood Fouquet. The queen mother, whose hand held that of Philippe, uttered a shriek at the sight, thinking that she beheld a ghost. Monsieur staggered for a moment and turned away his head, looking from the king who was facing him to the king who was by his side. Madame, on the contrary, stepped forward, thinking it must be her brother-in-law reflected in a mirror. And indeed this seemed the only rational explanation of the double image. Both young men, agitated and trembling, clenching their hands, darting flames of fury from their eyes, dumb, breathless, ready to spring at each other's throats, resembled each other so exactly in feature, figure, and even by pure accident in dress, that Anne of Austria herself stood confounded. For as yet the truth had not dawned on her. There are some torments that we all instinctively reject. It is easier far to accept the supernatural, the impossible. That he should encounter such obstacles had never for one moment occurred to Louis. He imagined he had only to show himself for the world to fall at his feet. The Sun King could have no rival, and where his rays did not fall there must be darkness. As to Fouquet, who could describe his bewilderment at the sight of the living portrait of his master? Then he thought that Aramis was right, and that the newcomer was every whit as much a king as his double, and that, after all, perhaps he had made a mistake when he had declined to share in the coup d'etat so cleverly plotted by the general of the Jesuits. And then it was equally the blood royal of Louis XIII that Fouquet had determined to sacrifice to blood in all respects identical, a noble ambition to one that was selfish. And it was the mere aspect of the pretender which showed him all these things. D'Artagnan, leaning against the wall and facing Fouquet, was debating in his own mind the key to this wonderful riddle. He felt instinctively, though he could not have told why, that in the meeting of the two Louis XIVs lay the explanation of all that had seemed suspicious in the conduct of Aramis during the last few days. Suddenly Louis XIV, by nature the most impatient of the two young men, and with the habit of command that was the result of training, strode across the room and flung open one of the shutters. The flood of light that streamed through the window caused Philippe involuntarily to recoil, and to step back into the shelter of an alcove. The movement struck Louis, and turning to the queen, he said, "Mother, do you not know your own son, although everyone else has denied his king?" Anne trembled at his voice, and raised her arms to heaven, but could not utter a single word. "Mother," retorted Philippe in his quietest tones, "do you not know your own son?" And this time it was Louis who stepped back. As for Anne, pierced to the heart with grief and remorse, she could bear it no longer. She staggered where she stood, and unaided by her attendants, who seemed turned into stone, she sank down on a sofa with a sigh. This spectacle was too much for Louis. He rushed to D'Artagnan, whose brain was going round with bewilderment, and who clung to the door as his last hope. "To me, Musketeer! Look us both in the face, and see which is the paler, he or I!" The cry awoke D'Artagnan from his stupor, and struck the chord of obedience, strong in the bosom of every soldier. He lifted his head, and striding straight up to Philippe, laid his hand on his shoulder, saying quietly, "Monsieur, you are my prisoner." Philippe remained absolutely still, as if nailed to the floor, his eyes fixed despairingly on the king, who was his brother. His silence reproached him as no words could have done, with the bitterness of the past and the tortures of the future. And the king understood, and his soul sank within him. His eyes fell, and drawing his brother and sister-in-law with him, he hastily quitted the room, forgetting in his agitation even his mother, lying motionless on the couch beside him, not 3 paces from the son whom for the second time she was allowing to be condemned to a death in life. Philippe drew near to her, and said softly, "If you had not been my mother, madame, I must have cursed you for the misery you have caused me." D'Artagnan overheard, and a shiver of pity passed through him. He bowed respectfully to the young prince, and said, "Forgive me, monseigneur, I am only a soldier, and my faith is due to him who has left us." "Thank you, Monsieur d'Artagnan. But what has become of Monsieur d'Herblay?" "Monsieur d'Herblay is safe, monseigneur," answered a voice behind them, "and while I am alive and free, not a hair of his head shall be hurt." "Monsieur Fouquet," said the prince, smiling sadly. "Forgive me, monseigneur," cried Fouquet, falling on his knees, "but he who has left the room was my guest." "Ah," murmured Philippe to himself with a sigh, "you are loyal friends and true hearts. You make me regret the world I am leaving. Monsieur d'Artagnan, I will follow you." As he spoke, Colbert entered, and handed to the captain of the Musketeers an order from the king, then bowed and went out. D'Artagnan glanced at the paper, and in a sudden burst of wrath crumpled it in his hand. "What is the matter?" asked the prince. "Read it, monseigneur," answered the Musketeer. And Philippe read these words, written hastily by the king himself: "Monsieur d'Artagnan will conduct the prisoner to the Ile Sainte Marguerite. He will see that his face is covered with an iron mask, which must never be lifted on pain of death." "It is just," said Philippe. "I am ready." "Aramis was right," whispered Fouquet to D'Artagnan. "This is as good a king as the other." "Better," replied D'Artagnan. "He only needed you and me." End of Section 31. Alexandre Dumas. Section 32 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 32. A trick is played on Henry III by aid of Chicot, from The Lady of Monsoreau by Alexandre Dumas. The king and Chicot remained quiet and silent for the next 10 minutes. Then suddenly the king sat up, and the noise he made roused Chicot, who was just dropping off to sleep. The two looked at each other with sparkling eyes. "What is it?" asked Chicot in a low voice. "Do you hear that sighing sound?" replied the king in a lower voice still. "Listen." As he spoke, one of the wax candles in the hand of the golden satyr went out, then a second, then a third. After a moment the fourth went out also. "Oh!" cried Chicot, "that is more than a sighing sound." But he had hardly uttered the last word when, in its turn, the lamp was extinguished, and the room was in darkness, save for the flickering glow of the dying embers. "Look out!" exclaimed Chicot, jumping up. "He is going to speak," said the king, shrinking back into his bed. "Then listen, and let us hear what he says," replied Chicot. And at the same instant a voice which sounded at once both piercing and hollow proceeded from the space between the bed and the wall. "Hardened sinner, are you there?" "Yes, yes, Lord," gasped Henri with chattering teeth. "Dear me," remarked Chicot, "that is a very hoarse voice to have come from heaven. I feel dreadfully frightened, but never mind." "Do you hear me?" asked the voice. "Yes, Lord," stammered Henri, "and I bow before your anger." "Do you think you are carrying out my will by performing all the mummeries you have taken part in today, while your heart is full of the things of this world?" "Well said!" cried Chicot. "You touched him there." The king's hands shook as he clasped them, and Chicot went up to him. "Well," murmured Henri, "are you convinced now?" "Wait a bit," answered Chicot. "What do you want more?" "Hush! Listen to me. Creep softly out of bed, and let me take your place." "Why?" "Because then the anger of the Lord will fall first upon me." "And do you think I shall escape?" "We will try, anyway." And with affectionate persistence he pushed the king out of bed and took his place. "Now, Henri," he said, "go and lie on my sofa, and leave all to me." Henri obeyed. He began to understand Chicot's plan. "You are silent," continued the voice, "which proves that your heart is hardened." "Oh, pardon, pardon, Lord!" exclaimed Chicot, imitating the king's nasal twang. Then, stretching himself out of bed, he whispered to the king, "It is very odd, but the heavenly voice does not seem to know that it is Chicot who is speaking." "Oh!" replied Henri, "what do you suppose is the meaning of that?" "Don't be in a hurry. Plenty of strange things will happen yet." "Miserable creature that you are!" went on the voice. "Yes, Lord, yes," answered Chicot. "I am a horrible sinner, hardened in crime." "Then confess your sins and repent." "I acknowledge," said Chicot, "that I dealt wickedly by my cousin Condé, whose wife I betrayed, and I repent bitterly." "What is that you are saying?" cried the king. "There is no good in mentioning that. It has all been forgotten long ago." "Oh, has it?" replied Chicot. "Then we will pass on to something else." "Answer!" said the voice. I acknowledge, said the false Henri, that I behaved like a thief toward the Poles, who had elected me their king, in stealing away to France one fine night, carrying with me all the crown jewels, and I repent bitterly. Idiot! Exclaimed Henri. What are you talking about now? Nobody remembers anything about that. Let me alone, answered Chicot. I must go on pretending to be the king. Speak, said the voice. I acknowledge, continued Chicot, that I snatched the throne from my brother d'Alençon, who was the rightful heir, since I had formally renounced my claims when I was elected King of Poland. I repent bitterly. Rascal! cried the king. There is yet something more, said the voice. I acknowledge to have plotted with my excellent mother, Catherine de' Medici, to hunt from France my brother-in-law, the King of Navarre, after first destroying all his friends, and my sister, Queen Marguerite, after first destroying all her lovers, and I repent bitterly. Scoundrel! Cease! muttered the king, his teeth clenched in anger. Sire, it is no use trying to hide what Providence knows as well as we do. There is a crime unconfessed that has nothing to do with politics, said the voice. Ah, now we are getting to it, observed Chicot dolefully. It is about my conduct, I suppose? It is, answered the voice. I cannot deny, continued Chicot, always speaking in the name of the king, that I am very effeminate, very lazy, a hopeless trifler, an incorrigible hypocrite. It is true, said the voice. I have behaved ill to all women, to my own wife in particular, and such a good wife too. A man should love his wife as himself, and above all the world, cried the voice angrily. Oh dear, wailed Chicot in despairing tones. Then I certainly have sinned terribly. And by your example you have caused others to sin. That is true, sadly true. You very nearly sent that poor Saint Luc to perdition. Bah, said Chicot, are you sure I did not send him there quite? No, but such a fate may befall both of you if you do not let him go back to his family at break of day. Dear me, said Chicot to the king, the voice seems to take a great interest in the house of Cossé. If you disobey me, you will suffer the same torments as Sardanapalus, Nabuchodonosor, and the Marshal de Retz. Henry III gave a loud groan. At this threat he became more frightened than ever. I am lost, he ejaculated wildly. I am lost. That voice from on high will be my death warrant. End of Section 32. Alexandre Dumas.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 33, Alexandre Dumas Junior, 1824 to 1895, by Francisque Sarcey. We shall not say much about the life of Alexandre Dumas the Younger. The history of a great writer is the history of his works. He was born in Paris on July 27, 1824. His name on the register of births appears as Alexandre, son of Marie Catherine Levet, seamstress. He was not acknowledged by his father until he had reached his 6th year, March 7, 1830. I emphasize this particularly because it had a great influence on the bent of his genius. During all his life Dumas was haunted by a desire of rehabilitating illegitimate children, of creating a reaction against their treatment by the civil code and the prejudice which makes of them something little better than outcasts in society. When I was 7 years old, he himself says, I entered as a boarder the school of Monsieur Vathieu, on Rue Montan Sainte Geneviève. Hence I passed, about 2 years later, to the St. Victor school. The principal was Monsieur Galbaud, a friend of my father, with whom he collaborated under the nom de plume of Dinu. This school, which numbered 250 boarding pupils, and with the rather strange habits which I tried to depict in the Clemenceau case, occupied all the ground covered today by the Casino de Paris and the Pôle Nord establishment. When about 15, I left St. Victor School for Monsieur Hennin's school, which was situated in the Rue de Courcelles and has now disappeared. It is in the Collège Bourbon, now the Lycée Condorcet, that I received all my instruction, as the pupils of the two schools where I lived attended the college classes. I never belonged to any of the higher state schools. I have not even the degree of bachelor. At the end of his years of study, he returned to his father. He did not stay there more than 6 months. The rather tumultuous life which he saw in the house disturbed his proud mind, already filled with serious yearnings. "You have debts," his father said to him. "Do as I do. Work, and you will pay them." Such was indeed the young man's intentions. His first work was a one-act play in verse, The Queen's Jewel, which no one, assuredly, would mention today but for his signature. The date was 1845, and the author was then 21. Other works by him were published at various times in the Journal des Demoiselles. "I was," he has said, "the careless, lazy, and spoilt child of all my father's friends. I believed in the eternity of youth, of strength, of joy. I spent the whole day laughing, the whole night sleeping, unless I had some reason for writing verses." About 1846 he set resolutely to work. He turned to novel writing, which seemed to him to offer greater facilities for reaching the public and greater chances of immediate income than dramatic composition. Only 2 of his novels have survived, La Dame aux Camélias, Camille, 1848, because from this book came the immortal drama by the same title, and The Clemenceau case, because the author wrote it when he was in complete possession of his talent, and because, moreover, it is a first-rate work. It was in 1852 that the Vaudeville Theatre gave the first performance of Camille, the fortune of which was to be so extraordinary. For 2 or 3 years the play had been tossed from theatre to theatre. Nobody wanted it. To the ideas of the time it seemed simply shocking, and the play was still forbidden in London after its performances in France were numbered by the hundreds. There is this special trait in Camille. It was a work all instinct with the spirit of youth. Dumas, 20 years later, sadly said, "I might perhaps make another Demi-Monde. I could not make another Camille." There existed, indeed, other works which have all the fire and charm of the 20th year. Paul Lucet is Corneille's masterpiece. His Cid breathes the spirit of youth. Corneille at 40 could not have written the Cid. Racine's first play is Andromaque. Beaumarchel's is The Barber of Seville. Rossini, when young, enlivened it with his light and sparkling airs. 15 years later he himself wrote his William Tell, a higher work, but a work which was not young. If the theatrical managers had recoiled from Camille in spite of the great names that recommended it, it is because it was cut after a pattern to which neither they nor the public were accustomed. It is because it contained the germ of a whole dramatic revolution. Now, the author was not a theatrical revolutionist. He had not said to himself, "I am going to throw down the old fabric of the drama and erect a new one on its ruins." To tell the truth, he had no idea of what he was doing. He had witnessed a love drama. He had thrown it still throbbing upon the stage, without any regard for the dramatic conventions which were then imposed upon playwrights, and which were almost accepted as laws. He had simply depicted what he had seen. All the managers, attached as they were to the old customs, and respectful of the traditions, had trembled with horror when they saw moving around Camille the ignoble Prudence, the idiotic Duc de Vaudeville, the silly Saint Gaudens. But the public, though the fact was suspected neither by them nor by the public itself, yearned for more truth upon the boards. When Camille was presented to them, the playgoers uttered a cry of astonishment and joy. That was the thing. That was just what they wanted. From that day, which will remain as a date in the history of the French stage, the part of Camille has been performed by all the celebrated actresses. The part has 2 sides. One may see in it a degraded woman who has fallen profoundly in love, rather late in life. One may also see in it a woman, already poetical in her own nature, suddenly carried away by a great passion into the sacred regions of the ideal. Almost any young man in Dumas' place would have lost his head after so astounding a success, and might not have resisted the temptation of at once working out the vein. For on coming out of the theatre after the first performance, the author had all the managers at his feet, and the smallest trifle was sure to be accepted if only it had his signature. But he had learned, by the side of a prodigal father, the art of husbanding his talent. He declined to front the footlights again, save with the work upon which he had been able to bestow all the care and labor it deserved. He waited a year before he gave, at the Gymnase Theatre, Diane de Lys. Diane de Lys undoubtedly pleased the public, but its success was not exactly brilliant. It is full of great qualities, it is strongly conceived, constructed with rare power and logic, but it added nothing to his reputation. The play as a whole seemed long and melancholy. It is a curious subject for a critical study, as one of the stages in which the genius of the author stopped a while, on its way to higher works. It will leave no great trace in his career. 2 years later he gave at the Gymnase Theatre, I do not dare to say his masterpiece, but certainly the best orchestrated and most enjoyable play he ever wrote, Le Demi-Monde, The Other Half-World. In this play he discovered and defined the very peculiar world of those women who live on the margin of regular society, and tried to preserve its tone and demeanor. What scientific and strong construction are here! What an admirable disposition of the scenes, both flexible and logical! And, through the action, which moves on with wonderful straightforwardness and breadth, how many portraits, drawn with a steady hand, each one bearing such distinctive features that you would know them if you met them upon the street. Olivier de Jalin, the refined Parisian, the dialectician of the play, who was no other than Dumas himself. Raymond de Narjac, handsome and honest, but not keen or Parisian, and that giddy Valentine St. Sanctus, whose head turns with the wind, whose tongue cannot rest one moment, and especially Suzanne d'Angers, so witty, so complex, so devious in her motions, so rabolade, as a Parisian of today would say. Between the Demi-Monde and La Question d'Argent, the money question, which followed, Dumas spent 2 years at work. La Question d'Argent is a favorite play with the connoisseurs, but its reception by the public was of the coldest. It is a noteworthy fact that plays turning upon money have never been successful. Le Sages d'un Carat is a dramatic masterpiece. It never had the luck to please the crowd. Dumas' Jean Giraud is, however, a very curiously studied character. The author has represented in him the commonest type of the shady money-man, the unconscious rascal, and very skilfully he has made an individual out of that general type, by giving to Jean Giraud a certain rough good nature, the appearance of a good fellow, with a certain degree of fineness, a mixture of humility and self-conceit, of awkwardness and impudence, and even some ideas as to the power of money that do not lack dignity, and some real liberality of sentiment and act, for wealth alone, though acquired by ignominious means, suggests and dictates to the great robbers some advantageous movements which the small rascal cannot indulge in. And around this Turcarat of the Second Empire, how many pictures of honest people, every one of whom, in his or her way, is good and fine. 1 year later, Dumas carried to the Gymnase, his favorite theatre, La Fils Naturelle, The Natural Son, and the next year, Un Père Prodigal, A Prodigal Father, also known in English through a free adaptation as My Awful Dad. In Le Fils Naturelle, Dumas for the first time wrote a theme play, a kind of work in which he was to become a master. Hitherto we have seen him drawing pictures of manners. To be sure, philosophical considerations on the period depicted are not wanting, but the play has not the form and does not assume the movement of a thesis. It does not take up one special trait of our social order, one of our worldly prejudices, in order to show its strong and weak sides. Le Fils Naturelle is the work of a moralist as well as of a playwright, or rather, it is the work of a playwright who was born a moralist. Un Père Prodigue originally excited great curiosity. It escaped no one that in his Count Ferdinand de la Rivière, Dumas had shown us some traits of his illustrious father, who had been a prodigal father, and that he had depicted himself in Viscount André. Every one made comparisons. Some, of course, accused the author of filial disrespect. The accusation was ridiculous, and he did not even answer it. He had so well disguised the persons, he had transported them into such different surroundings, that no one could recognize in them their true prototypes. Then, and this is no small praise, if Count de la Rivière is guilty of one fault, that of throwing to the wind his fortune, he is a most amiable nobleman, full of broad ideas and generous sentiments, has a warm heart. The fourth act, in which the father sacrifices himself in order to save his son's life, is pathetic in the extreme. But nothing equals the first act, which is a model of animated and picturesque composition. No one ever painted in more vivid colors the pillage of a household, and a family without so much as a shadow of discipline. It is an accumulation of small details, not one of which is an indifferent nature, and which, taken together, drive into our minds the idea that this nobleman, so well-mannered, so charming in conversation, so sober for himself, is running to ruin as gaily as he can. For 4 years after the production of Un Père Prodigue, Dumas wrote nothing. But in 1864 he reappeared at the Gymnase with a strange play, L'Ami des Femmes, a friend of the sex, which completely failed. After L'Ami des Femmes there was another interruption, not of Dumas' labors, but of his dramatic production. Perhaps he was sick of an art which had caused him a cruel disappointment. He turned again to novel writing, and published, 1866, L'Affaire Clemenceau, the Clemenceau case, the success of which was not as great as he had hoped. In France, when a man is superior in one speciality, people will not let him leave it. He is not allowed to be at once an unequalled novelist and a first-rate dramatist. At that time, Dumas hesitated which road to follow. An incident which created a great deal of comment threw him back toward the stage, and toward a new form of comedy. M. Émile de Girardin, one of the best-known publicists of the Second Empire, had bethought himself, when over 50 years of age, and knowing nothing of this kind of work, to write a play. He had been a great friend of Dumas père, and had kept up the most affectionate intercourse with his son. He had asked him to fit his play for the stage. It possessed really one dramatic idea. Dumas, in order to oblige his father's friend, made out of it Le Supplice d'une Femme, a woman's torture. Émile de Girardin, who was self-conceited and somewhat despotic, refused to recognize his offspring in the bear that Dumas had licked. He declined to sign the play. Neither will I, Dumas retorted. A Woman's Torture was acted at the Comédie Française with extraordinary success. This success was for Dumas a warning and a lesson. A Woman's Torture was a 3-act play, short, concise, panting, which hurried to the coup de théâtre of the second act, upon which the drama revolved, and rushed to its conclusion. The time of 5-act comedies, with ample expositions, copious developments, philosophical disquisitions, curious and fanciful episodes, was gone. Henceforth the dramatist had to deal with a hurried and blasé public, which, taking dinner at 8, could give to the theatre but a short time, and an attention disturbed by the labor of digestion. A Woman's Torture, which lasted only an hour and a half, and proceeded only by rapid strokes, was exactly what the public wanted. After that time, Dumas wrote only 3 acts and 1-act plays, using 4 acts only for Les Idées de Madame Aubray, Madame Aubray's ideas, and these 4 acts are very short. In 1867 this play announced Dumas' return to the stage, and Dumas is here more paradoxical than he had ever been. His theme looked like a wager, not simply against bourgeois prejudices, but even against good sense, and, I dare to say, against justice. This wager was won by Dumas, thanks to an incredible display of skill. He took up the thesis a second time in Denise, and won his wager again, but with less difficulty. In Denise, the lover struggles only against social prejudices, and allows himself to be carried away by one of those emotional fits which disturb and confound human reason. In Madame Aubray's ideas, the triumph is one of pure logic. Une visite de noces, a wedding call, and La Princesse Georges followed rather closely on Madame Aubray's ideas. A wedding call? What a thunderbolt, then! It was of but one act, the effect of which was prodigious, the echo of which is still heard. Time and familiarity have now softened for us the too sharp outlines of this bitter play. It has been acknowledged a masterpiece. It is certainly one of the boldest works of this extraordinary magician, who, thanks to his unerring skill and to the dazzling wit of his dialogue, brought the public to listen to whatever he chose to put upon the stage. It seemed that, like a lion-tamer in the arena, Dumas took pleasure in belabouring and exasperating this many-headed monster, in order to prove to his own satisfaction that he could subdue its revolts. La Princesse Georges is a work of violent and furious passion. We find in it Madame de Terremonde, the good woman who adores her husband, but who adores him with fury, who wants him all to herself, and who, when sure that she is betrayed, passes from the most exasperated rage to tears and despair. There is in the first act a scene of exposition which has become celebrated. No one ever so rapidly mastered the public. No one ever from the first stroke so painfully twisted the hearts of the spectators. Let us pass rapidly over La Femme de Claude, Claude's Wife, 1873. Of all his plays, it is the one Dumas said he liked best, the one he most passionately defended with all sorts of commentaries, letters, prefaces, etc., the one which he insisted on having revived a long time after it had failed. To my mind, that play was a mistake, and the public, in spite of Dumas' arguments, in spite of the protests of the critics, who are often very glad to distinguish themselves by not yielding to the common voice, the public insisted on agreeing with me. Only a few months later, Dumas brilliantly retrieved himself with Monsieur Alphonse. His Madame Guicard is the most cheerfully vulgar type of the parvenue which anyone ever dared to put on the stage. She can hardly read and write. She is no longer young, and she is, to boot, very proud of her money. She has no tact and no taste, but at heart she is a good sort of woman. Her morality is as primitive as her education, but deceit disgusts her. She hates but one thing, she says, lying. She is not troubled by conventionalities. Her speech has all the color and energy of popular speech. But see, Dumas in depicting this woman preserved exquisite measure. Madame Guicard says many pert and droll things. She never utters a coarse word. Her language is picturesque. It is free from slang. Hers is a vulgar nature, but she does not offend delicate ears by the grossness of her utterance. Dumas never drew a more living picture. She is the joy of this rather sad play. All that remain to be reviewed are L'Étranger, La Princesse de Bagdad, and Francillon, all of which were given at the Comédie Française. L'Étranger is indeed a melodrama, with an admixture of comedy. Had he gone further in that direction, Dumas might have made a new sort of play, which would perhaps have reigned a long time on the stage. But after this trial, successful though it was, he stopped. La Princesse de Bagdad entirely failed. Francillon was Dumas' last success at the Comédie Française. After 1887, Dumas gave nothing to the stage. He had completed a great 5-act play, The Road to Thebes, which the manager of the Comédie Française hoped every year to put on the boards. Dumas kept promising it, but either from distrust of himself or of the public, or from fatigue or fear of meeting with failure, he asked for new delays, when he declared that not only the play would not be acted during his life, but that he would not even allow it to be acted after his death. This death he saw coming with sad but calm eyes. It was a sorrow for us to see this man, whom we had known so quick and alert, grow weaker every day, showing the progress of disease in his shriveled features and body. The complexion had lost all color, the cheeks had become flaccid, the eye had no life left. On October 1st, 1895, he wrote to his friend Jules Claretie, "Do not depend upon me any more. I am vanquished. There are moments when I mourn my loss, as Madame Haussant said when dying." He was at Puys, by the seaside, when he wrote that despairing letter. He returned to Marly, there to die, surrounded by his family on November 28, 1895, in a house which he loved and which had been bequeathed to him years before by an intimate friend. His loss threw into mourning the world of letters and the whole of Paris. People discovered then, for death loosens every tongue and every pen, how kind and generous in reality was Dumas, who had often been accused of avarice by those who contrasted him with his father. How many services he had discreetly rendered, how open his hand always was. His constant cheerfulness and good nature had finally caused him to be forgiven for his wit, which was sarcastic and cutting, and for his success, which had thrown so many rivals into the shade. This witty man, who was always obliging and even tender-hearted, had no envy, and gave his applause without a shadow of reserve to the successes of others. Every young author found in him advice and support. He did not expect gratitude, and therefore was soured by no disappointment. He was a good man, partly from nature, partly from determination, for he deemed that, after all, the best way to live happy in this world is to make happy as many people as possible. If in this long essay I have not spoken of Dumont as a moralist, it is because, in my opinion, in spite of all that has been said, Dumont was a dramatist a great deal more than a philosopher. In his comedies he discussed a great many moral and social questions, without giving a solution for any, or rather the solutions which he gave were due not to any set of fixed principles, but to the conclusion which he was preparing for this play or that. He said, indifferently, "Kill her," or "Forgive her," according to the requirements of the subject which he had selected, and he would afterwards write a sensational preface with a view to demonstrate that the solution this time given by him was the only legitimate one. These prefaces are very amusing reading, for he wrote them with all the fire of his nature, and he had the gift of movement. But they were a strange medley of incongruous and contradictory statements. Every idea that he expresses can be grasped and understood, but it is impossible to see how it agrees with those that precede and follow. It is a chaos of clear ideas. Dumont was not a philosopher, but an agitator. He stirred up a great many questions. He drew upon them our distracted attention. He compelled us to think of them. Therein he did his duty as a dramatist. He gave much thought to the fate of women in our civilization. We may say, however, that though loving her much, he still more feared her, and I shall even add, despised her. All his characters who have the mission of defending morality and good sense are very attentive to her, but keep her at arm's length. They are affectionate counselors, not lovers. They hold her to be a frail being, who must be controlled and guided. Someone has said that there was in Dumont something of the Catholic priest. It is true. He was to woman a lay director of conscience. He was a great connoisseur of pictures and a great art lover. Music, I think, is the only art that did not affect him much. He was a dazzling talker. His plays teem with bright sayings. His conversation sparkled with them. I did not know him in his prime, when he delighted his friends and companions by his unceasing flow of spirits. I became intimate with him only later. If you knew how to start him, he simply coruscated. I never knew anyone, save Edmund About, who was as witty, and who, like About, always paid you back in good-sounding coin. Dumont was a member of the French Academy. He had not wished for that honor, because it had been denied to his father. He desired, in his reception speech, to call up the great spirit of this illustrious father, and make it share his academician's chair. He had this joy. The two Dumont were received on the same day. Their two names will never perish. Francisque Sarcey. The editors have been compelled, for lack of space, to leave out that part of Monsieur Sarcey's valuable essay which is a professional analysis of several of Dumont's plays, and which would be of interest, chiefly, to special students of the French drama and stage. End of section 33. Recording by Todd. Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 34, Selected Excerpts by Alexandre Dumas Junior, Part 1. The Playwright is Born and Made. From the Preface to A Prodigal Father. Of all the various forms of thought, the stage is that which nearest approaches the plastic arts, inasmuch as we cannot work in it unless we know its material processes, but with this difference, that in the other arts one learns these processes, while in playwriting one guesses them, or, to speak more accurately, they are in us to begin with. One can become a painter, a sculptor, a musician, by sheer study. One does not become a dramatic author in this fashion. A caprice of nature makes your eye in such a way that you can see a thing after a particular manner, not absolutely correct, but which must nevertheless appear, to any other persons that you wish to have so think, the only correct point of view. The man really called to write for the stage reveals what is an extremely rare faculty in its very first attempts, say a farce in school, or a drawing-room charade. There is a sort of science of optics and of perspective that enables one to draw a personage, a character, a passion, an impulse of the soul, with a single stroke of the pen. Dramatic cheating of the eye is so complete that often the spectator, when he is a mere reader of the play, desiring to give himself once more the same emotion that he has felt as one of the audience, not only cannot recapture that emotion in the written words before him, but often cannot even distinguish the passage where the emotion lies hid. It was a word, a look, a silence, a gesture, a purely atmospheric combination that held him spellbound. So comes in the genius of the playwright's trade, if those two words can be associated. One may compare writings for the stage in relation to other phases of literature, as we compare ceiling painters with painters of pictures for the wall or the easel. Woe to the painter if he forgot that his composition is to be looked at from a distance, with a light below it. A man without merit as a thinker, a moralist, a philosopher, an author, may turn out to be a dramatic author of the first class. That is to say, in the work of setting in motion before you the purely external movement of mankind, and on the other hand, to become in the theatre the thinker, the moralist, the philosopher, or the author to whom one listens, one must indispensably be furnished with the particular and natural qualities of a man of much lower grade. In short, to be a master in the art of writing for the stage, you must be a poor hand in the superior art. That dramatic author who shall know mankind like Balzac, and who shall know the theatre like Scribe, will be the greatest dramatic author that has ever existed. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. An Armed Truce. From A Friend of the Sex. The following conversation in the first act of the play takes place in the pleasant morning room of a country house near Paris, the home of Monsieur and Madame Leverdet. Monsieur Leverdet is asleep in his chair. The speakers are Madame Leverdet, a coquettish, sprightly lady approaching middle age, and a young Monsieur de Rion, a friend and neighbor. Madame Leverdet is determined to marry off de Rion advantageously, and as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he is a confirmed bachelor, not to say woman-hater, whose cynicism is the result of severely disappointing experiences. Under that cynicism there is, however, genuine respect and even chivalry as to the right sort of woman, the superior and sincere type, which he does not happen very often to encounter. "Let us come to serious topics while we are alone, my friend." "And apropos of them?" "Are you willing to be married off yet?" "Pardon me, my dear lady. At what hour can I take the first train for Paris?" "Now listen to me, at least." "What? Here it is 2 years since I have called on you. I come to make you a little visit of a morning, in all good friendship, with a thermometer 40 centigrade. I am totally unsuspecting. All I ask is to have a little lively chat with a clever woman, and see how you receive me. A simple, charming little girl, musical, speaks English, draws nicely, sings agreeably, a society woman, a domestic woman, all at the choice of the applicant." "Yes, and pretty and graceful and rich, and, by the by, one who finds you a charming fellow." "She is quite right there. I shall make a charming husband, I shall. I know it. Only 32 years old, all my teeth, all my hair, no such very common detail the way young men are nowadays, lively, 60,000 livres income as a landed proprietor. Oh, I am an excellent match, only, unfortunately, I am not a marrying man." "And why not, if you please?" "It would interfere severely with my studies." "What sort of studies?" "My studies of woman." "Really, I don't understand you." "What? Do you not know that I am making women my particular, my incessant study, and that I am reckoning on leaving some new and very interesting documents dealing with that branch of natural history? A branch very little understood just at present, in spite of all that has been written on the topic. My friend, I cannot sacrifice the species to the individual. I belong to science. It is quite impossible for me to give myself wholly and completely, as one certainly should do when he marries, to one of those charming and terrible little carnivora for whose sake men dishonor themselves, ruin themselves, kill themselves, whose sole preoccupation, in the midst of the universal carnage that they make, is to dress themselves now like umbrellas, and now like table bells.
So you really think you understand woman, do you?
I rather think I do. Why, just as you see me at this instant, at the end of 5 minutes' study or conversation, I can tell you to what class a woman belongs, whether to the middle class, to women of rank, artists, or whatever you please. What are her tastes, her characteristics, her antecedents, the state of her heart, in a word, everything that concerns my special science.
Really? Will you have a glass of water?
Not yet, thank you.
I suppose, then, you are under the impression that you know me, too.
As if I did not.
Well, and I am what?
Oh, you are a clever woman. It is for that reason that I call on you, every 2 years.
Will you kindly give me the sum of your observation in general? You can tell me so much, since I am a clever woman.
The true sum?
Yes.
Simply that woman in our day is an illogical, subordinate, and mischief-making creature. In saying this, Dorian draws back, and crouches down as if expecting to be struck.
So then, you detest woman?
I detest women? On the contrary, I adore them. But I hold myself in such a position toward them that they cannot bite me. I keep on the outside of the cage.
Meaning by that what?
Meaning that I am a friend of the sex. For I have long perceived that just as truly as women are dangerous in love, just so are they adorable in friendship with men. That is to say, with no obligations, and therefore no treasons, no rights, and in consequence no tyrannies. One assists, too, as a spectator, often as a collaborator in the comedy of love. A man under such conditions sees before his nose the stage tricks, the machinery, the changes of scenes, all that stage mounting so dazzling at a distance and so simple when one is near by. As a friend of the sex, and on a basis of friendship, one estimates the causes, the contradictions, the incoherences, of that phantasmagoric changeableness that belongs to the heart of a woman. So you have something that is interesting and instructive. Under such circumstances a man is the consoler, and gives his advice. He wipes away tears. He brings quarrelsome lovers together. He asks for the letters that must be returned. He hands back the photographs. For you know that in love affairs photographs are taken only in order to be returned, and it is nearly always the same photograph that serves as many times as may be necessary. I know one photograph that I have had handed back by 3 different men, and it ended its usefulness by being given for good and all to a 4th one, who was not single. In short, you see, my dear madam, I am above all the friend of those women who have known what it is to be in love, and moreover, inasmuch, just as Rochefoucauld says, as women do not think a great deal of their first experience, why, one fine day or another—
You prove to be the second one.
No, I have no number, I. A well-brought-up woman never goes from one experience of the heart to another one without a decent interval of time, more or less long. 2 railway accidents never come together on the same railway. During the intervals a woman really needs a friend, a good confidant, and it is then that I turn up. I let her tell me all the melancholy affairs in question. I see the unhappy victim in tears after the traitor has called. I lament with her. I weep with her. I make her laugh with me. And little by little I replace the delinquent without her seeing that I am doing so. But then I know very well that I am without importance, that I am a mere politician of the moment, a cabinet minister without a portfolio, a sentimental distraction without any consequences, and some fine day, after having been the confidential friend as to past events, I become the confidential friend as to future ones. For the lady falls in love for the second time with somebody who knows nothing of the first experience, who will never know anything about it, and who, of course, must be made to suppose he represents the first one. Then I go away for a little time, and leave them to themselves, and then I come back like a new friend to the family. By and by, when the dear creature is reckoning up the balance sheet of her past, when her conscience pours into her ear the names that she would rather not remember, and my name comes with the others, she reflects an instant, and then she says resolutely and sincerely to herself,
"Oh, he does not count."
"My friend, I am always the one that does not count, and I like it extremely."
"You are simply a monster."
"Oh, no, I am not."
"According to your own account, you have no faith in women. Wretch, ungrateful creature! And yet it is woman who inspires all the great things in this life."
"But somehow forbids us to accomplish them."
"Go out from here, my dear Dorian, and never let me see you again."
Dorian, rising promptly and making a mocking bow. "My dear lady."
"No, I will not shake hands with you."
"Then I shall die of chagrin. That's all about it."
"Do you know how you will end, you incorrigible creature? When you are 50 years old, you will have rheumatism."
"Yes, or sciatica. But I shall find someone who will embroider me warm slippers."
"Indeed you will not. You will marry your cook."
"That depends on how well she cooks. Again, farewell, dear madam."
"No, stay one moment."
"It is you who are keeping me, so look out."
"Let me have really your last word on the whole matter."
"It is very easily given. There are just two kinds of women, those who are good women, and those who are not."
"Without fine distinctions?"
"Without fine distinctions."
"What is one to do in the case of those who are not good women?"
"They must be consoled."
"And those who are?"
"They must be guaranteed against being anything else. And as to that process of guarantee, I have taken a patent."
"Come now, if you are playing in parlor theatricals, say so. What are you trying to be, Lovelace or Don Quixote?"
"I am neither the one nor the other. I am a man who, having nothing else to do, took to studying women just as another man studies beetles and minerals, only I am under the impression that my scientific study is more interesting and more useful than that of the other savants, because we meet your sex everywhere. We meet the mother, the sister, the daughter, the wife, the woman who is in love, and it is important to be well informed upon such an external associate in our lives. Now I am a man of my time, exercised over one theory or another, hardly knowing what he must believe, good or bad, but inclined to believe in good when occasion presents itself. I respect women who respect themselves. It is not I who created the world, I take it as I find it. And as to marriage, the day when I shall find a young girl with the four qualities of goodness of heart, sound health, thorough self-respect, and cheerfulness, the squaring of the conjugal hypotenuse, then I count for nothing at all my term of waiting. Like the great Dr. Faust, I shall become young again, and such as I am, I give myself to her. My friend, if this same young girl of whom you have been speaking, and, by the way, I know her just as well as you do, really unites these conditions, I do not believe she does, though I shall see very soon, why, then, I will marry her tomorrow. I will marry her tonight. But in the meantime, as I have positively nothing to do, if you happen to know a self-respecting woman who needs to be kept from a bit of folly, why, I am wholly at your service.
Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. Two Views of Money from The Money Question. The following passage occurs in the first act of Dumas's play. The characters include the young parvenu Jean Giraud,
the aristocratic Monsieur de Créole, and several others, all guests in the drawing-room of the country house of Madame Durieux. In course of the conversation, Gerard refers to his father, at one time a gardener on the estate of Monsieur de Chazay. Jean Gerard. Oh, yes, yes. I have got along in the world, as people say. There are people who blush for their fathers. I make a brag of mine. That's the difference. René de Chazay. And what is Father Gerard nowadays? Oh, I beg your pardon. Jean. Don't be embarrassed. We keep on calling him Father Gerard all the same. He is a gardener still, only he gardens on his own account. He owns the house that your father was obliged to sell a while ago. My father has never had but one idea, our Father Gerard, and that is to be a landowner. I bought that piece of property for him, and he is as happy as a fish in the water. If you like, we will go and take breakfast with him tomorrow morning. He will be delighted to see you. How things change, eh? There, where a while ago we were the servants, now we are the masters, though we are not so very proud for all that. Countess Savelli, aside. He has passed the Rubicon of parvenus. He has confessed his father. Now nothing can stop his way. Jean, to de Chazay. I have wanted to see you for a long time, but I have not been sure how you would meet me. René. I would have met you with pleasure, as my uncle would have met you. One cannot utter reproaches to a man who has made his own fortune, except when he has made it by dishonest means. A man who owes it to his own intelligence and his probity, who uses it worthily, everybody is ready to meet kindly, as you are met here. Jean. Sir, it is not necessary that a man should use his fortune nobly, provided it is made. That is the main thing. Madame Durieux. Oh, Monsieur Gerard. There you spoil everything that you have said. Jean. I don't say that of my own case, madame, but I say just what I say. Money is money, whatever may be the kind of hands where it sticks. It is the sole power that one never disputes. You may dispute virtue, beauty, courage, genius, but you can't dispute money. There is not one civilized being, rising in the morning, who does not recognize the sovereignty of money, without which he would have neither the roof which shelters him, nor the bed in which he sleeps, nor the bread that he eats. Whither are bound these masses of people crowding in the streets? From the employee sweating under his too heavy burden, to the millionaire hurrying down to the barouche behind his two trotters. The one is running after 15 sous, the other after 100,000 francs. Why do we all have these shops, these railroads, these factories, these theatres, these museums, these lawsuits between brothers and sisters, between fathers and sons, these revelations, these divisions in families, these murders, all for pieces, more or less numerous, of that white or yellow metal which people call silver or gold? And pray, who will be the most thought of at the end of this grand race after money? The man who brings back the most of it. Ah! Nowadays a man has no business to have more than one object in life, and that is to become as rich as possible. For my part, that has always been my idea. I have carried it out. I congratulate myself on it. Once upon a time everybody found me homely, stupid, a bore. Today everybody finds me handsome, witty, amiable. And the Lord knows if I am witty, amiable, and handsome. On the day when I might be stupid enough to let myself be ruined, to become plain Jean as before, there would not be enough stones in the Montmartre quarries to throw at my head. But there, that day is a good way off. And meantime many of my business acquaintances have been ruined for the sake of keeping me from ruin. The last word, too, the greatest praise that I could give to wealth, certainly is, that such a circle as I find myself in at present has had the patience to listen so long to the son of a gardener, who has no other right to their attention than the poor little millions that he has made. Durieux, aside. It is all absolutely true, every word that he has been saying. Gardener's son that he is. He sees our epoch just as it really is. Madame Durieux. Come now, my dear Monsieur de Créole, what do you think of what Monsieur Gerard has been telling us? Monsieur de Créole.
I think, madame, that the theories of Monsieur Gerard are sound, but sound only as to that society in which Monsieur Gerard has lived until now, a world of speculation, whose one object naturally ought to be to make money. As to wealth itself, it brings about infamous things, but it also brings about great and noble things. In that respect, it is like human speech, a bad thing for some people, a good thing for others, according to the use they make of it. This obligation of our state of society, that makes a man wake up each morning with taking thought of the necessary sum for his personal wants, lest he take what does not belong to him, has created the finest intelligence of all the ages. It is simply to this need of money every day that we owe Franklin, who began the world by being a printer's apprentice; Shakespeare, who used to hold horses at the door of the theatre which later he was going to immortalize; Machiavelli, who was secretary to the Florentine Republic at 15 crowns a month; Raphael, the son of a mayor d'Auber; Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a notary's clerk and an engraver, one who did not have a dinner every day; Fulton, once upon a time a mechanic, who gave us steam; and so many others. Had these same people been born with an income of 500,000 livres apiece, there would have been a good many chances that not one of them would ever have become what he did become. To Monsieur Gerard, this race after wealth, of which you speak, Monsieur Gerard, has good in it, even if it enriches some silly people or some rascals, if it procures for them the consideration of those in a humble station of life, of the lower classes, of those who have cash relations with society. On the other hand, there is a great deal of good in the spur given to faculties which would otherwise remain stationary, enough good to pardon some errors in the distribution of wealth. Just in proportion as you enter into the true world of society, a world which is almost unknown to you, Monsieur Gerard, you will find that a man who is received there is received only in proportion to his personal value. Look around here where we are, without taking the trouble to go any further, and you will see that money has not the influence you ascribe to it. For proof, here is Countess Savelli, with 500,000 francs income, who in place of dining out with millionaires besieging her house every day, comes quietly here to dine with our friends the Durieux, people without title, poor people measured by her fortune, and she comes here for the pleasure of meeting Monsieur de Chazet, who has not more than 1,000 crowns income, but who, for all the millionaires in the world, would never do a thing a man ought not to do. And she meets here Monsieur de Roncourt, who has a business of 1,500 francs because he gave up his fortune to creditors who were not his own creditors. There is Mademoiselle de Roncourt, who sacrificed her dowry to the same sentiment of honor. Yonder is Mademoiselle Dieu, who would never be willing to become the wife of any other than an honest man, even if he had for his rivals all the Croesuses present and to come. And last of all, one meets me here, a man who has for money, in the acceptation that you give the word, the most profound contempt. Now, Monsieur Gerard, if we listen to you for so long a time, it is because we are well-bred people, and besides, you talk very well. But there has been no flattery for your millions in our attention, and the proof is that everybody has been listening to me a longer time than to you, listening to me, who have not, like you, 1,000-franc note to put along with every one of my phrases. Jean. Who is that gentleman who has just been speaking? Durieux. That is Monsieur de Créole. Jean. The railway director? Durieux. Yes. Jean, going to Monsieur de Créole. Monsieur de Créole, I hope you will believe that I am very glad to meet you. Créole. I dare say you are, monsieur. Monsieur de Créole, as he utters the words, turns his back upon Gerard and steps aside. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. End of section 34. Recording by Todd.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 35. Selected excerpts by Alexandre Dumas Junior, Part 2. Monsieur de Remennin's Philosophy of Marriage. From L'Étranger. Madame de Rumieres. See here now, Remennin. You who claim to explain everything as a learned man, can you solve this proposition? Why is it that with all the quantity of love in this world, there are so many unhappy marriages? Monsieur de Remennin. I could give you a perfect explanation, my dear lady, if you were not a woman. You mean that the explanation is not decent? No, I mean that it is a matter based on the abstract. It is this. The reason why marriages are rarely happy, in spite of the quantity of love in question, is because love and marriage, scientifically considered, have no relationship. They belong to two sorts of things completely differing. Love is of the physical. Marriage is a matter of chemistry. Explain yourself. Certainly. Love is an element of the natural evolution of our being. It comes to us of itself in course of our life, at one time or another, independent of all our will, and even without a definite object. The human creature can wish to be in love before really loving anyone. But marriage is a social combination, an adjustment, that refers itself to chemistry, as I have said, since chemistry concerns itself with the action of one element on another and the phenomena resulting, to the end of bringing about family life, morality, and labor, and in consequence the welfare of man, as involved in all three. Now, so often as you really can conform to the theory of such a blending of things, so long as you happen to have effected in marriage such a combination of the physical and chemical, all goes well. The experiment is happy. It results well. But if you are ignorant or maladroit enough to seek and to make a combination of two refractory chemical forces in the matrimonial experiment, then, in the place of a fusion, you will find you have only inert forces, and the two elements remain there, together but unfused, eternally opposed to each other, never able to be united. Or else there is not merely inertia, there are shocks, explosions, catastrophes, accidents, dramas. Have you ever been in love? I? My dear Marquis, I am a scientist. I have never had time. And you? I have loved my children. Monsieur de Ramenais was a charming man all his life, but he didn't expect me really to love him. My son tells me his affairs of the heart. My daughter has already made me a grandmother. I have little to reproach myself as to my past life, and now I look at the lives of others, sometimes much interested. I am like the subscribers to the opera, who know the whole repertory by heart, but who can always hear some passages with pleasure, and who encourage the debutantes. Condensed and translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by E. Irenaeus Stevenson. Reforming a Father. From A Prodigal Father. The ensuing dialogue occurs in the first act of the play. The Count de Ravenières and his son André reside together in their comfortable bachelor's establishment in Paris, and are devotedly attached to one another. The Count, unfortunately, has only grown more careless of money, more a gay man of the world as he has grown older, and blessed with a youthfulness of physique and temperament that nothing impairs, he is as thriftless as he is fascinating. His son, accordingly, has had to be the economist of their resources, which are at a dangerous ebb. As the scene opens, the Count is preparing to take luncheon, with Joseph, the confidential servant of the house, in attendance. Joseph. Monsieur is served. Count de Ravenières.
Very well. You will please go to my florist, Lemoyne, the opera florist. You know who I mean. And tell him to send, to-day, with my card, he has a lot of cards of mine in advance, to Mademoiselle Albertine de la Borde, 26 or 28 Rue de la Paix. I don't exactly remember the number that the lady gave me. Number 26. Ah, you know her address, do you? Yes, sir. To send her a bouquet of white lilacs and roses. And I don't need you any more. Go at once. Joseph bows and hands the Count a large envelope. What's all this? Some law papers that have come in your absence, sir, which I did not think ought to be forwarded to Depey. Count, without taking the papers. Quite right. Has my son seen them? No, sir. Very well. Don't let him see them. Put them away with the others. May I beg monsieur to say a good word for me to his son? As to what, Joseph? Your son, sir, has just told me to look out for another situation, and I am so attached to the family. Oh, I will straighten all that out. If my son sends you away, I will take you into our service again. Come now, get off to my florist. Be quick about it. As Joseph goes out, Andre enters. He does not at first perceive his father, but on turning toward the table, discovers him. Ah, you are here, are you? Yes, I have been here during an hour, and moreover, a very agreeable person has been doing the honors of your establishment on my behalf. It is a fine time to talk about agreeable persons. You are a very agreeable person. What in the world is the matter with you? I am perfectly furious. Against whom? Against you. Why? What have I been doing? You have drawn on me, at sight, this draft here. Oh, yes, I know very well what that means. It comes from London. It is to pay for the boat, you know. Oh, yes, it comes from London and is to pay for the boat. That is no excuse for it. And what about the boat, if you please? But, my dear fellow, they had no business to present it until the 15th. Well? Why, today is the 15th. You ought to know it. I thought that today was only the 14th. Have you paid it? Of course. Ah, then I owe you 6,000 francs. That's all there is to the matter. Yes, that's all. But you never said a word to me about it. I had no money in the house. I had to send to our man of business. May I beg of you in the future to be so good as to— Poor boy, poor boy. Really, between ourselves, you would have done a great deal better, as it is a month since you have seen me, and since you are really very fond of me, to embrace me in meeting me again, rather than say all these things to me that you have been saying. Andre, embracing his father heartily. Oh, of course, they make no difference when it comes to that. Your second impulse is a very good one, but you ought to have begun with it. All the same, I do not in the less ask pardon for the inconvenience that I have caused you, my boy. Takes some bank notes from his pocket. Here are your 6,000 francs, and, holding out the remainder of the notes to Andre, since you need money, help yourself. Where in the world does that money come from? Oh, it is some money that I have received. There was none coming to you from anywhere. There is always something to come to one if he looks around carefully. Now, let us speak of serious things. Yes, by all means. Father, are you not disposed to settle down? What do you mean by settle down? To save money, for one thing. Save money? I should be charmed to do so, but I really do not see how we can do it. We certainly live as modestly as possible. This house belongs to us. We have only 4 saddle horses, 4 carriage horses, a couple of extra horses for evening service. We could not get along with less. 2 coachmen, 2 valets, 2 grooms, 1 cook. Why, we haven't even a housekeeper."
"No, we only want that."
We never receive any except masculine society. We certainly are not extravagant as to the table. Look at me here. I am breakfasting this minute on 2 eggs and a glass of water. It seems to me that with our fortune—"
"Our fortune? Would you like to know in what condition our fortune is?"
"You ought to know better than I, since it is you who have had the running of affairs since your majority."
"Well, then, I do know the expenses, and let me tell you that you have counted up only those that are part of our life in Paris, and you have not said a syllable of those that belong to our country one."
"Those that belong to our country one? Those are all just so much economy."
"So then the place at Vilsac is just so much economy?"
"Of course. We get everything from it, from eggs up to oxen."
"Yes, and even to wild boars when it suits you to shoot one. Now, be so good as to consider the place at Vilsac, which you call a matter of economy. First of all, it brings us in absolutely nothing."
"It has never brought us in anything."
"It is mortgaged for 200,000 francs."
"That happened when I was young."
"Are you under the impression that there comes a time when mortgages wear themselves out? I wish they did, but I am afraid that you deceive yourself, and in the meantime you are paying every year a mortgagor's interest. Furthermore, at Vilsac—"
"Where, remember, we spend September, October, November, all of which is positively an economy."
"Furthermore, as to Vilsac, this summer place where we pass September, October, and November, all of which is positively an economy, the proof of its being an economy is that we are here in the middle of September, and we are only just setting out for Dieppe."
"For one time only, by chance. And moreover, we will have to go down to Vilsac by the end of the month, for I've asked those fellows to come down there for the shooting."
"Yes, in this economical country place, where you have asked all those gentlemen to come down for the shooting at the end of the month."
"Really? One would be bored to death without that."
"In this same economical establishment, I say, you have 12 keepers."
"Quite true, but it is one of the best preserves in France, and really there are so many poachers."
"You have 2 masters of hounds, you have 10 horses, in short, a whole hunting equipage, and I don't speak of the indemnities that you pay year by year, if only for the rabbits that you kill."
"The fact is, there are thousands of rabbits, but shooting rabbits is such fun."
"Add to that the entertainments that it occurs to you to give every now and then, with fireworks and so on, during the evening."
"Ah, yes, but that pleases all the peasants of the neighborhood, who adore me. Between ourselves it is rather— Oh, my dear boy, if I had only been rich, what fine things I would have done. In France, people do not know how to spend money. In Russia, it is quite another matter. Now there you have people who understand how to give an entertainment. But then, what can anybody do with 200,000 livres for an income?"
"Father, one can do exactly what you have done. One can ruin himself."
"What? Ruin himself?"
"Yes. When my mother died, your personal fortune brought you, as you say, an income of 200,000 livres, and the money which my mother left to me, of which you have had the use until I came of age, amounted to 120,000 livres."
"Yeah, I certainly have made an accounting to you in the matter."
"A perfectly exact one, only—"
"Only?"
"Only in doing so you have seriously impaired your own capital."
"Why did you not say that to me at the time?"
"Because I was thinking of nothing but spending money."
You ought to have warned me about this before.
But I was doing then just what I see you doing. I was taking life exactly as you had taught me to take it.
Andre, I hope that is not a reproach.
God bless me, no. I am only saying to you why I have not looked after your interests better than you have ever done so yourself.
Very good. Then I'm going to explain to you why I brought you up.
Not worth while, my dear father. There is no good in going back to that, and I know quite well.
On the contrary, you know nothing at all about the matter, and you will please allow me to speak. It will be a consolation. You are perfectly right as to things that have no common sense in them, and if I have brought you up after a certain manner, it is just because I myself suffer from a different kind of education. I was brought up very severely. At 22 years I knew nothing of life. I was born. I was kept hanging on at Vilsac with my father and my mother, who were saints on earth, with my great uncle, who had the gout, and with my tutor, who was an abbé. I was born with a constitution like iron. I went hunting day by day for whole months, on foot or on horseback. I ate my meals like an ogre. I rode every sort of horse, and I was a swordsman like St. John himself. As for other things, my dear fellow, there was no use dreaming about them. I had not a crown in my pocket. The other sex, well, I had heard it said that there was a world of women somewhere, but I certainly did not know where it was. One day my father asked me if I was willing to marry, and I cried out, "Oh, yes, yes," with such an explosion that my father himself could not help laughing, he who never laughed. I was presented to a young girl, virtuous and beautiful, and I fell in love with her with a passion which at first fairly frightened the delicate and timid creature. Such was your mother, my dear Andre, and to her I owe the 2 happiest years of my life. It is true that I owe to her also my greatest grief, for at the end of those 2 years she died. But it must be said, either to the blame or to the praise of nature, that organizations such as mine are proof against the severest shocks. At 24 years I found myself rich, a widower, free to do what I pleased, and thrown, with a child a year old, into the midst of this world called Paris, of which I knew nothing whatever. Ought I to have condemned you to this sort of life that I had led at Vilsac, and which had been for me so often an intolerable bore? No, I obeyed my real nature. I gave you my qualities and my shortcomings, without reckoning closely in the matter. I have sought in your case your affection rather than your obedience or your respect. I have never taught you economy, it is true, but then I did not know anything about that myself, and besides, I had not a business and a business name to leave you. To have everything in common between us, one heart and one purse, to be able to give each other everything and say everything to each other, that has been our motto. The Puritans will think that they have a right to blame this intimacy as too close. Let them say so if they choose. We have lost, it seems, some hundreds of thousands of francs, but we have gained this, that we can always count upon each other, you upon me and I upon you. Either of us will be ready at any moment to kill himself for the other, and that is the most important matter between a father and a son. All the rest is not worth the trouble it takes one to reason about it. Don't you think I am right?"
"All that is true, dear father, and I am just as attached to you as you are to me. Far be it from me to reproach you, but now in my turn I want to make a confession to you. You are an exception in our society. Your fettered youth, your precocious widowerhood, are your excuses, if you need any. You were born at a time when all France was in a fever, and when the individual, as well as the great mass of people, seemed to be striving to spend by every possible means a superabundance of vitality. Urged towards active life by nature, by curiosity, by temperament, you have cared for things that were worth caring for them only, for entertaining yourself, for hunting, for fine horses, for the artist world, for people of rank and distinction. In such an environment as this, you have paid your tribute to your country. You have paid the debt of your rank in life and of your name. But I, on the other hand, like almost all my generation, brought in contact with a fashionable world from the time that I began life, I, born in an epoch of lassitude and transition, I led for a while this life by mere imitation and laziness. It is a kind of existence that no longer amuses me, and moreover I can tell you that it never did amuse me. To sit up all night turning over cards, to get up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to have horses put to the carriage and go for the drive around the lake, or to ride horseback, to live by day with idlers and to pass my evenings with such parasites as your friend Monsieur de Tournay's. All that seems to me the height of foolishness, and at the bottom of your own thoughts you think just as I do. So now that you really have got to a serious explanation of affairs, let us reach a real irrevocable determination of them. Are you willing to let me arrange your life for you in the future exactly as I would wish to arrange my own life? Are you willing to have confidence in me, and after having brought me up in your way, are you willing that in turn, while there is still time for it, I should bring you up in mine?
Yes, go on.
Very well. To severe diseases, strong remedies. You think a great deal of our Vilsac estate?
I was born there. I should not be sorry to end my days there.
Very well. We will keep Vilsac for you, and find money in some other way to pay off the mortgage.
How?
That's my business. Only you must send away the 2 piqueurs and the 6 of the keepers.
Poor fellows.
And only 4 horses are to be kept. No more entertainments are to be given, no more fireworks. You will entertain only 2 or 3 intimate friends now and then, if we find as many friends as that among all those that are about us nowadays here. And you will stay at Vilsac 7 or 8 months of the year.
Alone?
Wait a little. I am not finished yet. This house, where we are, must be sold. We must put out of doors these servants, who are just so many thieves, and we will keep at Paris only a very modest stopping-place.
Will you kindly allow me to get my breath?
Don't stir, or my surgical operation will not be successful. Now that your debts are paid, there will be left to you—
There will be left to me—
40,000 livres income, and as much for me, no more. And with all that, during 3 or 4 years, you will not have the capital at your disposition.
Heavens, what a smash!
Are you willing to accept my scheme?
I must.
Very well, then. Sign these papers.
What are they?
They are papers which I have just got from the notary, and which I have been expecting to make you sign while at Dieppe and send to me. But since you are here—
Since I am here, I may as well sign at once. You are quite right.
Count signs.
There you are.
Very well. Now, as according to my notions, just as much as you are left to yourself, you will slip back into the same errors as in the past.
What are you going to do further?
Guess.
You are going to forbid—
Are you out of your senses? I am going to marry you off.
Marry me off?
Without permission.
And how about yourself?
I am going to marry myself off, afterwards. You must begin as an example.
André, do you know something?
What?
Someone has told you the very thing I have had in mind.
Nobody has told me anything.
Your word on it?
My word on it.
Explain yourself. You, all by yourself, have had this idea of marriage?
I myself.
Deny now the sympathy between us.
Well?
It exists,
putting his arms around his son.
There, embrace me.
And you accept? As if I would do anything else.
Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by E. Irenaeus Stevenson. End of section 35. Recording by Todd.